Eve, Eve, Eve. Right, Ed? Hey, Ed's here. I didn't even know if he's back there. I thought I saw his vehicle. There's Ed. I can see him now. Hopefully he doesn't hit me in the back of the head with a hatchet. That's been known to happen to unlucky people. Merry Christmas Eve, 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 Eve. Oh, already got a good knuckle adjustment in. Great. We love knuckle adjustments. All right, let's get this stuff here off first. All this goes first. I actually might use this box here for a lot of it. Yep. And then put those right there. This. See that Purple Haze coins. They're right here, yep. Purple Haze, 115. Got them right here for you. Purple Haze off in my brain. Something, 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 something. Something, something. Something, 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 something. I'll have all this done in a lickety split because I got some good drawers back here to put all this stuff in now, thanks to somebody, I guess Tanner. Nice organization. Nice. Stanley wants 2 Purple Haze coins. Hey, that's a good way to start the night. Stanley Richmond, $115, $115. That's a great way to start the night. Thank you. Put that in there. I got a quarter ounce silver, 30 bucks. Did it hit 70 today? It probably got close. I was hoping it would hit 70 today. That's pretty crazy to hear that, but. Right. Bear with me while I do a little clean-a-roo back here. Trying to put away some precious metals. I got silver and gold galore for everybody. You have a 73 top Steve Carlton card. I have a 1973 top Steve Carlton and Nolan Ryan, $5. I also have a Chris Webber for $5 and a 1959 Cincinnati Reds team card for $5. Yep. Now, Craig, how could you say no? SpongeBob Gold for 400 bucks. I think I lost my little, no, here it is. Don't want to lose this. There we go. We'll lay him on top. I think that's all the, well, I got this bad boy back here. I knew a guy that did coins and knives often, then he went all vinyl records. His name was Chad Williams. Well, unfortunately, you didn't tune in last night. You missed out on a 5-hour show, basically, where I was giving stuff away for free because you just assume I don't sell coins anymore. Don't ever assume anything. Okay. There's a couple people commenting, it's like, dang, Chad, you're basically giving stuff away. I was like, I know. Basically free gold and silver. Too bad that was last night only. And everybody missed it. All right. There's that. Let's see. We sold Fallout We'll keep these. Okay. You were on last night. I was on last night from 10:30 till 2:30. You got something to say, Paul? No. Paul, I thought Paul was about to make an announcement. Paul says he's got nothing to say. All right. All right. All right. All right. Almost done. I'm gonna go ahead and grab a Kiss record so we can put it in the back and start selling it. That'd be ideal. Let me get a few more things off the table here. This and these. Then that will leave me just for cards. Cal Ripken is $3, I think. I can't remember if that was the $3 or $4 stack. Probably $3 stack, Paul. Probably the $3 stack. Let's put all this in here. We were chipping away. Went through a lot of cards last night. I had $3 cards. I think that's what a lot of those are. Where's that case at? I'm going to need that. Merry Christmas Eve, 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 Eve. No, it's not that many. I've been doing that every night. Now I realize it's actually not that many Eves now. It's not that many Eves now. Y'all missed a sale of a lifetime on sports cards last night. A sale of a lifetime. Everybody got caught snoozing at 10:30. Unbelievable. The sale of a lifetime. Let's see. I can't remember what was what, so let me just sort them like this. We'll have to go back through these later. I have no idea. You got to keep, when you sort cards, you don't want to mix them up. These are all individually. All right, these are all individually. That was some better stuff there. And then I'll put those away. Dun, dun. All right, I can show a couple handfuls of those later tonight because I bet we'll sell a bunch. Let me get the silver statues off now. That's what I was trying to get to back here. Iron Man silver statue, $135. Batman silver statue, $135. Charmander silver statue, $135. Which would be crazy because before long that'll be Spot. We'll be like, dang. That's crazy, Chad. I'll be like, dang, I know. Food's on the counter. Paul must have done that. I just looked up there and seen it. That must have been an act of kindness from Paul. He put my food on the counter. Now he could have just threw it in the trash and said, I didn't see you food. But what a nice act of kindness from Paul. We got Hatchet Ed still here. Laura's in the back. Tanner and Otis has already left. The Presidents of the United States of America is $29.99. That's a new reissue. That's a new reissue. Tonight's sale's about to commence in any second. I'm doing a final cleanup here, putting away some precious metals, sports cards. We had quite the sale from 10:30 to, let's see, I don't know what time I stopped, 2 o'clock. I added up, it's about a normal, what if I would have started even earlier. I was like, man, what if I would have started earlier, you know? Let me grab these knives. I like this sod buster. Nobody bought one last night. $69 is retail. I said I'd do them for $65. It's a brand new case knife, brown green laminate, $65 on those. This yellow butter bean is $75. It's stickered at $79. I'm gonna go ahead and put those away. And I got a couple of these Harley Davidson knives back here. Let me put these away. Get them in the case up here. Get all these keys out of my pocket. Why do I got so many keys? I'll never know. And then we had Harley Davidson, $98.99. I said I'd do those for $95. And then Don't Tread on Me, I said I'd do those for $79. So $95 on the Harley Davidson knife, $79 on case, 2-blade trapper, Don't Tread on Me. Let's go right over here. Let's grab this. Let's grab this. $2,500 on that monstrosity. We love monstrosities. I need to put those. Did I toss those bags? I don't need to throw away that Ziploc bag. That's what those go in, I think. Maybe. Yeah, I don't need to toss that. Some Ziploc bags you don't want to toss, eh? Nope, nope, nope. Don't want to toss them. I think that's what those are for. All right. So we've already sold a couple things tonight. The first thing was these Purple Haze Silver Eagles, $115. We already got that down. And let me put this back up. This was really cool packaging here. This is a 2-ounce silver. It looks like George Washington's flintlock musket, $350. Pretty intricate design on this. And then there's the Chevy Chase golf balls. And there's my sticker that says $2 cards. That's probably, somebody asked about Cal Ripken, was that Craig? Probably, it was either in the $3 or $2 apartment. Let me set those right there. Okay, got all that done. Let me set these in here. And there we go. All right. Now we're cooking with knives. Let me set these that need to be priced in here. Let's go ahead and put up one of our first auctions. And the show has officially commenced. We'll do more stuff like that probably on, probably gonna do some stuff like that on Wednesday night, Christmas Eve. So I guess while Laura and Paul can hear me, we're probably gonna do Metal Night on Friday night, the day after Christmas, okay? So Metal Night on Friday night, the day after Christmas. And of course, we probably won't have anybody here Wednesday. Probably Wednesday's show, Christmas Eve, will be kind of like one of our store shows because I don't think they'll be here to mark records, of course, and I'll be here. And so I figured that would be a good day to do one of our what we call store walkthrough sales. And that's where you'll see more stuff like some of the stuff like I just kind of showed, those kind of items, cards, coins. That might be good for Wednesday. All right, so here's one of our first auctions. We have, yeah, probably Wednesday night on that. And then those are golf balls. Those golf balls are signed by Chevy Chase. And they're $155 if you want to see one. Our first Kiss auction, I pulled this out of the bonus crate. And it's an 85 USOG sealed copy. An 85 OG sealed copy of Kiss Asylum. And that is $45 start. So that's an OG copy of Kiss Asylum. $45 start. I think we can tone down this light a little bit. There we go. Maybe like that. It's almost out of the frame. a little bit. Okay, that's up for bid. And let's grab one of our first crates, which I think is up behind the counter, which I got to go up there anyway. And then I see a single here from the Clash. It says Radio Clash, a 1981 UKOG, and that's the Clash Radio Clash. Paul has it tagged for a $10 start. So that's up for bid. There's Kiss and there's Clash. And then let's go ahead and put up something solo, which is Gene Simmons. So this is a 78 USOG picture disc. This is the OG picture disc, a 78 OG Gene Simmons, and that's going to go up for a $45 start, okay? $45 start on that. The Clash, Radio Clash. The sleeve looks like it's in really good shape. It's an 81 UK original and no condition notes on the vinyl. And then also Kiss Asylum is sealed. It's a $45 start, and then Gene Simmons, same thing there. Alrighty, so that's done. Let me step over here. And I've got to go up front and get our first crate of new stuff. Let me kick this out of the way. And looks like we do have 3 crates of new vinyl. No prices and no invoices. Oh gosh. Okay, that's not good. There's a note that says no prices and no invoices. So that's not good. So let me figure out what's going on over there. Let me go mute the music as well. Let me put my phone over here. And this and this. All right, looks like we got 4 crates over here. Looks like some of these 45s is what Paul got ready. Looks like his handwriting. Awesome. And let me step up here and grab this first crate. My Chick-fil-A's up here too. What's playing in the store? Sounds like The Silent Running by Mike and the Mechanics. I need to pause that so we don't want a copyright strike. Smells like coffee up here too. Somebody's been hitting the coffee maker pretty hard. Tanner likes his coffee in the morning. All right, let me find one of these first crates. I don't know how much was sold out of here. But what better way to start Kiss Night than with Rush Records? So let's start Kiss Night with Rush Records. Let's do it. Kiss Night with Rush Records. Okay. So let's go back and see where I left off. So over here, the last thing I had, or first thing I had, which doesn't have a bid yet, this is a 1985 USOG. We don't know what pressing plant it is because it's sealed. Okay? It's sealed. And 2 people have asked what pressing plant. We don't know because it's sealed. It's an 85 USOG, $45 start. No bid on that yet. The last bid on the Clash over here looks like John Durden had it for $16. Mega Blast has this for $16. This is going to go once, going to go twice, $16 on that. And then we have Gene Simmons. This is a 78 USOG. It's a picture disc, the OG picture disc. That's also a $45 start, going once and going twice. Okay, so let's pull up this video over here and see what I have going on. I'm pretty sure there were some claims out of this morning. Doug Reeder has Asylum for $45. Thank you on that. Let me click on this. And I need to jump over here to Vintage Discount CD. New Vinyl, Rush Anybody, 11 comments, okay? So both auctions have bids. Let's go ahead and sell the Clash for $16 to Mega Blast. That is sold for $16 to Mega Blast. And let's put this in this new sleeve here. Paul has it in. If I could fix this corner. Sounds like Paul's behind me, dropping off a crate of records. Fantastical. All right, there's that. And then let's go over here and get started. So I'm looking for Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, Gorgira, Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, and Muddy Waters, Rush, Hold Your Fire, Rush, Pink Pop, Rush, Pink Pop, Waitlist, Rush, Vapor Trails, Rush, Clockwork Angels, and Rush, Roll the Bones. So this was my last copy of Roll the Bones. So consider this sold. Roll the Bones is $29.99. and that was sold officially to Richard Bradshaw, okay? Richard Bradshaw, so thank you. That's officially sold to you. Let's make a note to order more Roll the Bones, and if anybody wants on a wait list. And then we had Rush 2112. That is a 180-gram remaster. That's $36.99. Paul's also dropped off another crate. And now we're going to go over here and put up another record, which looks like Alan Vega, Break Gun Club. Let's do the Gun Club first. This is the Gun Club, Walking with the Beast. A 2004 USOG or a 2004 US. That's the Gun Club. VG Plus, $10 start on that. So first thing is this. We have Kiss Asylum at $50 with Mark Steele. And Gene Simmons is at $46, it looks like. Okay, so both of those have new bids. We have been live for about 18 minutes. We've been selling records for about 3 minutes, maybe 5. So we just kind of got started. We have Rush, Caress Steel. You're going to be hearing me say Rush a lot. This is most of our Rush inventory here. They're all remasters. And the other day I kind of went crazy because Rush is one of my favorite bands. And I've tried to do my best job keeping their entire discography in stock. Kind of like Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath. Plus, it's just one of our best sellers. So usually I don't have this much all together. They're usually mixed up in other crates, but this is essentially the Rush crate very quickly. 2112, $36.99. I've only got one of those left. Amenities gets that last one. So let's make a note to order more 2112s. That was the last one. There is Rush Caress and Rush Caress. So 2 copies of Caress of Steel. We sold out of Roll of Bones. We sold out of 2112. And here's All the World's a Stage. $46.99. So Gun Club, Walk on the Beast, no bid yet, $10. Larry, you're out on Gene Simmons. James Hicks. James Hicks, you're out on Gene Simmons. The high bid is $50. And now he's back in at $51. And final call on Asylum. The last bid on that was Mark Steele at $50. That's a sealed OG copy. Rush Vapor Trails, one sold to Tom Kelly. There's one left. Vapor Trails is $44.99. That's a 2 LP, one left of those. And then this is our last copy of Moving Pictures. $36.99 on Moving Pictures. Same price for Rush Signals. Signals is also $36.99. And then same price for Farewell to Kings, which has Xanadu, Close to the Heart, Cinderella Man, etc., etc. We got 2 Farewell to Kings. By the way, Gun Club just got a bid with JK on Twitch, and that is $10. And that's with JK on Twitch. And then we have Rush Hemispheres. 2 copies of that left. There's 2 copies of that. Rush Hemispheres is $36.99. Over here we have Permanent Waves. Permanent Waves is $36.99. And then Rush, right? Rush, Grace Under Pressure.
The gift.
Oh, okay.
That's what Tanner wrote down.
Okay. I owe you $1.
I'll just get it out of the drawer.
Yeah, I owe you $1. Thank you, Paul. This is amazing. A crisp $50 bill. Going once, going twice for $55. Let's do it. Uncirculated. We have Kings, Farewell to Kings. That's right back here, and that is officially sold to, what happened to that one? Farewell to Kings. That's officially sold to Amenities. Thank you, Amenities. And then over here we had a Show of Hands live. That's a 2 LP, $46.99. And then Counterparts is $38. And then Presto's $29. And then we have, this is already sold. This is a bootleg unofficial. This is live at Pink Pop. So this is sold to Mike Pierce and then George Jones on the wait list. Okay, George Jones on the wait list. So that's sold to Mike Pierce, Rush at Pink Pop, and then also Fly By Night. Fly By Night is $36.99, and that's been back here in the corner for a while, so I've got 2 of those. We also have Clockwork Angels. That's sold to Tom Kelly. This was their final studio album for Neil Peart untimely got sick. And then we have Rush Power Windows. Power Windows is $36.99. Did we have another one of those back here? No, I guess not. Nope. So that was my only copy of Power Windows left. And then Amenities wants a copy of Presto. That was our last copy of that. Let's make a note to order more of those. And then Kiss Asylum. Kiss Asylum is officially sold to for $50 to Mark Steele. All right, that's sold. Gene Simmons is still getting bids at $55, and then Gun Club has a new bid for $11. JK, you've been outbid. And then we have Rush Exit Stage Left for $46, and then Rush Hold Your Fire sold to Tim Rory. Goodness, how many albums did Rush release? There's somebody said it 20. I was about to say it's like 20, and then like 5 or 6 live albums. Yeah. So Yeah, they're a pretty big discography. The Marshall Tucker Greatest Hits, $33.99. Howlin' Wolf is $39.99. That's the Chess Anniversary, pressed at QRP, $39.99. And then this was my last copy of Muddy Waters, and that is sold to Sean Drake. So thank you, Sean Drake. That was also a Chess Anniversary series, pressed at QRP. And if you think Rush put out a lot of albums, imagine if I had one each of everything Neil Young released and everything Neil Young played on. Could you imagine? Or Willie Nelson. I think Willie Nelson has over 100 studio albums. So yeah, Rush is a small portion of bank compared to some artists that we could fill up crates full of. So over here, the Gene Simmons, I think we're done. Kathy has it for $55. Let's go ahead and tag that. And so yeah, that was essentially a Rush crate. I won't go back through that in detail, but I will read the albums that's left. And in the front was a couple other just little random surprises, like Howlin' Wolf. I still got 2 of those for $39.99. And I still got Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits for $33. So the Rush discography, which ranges, I guess, from like 36 to 46, depending if it's a double or a single. I have Exit Stage Left, Power Windows, Fly By Night, Counterparts, Show of Hands, Grace Under Pressure, Permanent Waves, Hemispheres, Farewell to King, Signals, Moving Pictures, Vapor Trails, All the World's a Stage, and Caress of Steel. Gun Clubs at $13 of Michael Snare. I got a whole box over here of 45s like that. And then let's go ahead and put up one of our first advertised Kiss auctions, which you probably have seen this record before. It's Kiss Destroyer, a UK reissue. This is a UK copy, probably from the 80s, $25 start on that. Okay, now there's another crate I'm still looking for. That's pretty good though, because when I've got all these in, when I first stocked all the Rush, it filled up a crate and a half. And so there's a half a crate. So since I did this big order, we've sold about a whole crate of Rush albums. So OGs are kind of out there, but some people want beautiful sounding remasters, and these are good. They did a really good job when they remastered Rush's discography. So some of those first 200 gram pressings they did are still pretty desirable. They come in perforated baggies from QRP, and some of those still can demand pretty good money. Just FYI. I'm going to step up here and grab my Diet Coke and another crate of records. Okay? I'm looking forward to that. My Diet Coke and another crate of records. I usually come in right away and eat, and good news, we're going to be getting a collection this week. Our very own, I'm up front, I hope everybody can hear me right now. Our very own John Thomas, he is, well, he moved, I don't know really the whole purpose, but he moved a couple of years ago maybe, but he's been wanting to thin out his collection for a while. And in the office right now, there's 12 crates. There's 12 crates of 80s, essentially new wave. Okay? Almost 12, there are 12. There's 12 crates of 80s new wave. And of course, John's our vintage guru here at Collectco. We got John, Paul, and Laura. John's worked for me the longest. And he's 12 crates of his personal collection. I'm looking at them right now. It's all 80s new wave. It's locked up in this office. I'm shutting the door right now. That was the door shutting. And me and him's going to strike a deal on them tomorrow. He's already got them all cleaned and priced. He's already got them cleaned and priced. And it's an 80s new wave collection. It's right over here next to me. They're already like ready to sell. Me and him's just got to strike a deal on it. So probably, maybe as soon as tomorrow, or definitely sometime this week, we'll be going through those. So it's pretty incredible. He was showing me some of the artists. So they're all from his collection of 50 years of collecting. And those could be coming up as soon as this week. So they'll be the John Thomas New Wave collection. And I think y'all are going to love it. All right, so the first thing I have here is Kiss. Did this get a bid yet? It didn't. It's a $25 start, EX condition. And then the Gun Club, $17 of Michael Snare. JK on Twitch, you've been outbid on that. Let's grab another auction over here, and let's do Animalize. And Animalize, make sure if you want to bid on these, you put the name of the album. So there's Destroyer. Here's Animalize. Animalize is an 84 USOG VG Plus, a $15 start. $15 start on that. So, yeah, if you're ever looking to thin out your collection, sometimes, you can collect for 50 years and decide, well, I just want to focus on these two artists or these two genres and et cetera, et cetera. John McPatriot bid 25. He did. Thank you, John McPatriot. All right, so I'm still looking for a few things in here, but let's go ahead and read through them. This is David Gilmour live at Pompeii. David Gilmour is a 4LP, 2-gatefold jacket, and this is $114.99. And then Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia. This is a 2LP. That's a live unofficial from Pink Floyd, $44.99. And then Def Leppard Hysteria. Def Leppard Hysteria is $44.99. Make sure you put Destroyer or Animalize, okay? Because there's two Kiss auctions. Gun Club is officially sold to Michael Snared for $17. So Destroyer has several $25 bids now. John McPatriot was in first. Let's go ahead and put up another single then. And this next single is going to be, let's do another Gun Club. Gun Club Live, Eternally Is Here Psycho, light blue with dark blue splatter, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. So there is Def Leppard Hysteria. That's a 2LP remaster, $44.99. And then there's Kraftwerk, the Autobahn, and Kraftwerk is $29.99. I've got to take the first initiative to get these new LPs priced over here. So hopefully Ed, if he has time, if not, we can call on Laura to mark these crates of new vinyl. But we can't do that until I at least get the prices printed. So luckily my laptop's already up here and turned on and ready to print. So we got a shipment from a distributor we typically don't get shipments from. So let me turn this on, get this stuff printed, and I'm sure y'all would like to see tonight's new vinyl. And luckily, Hatchet Ed stays here a little bit later on Mondays, and we can take care of that for him. All right, if you could only see. Okay, let's get this. Plus, I had to go get my Diet Coke and bring it a little bit closer. Put that right there. All right. Thanks everybody for choosing your Monday night. I know this time of year people have a lot of holiday plans this time of the year. So even on a Monday or Tuesday, sometimes it's like, well, we got to slip in our Christmas party tonight, or this night, or this night. So let me get this out of the printer right quick. Let's see here. There it is. Okay. And this. And let me get this printed for them. And we need selection. Okay, that's coming out of the printer. And this is coming out of the printer. Okay. Have a good one, Ed. We have Kraftwerk Autobahn for $29.99. Okay, that's where I stopped right there. So first thing I have is new Peter Criss. A couple people's asked me. That came out last week. So Peter Criss, we had that a week ago tonight. A week ago tonight is the first night we showed Peter Criss. Of course, we had a pre-order. We sold out, and we're expecting more white vinyl probably by tomorrow if it has showed up. Okay, so Destroyer got up to $27 of James Goggin. And then we had What Color is TCG. The Gun Club is light blue with dark splatter. $10 start on that. And then Animalize had one bid with Sean Drake. So Final Call and Animalize for $15. Final Call and Destroyer for $27. And Gun Club's a $10 start. This is Yes Big Generator, $29.99 for Big Generator. And then Gojira did get sold. Fortitude was sold over here to Michelle Clements. Thank you, Michelle Clements, on that. That's Gojira Fortitude. Yes Big Generator has been long out of print. That's on orange vinyl for $29. And then AC/DC, The Razor's Edge, $29.99 on that. And then Boston's Debut, $24. Quick schedule for this week. So today's Monday, the 22nd. Tomorrow, the 23rd, normal show. We'll be having a show Christmas Eve. Nothing on Christmas Day night. So nothing on Christmas Day night. Pencil in, just saying, it could be 50-50 still, but we're looking at Christmas Eve for sure. And then I am going to go over here to this printer, and I'm going to fill out these prices. And Laura, I'll let you know when these are done, because we're going to need some help pricing this stuff. And then maybe I can knock out a crate live as well. Or maybe sometimes I can do it all, because I can just show it and mark it at the same time. That's sometimes pretty fun. It's like, here's a big reveal. Boom, $34.99, 2 left. That's always fun. Okay, over here, Michelle Clements. Me, I don't know that one. Did I say Michelle Clements? I meant to say Daryl Johnson. Scratch that. Daryl Johnson. Daryl Johnson. This is sold to Daryl Johnson, not Michelle Clements. My bad. That's sold to Daryl Johnson. My bad on that one. All right. Once again, Gun Club has 2 bids, Michael Freiberger and Michael Snared. Metal Night will be Friday night. Okay. Metal Night will be Friday night. Kiss Destroyer. The last bid on this is sold to James Goggin for $27. We have other LP auctions other than Kiss, by the way. Hope when everybody's on, you have hit the like button, the share button, etc., etc. Gun Club's at $12, and then Animalize sold to Sean Drake for $15. Going through some stuff over here of new vinyl. Knocking them out, rocking around the Christmas tree. We have Neil Young. This is Citizens Kane Jr. Blues. Neil Young is $24.99. A remaster of the Rolling Stones' Exile on Main Street. A classic album, $44.99. And since it's Kiss Night, there's Kiss Alive, a 2014 remaster, $44.99. All right, our next auction is Kiss, if you can believe it. It's a 1978 USOG. It's a 2 LP Terre Haute pressing. It is around a VG copy. Not bad. $15 start. Whoops, I got the gatefold backwards. $15 start on Kiss Double Platinum. There's that, $44.99. Gordon Lightfoot now playing, $24.99. And then SpongeBob SquarePants, music from the motion picture, yellow vinyl, $29.99. Gun Club's at $14. David Johnson's already ready to have a conniption fit. He said any other LPs other than Kiss. He's tapping his foot. He's like, Chad, you know why I'm here? I need a Japanese pressing. I'm about to literally just start freaking out on you. Please don't freak out on me, David Johnson. There will be other LPs. I'm not going to promise any Japanese, though. You'll have to stay here all night to see if any of them pops up. Hopefully you have all your plans canceled. We have a 1985 USOG of who? Prince, Raspberry Beret. That's a gold stamp promo, 2-track maxi single, and this is a $10 start for Prince. That's now what for bid. SpongeBob SquarePants, we have Crash Test Dummy, God Shuffled His Feet, that's $38.99, and then Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. This is $44.99. That's a 2 LP remaster, Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. Soundgarden, the A-sides. Soundgarden is $44.99. And then Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. Physical Graffiti for Led Zeppelin's $44.99. STP's $29. And then Oasis, Familiar to Millions. Oasis is $64.99. And then Prince has a bid for $10. Gun Club is sold to Michael Snared for $15. And Kiss has a bid for $15. Also over here we have Led Zeppelin, $29.99. That's their self-titled debut remaster. Also, we have The Bosses, Joe Turner, Count Basie, $44.99. Steppenwolf Gold, their greatest hits, $59.99. Analog Productions, and then Heart, Dreamboat Annie. That's a 2 LP, $59.99. That's a MoFi pressing of that one. Violent Films is $36.99. Translucent Turquoise Vinyl. Kate Bush, Best of the Other Sides, is $44. And then Kylie Minogue, $29.99. So Iron Maiden, we got several different bootlegs. This is Live in New York, $29. And then this is the one that there's 2 of those left. And then Dynamo 2000, that one's $29. Here's the one that some people claimed this morning. That was Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage. And this one was sold to Michelle Clements. That was maiden voyage. And then Daryl Johnson also got a maiden voyage. And then Sean Drake on a waiting list, okay? So Sean Drake, we need to put him down for an Iron Maiden maiden voyage waiting list. So there's that. And then George Jones was on Rush Pink Pop waiting list. Everything else went unclaimed this morning. And we have Prince about to be sold, and Kiss just got one bid with Brian Call, right? Sold for $15. Soundgarden Telephantasm is not in print. No, it's not. We get that occasionally in collections, but it's not. All right. First thing we have over here is this. I have Hotter Than Hell. Unfortunately, though, it's a low-grade copy, VG minus condition, but it is OG. 74 Terre-Haute, Hotter Than Hell, $5 start on that. So anybody else in here? If not, I'm probably going to bring over this first crate of new vinyl and start trying to just sticker them live. I've got a handy-dandy price gun around here somewhere, and we can just go and just mark some of these because I still don't have it filled out, and we're ready for that. We have a whole crate of 45s over here. Paul's got ready. 2 crates of 45s from John. And then we got, what else over here? We got 4 crates from John, 2 crates of 45s, 3 crates of new vinyl. And Chad needs to go put some stuff in the fridge right quick, which is what I'm going to do right now. Let me take out my mini M&Ms I got in Las Vegas that I'll have actually my mom bought them for me. It was my birthday out there, and she was sneaking around buying me little gifts in all the shops we were going in. So, very thankful of Mom. And so I've got some M&Ms from the Las Vegas M&M store. Look at that. It's almost kind of cool, but, you know, I don't want to waste them. So, we got to eat those M&Ms later. Look at those little mini M&Ms from the Las Vegas M&M store. I also got a M&M gumball, or like a dispenser, a counter. It says M&M Las Vegas. Shout out to Mom. You can always count on moms. She's like, I'm buying you something out here in Vegas. You better not be looking in my bag. I'm like, okay, Mom, whatever you want to get me, Mom. So he's in the M&M store, and I was like in heaven. It's 4 stories of M&Ms. 4 stories of M&Ms. Have you ever been? It's an amazing place. It's a 4-story building of nothing but M&Ms. It's like, I was like, oh my gosh. This is like places you dream about as a kid. It's like, golly. I was walking around, my head was spinning. It's amazing. I've gone in there every time I've been. Okay, let's go over here. First thing I have is Prince, $14. And then this is a $5 start, okay? So what happened to the Counting Crows? X-Wing. There was 2 people on a wait list for Counting Crows. Now, I don't know if you realize this. There was somebody before you, and then somebody, and then you. The other person commented also on that video. If you go back and look at that video, that morning I posted the 2 crates that's sitting on the table. I mentioned in the video somebody was looking for that record, and 2 people commented. It was Kevin J. Reitz. He said, I was the one that asked. Okay, and I don't think that stuff got pulled for this invoicing cycle, okay? So we still got to go pull Jelly Roll, Counting Crows, Striper, Pogues Ministry, Counting Crows, Porno for Biros, and Muppets, okay? So it doesn't look like any of that even got pulled, but Kevin J. Reitz was ahead. It was Kevin J. Reitz and then you. So that was the order on those. I probably need to go pull those, or any of those people watching right now. It doesn't look like that stuff got pulled for invoices that went out today. So we could either add it to your invoice, or we can put it on this week's invoice. That's Doug Page, Brad Waits, Daryl Johnson, Sarah Weiberdink, Brandon Lack, Kevin J. Reitz, and Jared Lampert. So if any of those people are watching, if not, I'll see if they hadn't paid their invoice. If not, I'll have Ed update them in the morning. Okay? All right, we're ready for a new crate. Does the pricing good work? I hope. Faith No More. So a couple things were sold out. Brandon also, when I went to order Counting Crows, they were out of stock, and Faith No More was out of stock. So all these waiting lists have been ordered, of course. Just sometimes we got to wait for them to ship more to the distributors and then more to us. So, yep. And that's the way that cookie has crumbled. So there was actually already a wait list for that Counting Crows. I had to find it. And then it was next in line was Brandon. So all of a sudden, big demand for that. It was a pretty big pre-order too. And I thought we was going to sell more on the pre-order. But yeah. Okay. So you're on a waiting list. Yes. You're on a waiting list. All right. Let me find my next trick. Okay. Bear with me. Stand by. Bear with me, stand by. Okay, that's bananas and pistachios. That's for later tonight around 11 o'clock. I've got my other food put away. Stand by for more action. Okay? I need to go tag some stuff, it looks like. Doo-doo. All right. Let me find this. Making moves. Taking care of business. Doing a little bit of this. Doing a little bit of that. Got some of the stuff over here to do. Got to do some of that stuff over there. Still got this stuff over here to do. Phone's ringing up front. Nobody's here. We are currently closed. No more phone calls after 4. All right. I'm walking to the back. I'm confiscating another pricing gun. There's 5 new ones boxed up. They hadn't been set up and loaded yet. I'm going to give that project to Tanner tomorrow. Don't tell Paul I'm stealing his pricing gun. Okay. Hopefully there's plenty of labels. It looks kind of low, but we did, mission accomplished. We did get 5 new pricing guns. They're right over here on the supply rack. And then we have I ordered box cutters. I think Tanner don't like what he's like, dude, we got box cutters. I'm like, no. We don't have box cutters either. All right, here we go. All right. Our phone was ringing, let's see. I was about to film the 6 a.m. video. So 5:30 this morning, there was already people calling. So yeah, we get calls all day. Pretty crazy. Phone stays busy. When my mom's here working during the day, she takes, no telling how many phone calls. People selling collections, people trying to buy stuff. Okay, so let's go over here and figure out what happened. Hotter Than Hell is at 10 with Larry Gonzalez. This is a 1975 US Terre Haute OG VG minus. Hotter Than Hell is with El Snap a Tan for $12, okay? $12, that's OG VG minus. And then Prince, I think we can go ahead and officially call this soda Lonnie Jolly for $17. All right, so there's that. Did I miss any questions while I stepped away? If I missed any questions since I stepped away for a couple minutes, I apologize. Just resend those, okay? Now, next thing is, let's put up another non-Kiss auction. I have a Japanese press in here. David Johnson said, Chad, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm about to have a conniption fit. So here it is. CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys. And this is a 1978 Japanese reissue. This is EX condition, just a $25 start on CCR, okay? There's that. Soundgarden Telephantasm, that is out of print. That is out of print. That is out of print, Matt. I did answer that. You must have missed me. But yeah, that is out of print. Cannot order that. That was something we only get through a collection, okay? Now, this is Green Day, the rock and roots of Green Day. So this is another one of those series. Green Day, the rock and roots of Green Day. These are $29.99. $29.99. This is the rock and roots of Green Day. Where are the Vlodder checks at? $29.99. So I've got 5 of those available. They're $29.99. There's one for the Vlodder checks. There's 4 left. The rock and roots, okay? Hotter Than Hell did not get another bid. Michelle bid $13. El Snappatan, you've been outbid on that one, okay? Amenities bid 25 on CCR, and so did David Johnson. David Johnson was first. David Johnson was first, so that means you have been outbid El Snappatan, just FYI. I'm going to mute my mic very quickly. Diet Coke. Delicious. Sean Miller on Green Day. Shrek, $34.99. Should be a waiting list for this. I'll check right quick. This is Shrek. Music from the motion picture. $34.99. Of course, that is new and sealed. New and sealed. Shrek, music from the motion picture. Over here, whoops, wrong spreadsheet. Let me search that right quick. Make sure we don't have anybody waiting for one of those. We love waiting list. Brad Waits. I knew there was somebody. Thank you, Brad Waits. That's so do you. $34.99. CCR is now at 33. Hotter Than Hell's at 14. Let's grab a third auction to run, just FYI. So the third auction to run right now will be Iron Maiden, Dance of Death. This is a 2007 U.S. reissue. It has the original on her sleeve, EX condition. $30 on Iron Maiden, Dance of Death, now up for auction. D'Angelo, Brown Sugar. D'Angelo, Brown Sugar. And this, D'Angelo, give me 1 second on that. That must be on a different price sheet for sure. Let me see, where was that other one I just had? D'Angelo. Is that something? Let's see here. I don't see a price at all for that. That must be on a, that's a stray record from a different order. D'Angelo. Let me find that right quick. Let's see over here. Let's look it up over here first. Can always check some of these manually. I didn't order that. I just ordered a bunch of rap, but or I would think if some of that would be in that order, but maybe not. And I don't think D'Angelo's under necessarily the genre of rap. More like R&B and soul. Yeah, here it is. Okay, these are $46.99. He just recently passed away too. $46.99 for D'Angelo. I think I ordered a couple a while back when he passed away. So, boy, Paul's got a screwed up price gun too. So his yeah, Paul's 8 doesn't work, or his 6. I'm gonna leave a new price gun on his desk and throw this one away. Merry Christmas, Paul. Here's a new price gun for you. D'Angelo, $46.99. Yeah, he just recently passed away. Let me get an ink pen to fill in that price. So, I hope, Laura, you have a good price gun. I'm gonna, after that, I'm tossing Paul's in the trash, and I'm gonna say your 6 and 8 does not work. So here's a new price gun. Okay, $46.99 on D'Angelo. That is for a 2 LP, and I don't think I've ever had this before. Brown Sugar. So let's fill in that 6 there. All right, let's go back to our auctions too. A lot going on all of a sudden. Hotter Than Hell. The last bid that came in was El Snappatan at $14. Michelle went out. This is sold to El Snappatan for $14. Thank you on that. Then CCR was getting activity. Amenities had bid $37. The bid before that was David Johnson at $35. So Amenities has this for $37. And El Snappatan has Iron Maiden at $41. Now Nick Galetti, $42. This is Circle Jerks, Golden Shower of Hits. And Circle Jerks, Golden Shower of Hits is the following price. It is, give me 1 second. It is $34.99. Circle Jerks, Golden Shower of Hits, $34.99. Does Paul's 4 work, maybe? Good, his 4 works. That helps. So Circle Jerks is on yellow vinyl, remastered to the original analog tapes to ensure the highest quality of sound. Unfortunately, the songs still get in the way. So what they're saying is it's remastered, but you know, genres such as circle jerks, I don't think are really meant to be known as audiophile pressings, right? $34.99. And then, yeah, so here's Peter Criss. I've been having people already ask me about this. And I think because there's been some pretty crazy, I've been seeing people post in KISS groups. I think it's for the signed ones, though, kind of crazy prices for signed copies of this. I don't know if that's something that's going on, but he did that signing, and they're just kind of selling for crazy prices. But I have a waiting list for Peter Criss on silver vinyl. White vinyl was Gerald Whitworth, and Gerald, there was not another one in stock this week, okay? So, Gerald, I could never find one for you. So this is my only copy of white vinyl, and there's already a waiting list. So I've already ordered more, by the way. They're $38.99. This is Peter Criss, and this is $38.99, okay? $38.99. $38.99. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth. So, Gerald, I never did have that for you. And then Metallica's Ride the Lightning is $29.99. There actually might be a waiting list for this, okay? There actually might be a waiting list for this. $29.99. This is for Ride the Lightning, okay? And MET Metallica. I have a waiting list for Hammersmith. That's an old waiting list. Rockin' Roots, that's an old waiting list. Kill 'Em All Live, old waiting list. Master of Puppets Blanket, Jerry Stone. Those hadn't come back in yet. Metallica Lights, and that's it. So Ride the Lightning is available, both copies. So if anybody, it looked like these were still in stock for the most part too. They could be sold out by now because it looks like there's been a pretty big demand. But yes, these are, man, what was on that? Some kind of white powder. Cocaine all over the Peter Criss album. $38.99. So let's do a wait list for that. And Gerald Whitworth also on the wait list for silver. Sure thing. The other wait list for silver is Wade Lucas. And that one's, I think, been a little bit more tougher to get. That's the one I posted a pre-order for, just FYI. All right, so let's update. Let's get more auctions going. What happened on CCR? CCR, $38. Amenities, you were outbid, just FYI. David Johnson did bid $38. Iron Maiden's at $55 with 007 Platinum. Everybody else is out. Here's what's left in here. This was just a short but sweet crate. There's two over here that are completely packed full. Like, there's really 3 more crates of new vinyl. The other crates over here are packed completely full. Green Day, The Rockin' Roots, new, $29.99. That was new for Friday. We have D'Angelo, Brown Sugar, $46.99, a 2 LP. We have Golden Shower of Hits, Circle Jerks, yellow vinyl, $34.99. And Metallica, Ride the Lightning, remastered, $29. Let's go through some other new stuff. Jackie Heath Long wants on both waiting lists for Peter Criss, okay? So add Gerald to silver. Add Jackie to white and silver, and then CCR is sold to David Johnson for $38. I think we were done on Iron Maiden. I'm going to make sure Nick Galletti was finished. Let's go ahead and put up another KISS auction. And the next KISS auction looks pretty dang cool. Original Wicked Lester Sessions. This is Blue Marble, the early demos of Wicked Lester, which was the band name, which eventually went on to be KISS. I think that was originally banned with Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons and others. Wicked Lester. That is on blue vinyl, a Japanese unofficial, a $35 start. And then Sean Holford wants on silver waiting list. You got it. So taking waiting list for that. First crate of new vinyl. I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is grab a handful out of this other crate because there is so much. I mean, he's got these packed like for shipping. So let me just grab a handful out of here. And I'm going to go ahead and add to this crate. And this has some really good stuff. This is from my distributor that we get a lot of, quote, on sale stuff from. Some of it. Some of it is, I think. Don't hold me to that statement until I start figuring out exactly what's been delivered. But luckily, we got a pretty big... We usually, unless there's a big day for pre-orders, we don't usually get a lot of new vinyl in on Mondays. But I ordered a lot on Friday, so we would. All right, let me figure out where some of these invoices are. Testament. Okay, Testament. Let me figure out where that came from. Okay, good. So I know where all this came from. Testament is $38.99. This is called Testament the Legacy. All right, Testament the Legacy is $38.99. Testament the Legacy. $38.99. Give me 1 second. I had a let me look over here. Okay. So Iron Maiden's at $60. Nick Galetti, You've Been Outbid. And then Wicked Lester's at $45 with David Tate. So that's the first bid on that one. All right, Testament is $38.99. The 8s on some of these are missing. I'm going to fill them in by hand. I hate that. It's like bothering my OCD. It's like, golly. I'm about to go get now John's pricing gun. I have thrown away how many price guns now live on the show? 3, I think. This is really cool. I haven't had it in a while. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble live, April 1980. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble live. Haven't had these in a while. These are also $38.99. How much you say, Chad? $38.99. Wow. Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's an early concert, 1980. It's about the time I think David Bowie found him and said, "Hey, my name's David Bowie. Would you like to play on one of my albums?" And Stevie Ray Vaughan probably said, "Sure thing." All right, let's get back here to John's pricing gun. There's 2 back here. Oh, man, John's holding out on us. He's got 2 back here, 1 for each of us. I'm going to go ahead and throw Paul's in the trash. I'm going to leave him a fresh one on his desk. Merry Christmas. This will fix your 6s and 8s. And if John has anything wrong with his, I'm throwing his in the trash too. Future memo to all employees. If we have something that doesn't work, let me know. We'll buy a brand spanking new one, I promise. Anything. Chairs, price guns, lights, cameras, action. Golly. No, this one's nice. It's got good action on. I can tell you that right now. Oh, yeah. It's a little gummy, but it's going to work. It's a little off-centered, but it'll work. You can at least get it going. Okay, there we go. $38.99. So where's the one I just had? It's going in the trash. Yep, this one. All right. See you later. That's going in the trash. Okay. So I left off over here with the following. Sorry. I think I'm good to go now. 45s are going up right now. Wicked Lester was at 44, 45. David Tate wants on the Peter Criss Silver. David Tate wanted on Peter Criss Silver. Wicked Lester 45. Wicked Lester 46. Wicked Lester 50. And then X-Wing got a Stevie Ray Vaughan for 38. Stan McNessie got a Stevie Ray Vaughan for 38. Sean Miller got a Testament for 38. Wicked Lester 47. Wicked Lester out. Sean Miller did get a Testament. And El Snapatan got a Stevie Ray Vaughan. All right, so over here, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, $38.99. We are now officially sold out, so we'll have to start a waiting list for this. Brittany Willie was first on the waiting list, okay? I only sold 1 Testament, which was the Legacy. There's 1 left, $38.99 for Testament the Legacy, okay? $38.99. Iron Maiden is sold to 007 Platinum. That is sold to him for $60, okay? Wicked Lester is vinyl. Wicked Lester is vinyl. This is 2021 Japan Blue Marble vinyl, early demos of Wicked Lester. Okay? That is vinyl. And the last bid on this that came in was James Hicks at $50. James Hicks at $50. I'm on the wait list for Chris, got billed for both today. Well, if you're on a waiting list, that means you haven't been billed. So are you saying you need to go on a waiting list, or if you're currently on a waiting list, that means you've already been billed? I think is what maybe you're trying to say. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty. Static X. Wisconsin Dev Trip, $39.99. There was a waiting list for this. $39.99. I think that was Mr. Sean Holford. Let's check the record. No pun intended. This is Static X. Sean Holford on a waiting list. New sealed music on vinyl press. I've got 2 extras if anybody wants one. $39.99 on that. Let's put up some other auctions. Got a request for Papa Roach. Let me see if it's up here. And then somebody's been asking me about Led Zeppelin 2. We'll do that whenever it gets up here. I don't think it's up here yet. So she's still working on a few auctions, just FYI. Yeah, a couple of those aren't up here yet. But I do have the Scorpions. And the Scorpions is Savage Amusement, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, an 88 US Hop Hog Original EX Edition. And the Scorpions is going to go up for a $20 start. Bob Riker wants a Static X. Now there's one left, okay? And then there's 2 copies of The Body and Soul, Freddie Hubbard, a Verve by request. This is a jazz album. And Freddie Hubbard, we can do these for just $29.99. The Body and Soul, Freddie Hubbard, $29.99. So there's 1. There's 2. The Body and Soul, Freddie Hubbard, $29.99. And I thought this was pretty cool. The John Williams, live in Tokyo, doing his greatest hits, essentially. And these are $34.99. It's a double LP, $34.99. John Williams in Tokyo, Satio Kinin Orchestra, or something of that nature, $34.99. Doing Superman, Harry Potter, Schindler's List, lots of Star Wars, Raiders. That's $34.99. Very cool there. All right, so Wicked Lester got up a bid for $60. Stanley Richmond's out. Condition on Scorpions. Scorpions is a 1988 US Hop Hog original pressing. It has the original on her sleeve. The vinyl is EX. It's in shrink with hop sticker. Audio Explorer wants Freddie Hubbard. That is sold to him, okay? Thank you. Now, this crate, I was adding stuff to it because the next crate is plumb full. Like I couldn't hardly even move stuff around in it. So I went ahead and took a handful and added to this. John Williams is 34. It is a double LP. Okay, so right here, quick recap. This is all the new vinyl I've shown tonight, at least what's left. The Rockin' Roots of Green Day, 24. D'Angelo is 46. New Circle Jerks, Golden Shower of Hits on yellow vinyl, 34. We have Metallica Ride the Lightning for 29. And then the recent additions, Testament, The Legacy, 38 for Testament. Static X is 39. We have Freddie Hubbard for 29. And we have John Williams in Tokyo. John Williams is $34.99, okay? Mitch T wants John Williams, and there's 1 left if anybody else wants one. We're about to sell Wicked Lester as soon as I grab the next crate for $60, and the Scorpions has a new bid for $30. All right, let's set these right over here. Those are there. 2 more crates like that to go through and price. I kind of like pricing these on the fly. This is great. Plus, it saves time so Laura can work on other stuff as well. Y'all get to see live revivals of these, and boom. Seems like it's more, makes it more dramatic almost. So Wicked Lester is over here sold to James Hicks for $60. And the Scorpions is going to be up to 1 person, Dave Ferguson, or anybody else. Dave is back in at 33. And let's see what other 45s I have over here. This is Alan Vega, a 2021 red and gray splatter, Alan Vega. And that is number 1, parts 1 and 2. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. And then the next Kiss I have over here. Let's see what's going on with this Kiss box set. I think it's time for a Kiss box set. It's called Kiss, I Was There, 2nd edition. Live 2, Los Angeles Forum, August 26, 27, 28, 1977. We have an unofficial, this is a 2023, amazing looking box set here. Whoops. 4 LP set, 1 picture disc of each member. It has all the extras. And this is essentially Kiss 3 nights in 1977. Some of these that have slipped through on eBay have sold for as much as $600. This is Kiss, I Was There, a $295 start. We have not sold Smokey and the Bandit. Alan Vega is at 10. Scorpions is at 35. Now the Scorpions is at 37. All right, let's get some of this stuff marked And this should be various artists. I've had a bunch of these. Glad to see I can still get them. Let me do the numbers on this right quick. This will be $139.99. Y'all probably have bought one from me. Some people probably have wished they did buy one before they sold out. This is the John Hughes box set. 6 LPs on red vinyl. This is John Hughes, Life Moves Pretty Fast. It's a 6 LP, 4 red LPs, 140 gram, and it's a compilation of all those John Hughes movies in one thing. And some of these were never released on vinyl, or if they are, they're kind of tough to get, like Ferris Bueller's Day Off and Planes, Trains, Automobiles, Uncle Buck, 16 Candles, Breakfast Club, Weird Science, all those kind of movies. National, Lindsey Buckingham, Holiday Road. So that's a really cool box. I've sold a lot of those. $139.99. That's actually below list price. I think the list on those are $189. So nice to have another one of those, and I can get more if that one sells out. Next is Saxon, A Night Out with the Boys, 2005, a 25th anniversary. Saxon, the price on Saxon over here is $29.99. It's a double LP, A Night Out with the Boys, gold vinyl, 25th anniversary of the new wave of British heavy metal. I have 3 of them. They're $29.99, and I'm pretty sure I've never had this before. Saxon's $29.99, A Night Out with the Boys, 2005. We got one sold to Matt Nichols. There's 2 left, okay? The Kiss box is a $295 start. Alan Vega got 1 bid, sold to Robert Warner for $10. And then over here, the last bid on the Scorpions that came in. Dave Ferguson at $40. Ed Rivera, you're out. Amenity says he's done. Kiss has a bid for $295. Ed Rivera wants a Saxon, and Brad Waits wants a Saxon. We can, of course, start a waiting list for that if anybody else wants one. Saxons are sold out. All right, here's another jazz album. Art Blakey, Impulse, Art Blakey, Jazz Messengers. And Blakey over here, the last bid or the price on that is $29.99. $29.99 for Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. I've got 2 of those. This is a Verb by request, pressed at Third Man. Yeah, and this one's just called Jazz Messengers. So, of course, his band was later called Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. This one, the title of it's just called Jazz Messengers. Over here, we got Lewis Kulick, Life Moves Pretty Fast, and he gets the John Hughes box set. If anybody wants on a wait list for that or Saxon, let me know. Scorpions is still getting bids, and Mark Morris, you have Kiss for $295. That's going once, going twice to you. So I got a lot of Stones not bootlegs. These are official concerts, but they're really great prices because some of these retailed originally for $60 and $70. And this one's Live in Leeds, 1982. It's a 2 LP, just $34.99 for the Stones. Just $34.99 for the Stones. And I think this is a triple LP. And I've had some of these before, but they actually ran a little sale on these. They were already on sale from this run-out distributor, but I think the Stones announced they were going to have to cancel their tour in the UK and Europe. And I got a little blast. They said, we're going to run some Rolling Stones on sale in celebration of their amazing career. So this includes the DVD, so you can actually watch the concert too. So 3 LPs of music. 3 LPs and the DVD. And I think the original list price on those were like $70. $34.99. Scorpions, $42. And both Rolling Stones are sold to Jamie McCord. No, they're sold to Paul Oakley. And they're sold to Jamie McCord. And Mr. Sean, I can put you on an old-fashioned wait list if that works for you. Kiss only got 1 bid, and this is officially sold to Mark Morris for $295. We have a wait list going on for Stones Leeds, if anybody wants that. And I think we might be done on the Scorpions. Ed Riviera has it for $42. Matthew Copus, your bid on that Wicked Lester came in very late. I think you were pretty far behind. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Now, Gerald Whitworth also wants on the Stones. There's more of those coming up. There should be more of those coming up tonight. Other Stones concerts like that. Let me put that right there. Excuse me. Let me slide this right over here. There we go. We've already filled up a crate tonight. So 2 people on that Stones waiting list. The next here is the Allman Brothers Collected. This is a fantastic compilation. Price on this is, let me look it up over here. These are $54.99 from Music on Vinyl. Amazing compilations. Collected. They do all kinds of, they do artists, they do genres, they do themes. This is the Allman Brothers Collected. And it starts with a great compilation of the discography spanning several decades. And then it even does early Allman stuff like Almond Joys, The Hourglass, and then solo stuff as well. Great compilation there. Allman Brothers Collected, $54.99. All right, there has been no more bids on the Scorpion since Edwin bid $42 4 minutes ago. This is sold to Edwin Riviera for $42. Let's put that away. And then let's put up some other auctions, okay? We need more Kiss stuff. We need more other stuff. There's that and that. And let's also grab, let's see what this is right here. This looks like a Kiss soundboard, Tokyo. So Kiss off the soundboard. This is the Bone and Clear Vinyl, a Kiss Online exclusive from Tokyo 2001. That's going to go up for a $50 start. And then our next auction over here is going to be what? David Allen Coe, Texas Moon. I don't recall ever seeing this one too many times, if ever. David Allen Coe, Texas Moon. A 1977 USOG EX condition, $30 start on David Allen Coe. Okay, let me look up this next thing here. And this next thing I have here is what? The Marquees. This is from Vinyl Me Please. Vinyl Me Please. I'll move my food so we don't have a disaster, Laura. The Marquees over here is a Vinyl Me Please title. And these I can do for $29.99. The Marquees. $29.99. So this is the Marquees and Booker T and the MGs back-to-back Vinyl Me Please from Stax. All analog lacquers cut from the original tapes by Ryan Smith, 180-gram black vinyl. Okay? There's the stats. So this is a Ryan Smith Sterling Sound, all analog cut, Marquees and Booker T, $29.99. Kiss is a $50 start. Excuse me. $50 start. David Allen Coe 30, David Allen Coe 32. Allman Brothers is on black vinyl. Allman Brothers is on black vinyl. David Allen Coe 35, David Allen Coe 40, 40, and now David Allen Coe 50. And if you want to bid on a live, just put a live, okay? If you want to bid on a live, just put a live because there's already Kiss Tokyo up. This is an OG 76 Terre Haute of Kiss Alive. VG Plus, a $25 start. Marquees is sold to amenities. And I think that's what Audio Explorer also may want as well. I've got 2 copies here of Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, Dirty Rotten LP. So let me check the price for you for DRI. The price for DRI is $29.99. Dirty Rotten LP, 22 songs. So Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, that's their debut, 22 songs in 17 minutes. Audio Explorer also wants stacks, so those are sold out. Thank you and thank you. Kiss is opened. It's near mint, the Kiss exclusive. David Allen Coe is now at $65, and if you want to bid on a live, it's a $25 start. DRI is $29.99. Still got the Allman Brothers and Art Blakey. This is the Adolescents. The complete demos, 1980, 1986. Naughty Women in Black Sweaters. The Adolescents. And the complete demos is also $29.99. Off the soundboard, yes, off the soundboard is in fact colored vinyl. Off the soundboard is the Kiss exclusive bone-in colored vinyl. Adolescence is $29.99. David Allen Coe's already at $75 now. And then we have 2 copies of Bikini Kill, the singles. Bikini Kill, the singles. And Bikini Kill, the singles is also $29.99. So let's put stickers. Whoops. Let's put stickers on those. This is Bikini Kill, the singles. There's one sticker. There's another sticker. Okay. Kiss Alive condition. VG cover, VG plus vinyl. The Allman Brothers is $54.99. It's a Music on Vinyl 2 LP. And Kia Soundboard has one bid for $50, and that's now going once, going twice. We also have 2 copies of the Police Greatest Hits. Haven't had this in a while. That's obviously a great compilation. The Police Greatest Hits is $34.99. This is a double LP. $34.99. Another suburban family morning. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. The Police, $34.99. Pam Murray on Bikini Kill. We got one left. Pam's going to get that one. And then I've got 2 copies. Here's another great Stones. Y'all probably saw the one we had earlier, live at Leeds. Here's Some Girls, live in Texas, 1978. So once again, it's a 2 LP and DVD. So a full concert on vinyl and the DVD. And the Rolling Stones is $34.99. Some Girls, live in Texas. There's 1. There's 2. These are $34.99. Both copies of the Police Greatest Hits are sold. One is sold to Donna Bertram. One is sold to Pat Frat 666 over on YouTube. Okay? And he wants a copy of the Circle Jerks from the last crate. So the Circle Jerks is actually new. It was either new for this Friday or new for last Friday. I think it's new for last Friday. Golden Shower of Hits. And that's on yellow vinyl. And that's sold to Pat Frat, okay? Gerald Whitworth also on the Stones, and Paul Oakley, okay? So Paul Oakley and Gerald Whitworth on the Stones. And if anybody else wants one of those, there'll be another waiting list. Amenities was the only bidder on Tokyo. That is $50, okay? That's sold to him for $50. David F. just bid $55. That couldn't come in at a worse time. So that's very unfortunate. I would have loved to take more bids on that, but he had it for. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. I'm wrong altogether. I am wrong in multiple ways. So Kia Soundboard had a bid for $50, and then $52, then $55, then $60. Boy, I've missed a bunch on that one. Actually, the high bid right now on Soundboard is Amenities at $60. So he still has it, but the bid is $60. I messed that one up. So there's like 4 people bidding on that. I didn't think it even had but 1 bid. My bad. And then David Allen Coe, 007 has this for $85, and it's between him and Tim Voldness. So Tim Voldness, you're still on deck. And then Alive. And like I said, if you want to bid on this, please put Alive. This is the one that I don't think has a bid. This does not have a bid, and I'm making it a buy it now. This 100% does not have a bid. This is a buy it now for $25. Kiss Alive, VG cover, VG plus vinyl, OG, $25 on that one, okay? Now David F. has Tokyo for $65. David Allen Coe is a final call to 007, and that was $85. The last few claims, just FYI, we had 2 Police Greatest Hits. One sold to Donna Bertram, one sold to Pat Frat. We had 2 Rolling Stones live in Texas. One sold to Paul Oakley, one sold to Gerald Whitworth. If anybody wants on a waiting list for Greatest Hits or Stones Texas, let me know. Next is Soft Cell. Nonstop Erotic Cabaret. Of course, they're known for their big song, Tainted Love. And Soft Cell's a 2 LP edition, $34.99. Soft Cell Nonstop Erotic Cabaret. A special 2 LP vinyl edition includes remastered original album and bonus disc of singles and B-sides, plus complete lyrics and new essay by Adrian Thrills. That is $34.99. And then 2 people got Allman Brothers. That's what I hadn't pulled yet. James Davidson wants Allman Brothers, and George Jones wants Allman Brothers. Those are now sold out. If anybody else wants one, let me know. David Allen Coe's at $110 with Tim Voldness. Tokyo, Amenities is out, and that's after David F. bid $65 on YouTube. So we're moving on to Beck. Beck Hyperspace. Beck Hyperspace is $29.99. I haven't had him Beck in a while. We had somebody special order Odelay the other day, and I meant to order a couple more copies of that. But there it is, Beck, $29.99 for Hyperspace. And here's another great Stones concert, 1975, Los Angeles Forum. Same price, $34.99. LA Forum, 1975, $34.99. That is a triple LP and DVD. Also, Grumpy Moose wants on the Rolling Stones Some Girls Live in Texas waiting list, okay? Rolling Stones Some Girls Live in Texas waiting list, okay? So that is Grumpy Moose Gaming. Anybody else want, let me know. This one just sold out as well. Paul Oakley and Gerald Whitworth, Kevin Willis and Sean Holford, Doug Reeder, and Grumpy Moose Gaming all on a waiting list. That's LA Forum 1975. So Paul Oakley, Gerald Whitworth, Kevin Willis, Doug Reeder, Grumpy Moose Gaming, Stan McNessie, Mitch T, and Stanley Richmond all on a waiting list. I can get those. They should be in by Friday. It's a weird week, though. It's a weird week because of Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So, and then I'll order extras, okay? So over here, well, hold on a second. This is sold. Now, I need to confirm who David F. is, okay? I need to confirm who David F. is. I don't recognize that handle. It's only showing your handle, so I got to figure out who you are, okay? And then this is sold for $65. Now, Alive never did get a bid, and then somebody bought it, and then somebody was trying to bid on it, which was David F. This is already sold, though, for $25 to El Snapatan, okay? And then they were trying to bid on it, but it was up for the longest without a bid, so that sold to El Snapatan for $25. Now, I just got to confirm who David F. is over on YouTube. David Allen Co. is at $140. Tool Undertow they've been sold out. Tool catalog is weird. The last time I checked on Undertow, one distributor had 586 copies in stock. I ordered maybe 2 days later, I went to order more. One distributor had sold 586 copies of Tool Undertow. If y'all don't know, it's amazing how many millions of copies of vinyl sells a year here in the United States, new and sealed stuff. You know, I think about how much we sell, but for like hundreds of thousands of units of some of these artists still shipping records, it's pretty amazing. Of course, you can't get OGs of them, okay? And then this is Cowboy Junkies. I'm about to go back over the Stones because some people don't want on a waiting list. Cowboy Junkies, the last bid on this, or the price on this, is $46.99. It's a music on vinyl. This is music on vinyl expanded. Cowboy Junkies, the Trinity Sessions. The Trinity Session. Their classic album on 2 LPs includes 2 bonus tracks and liner notes, 180-gram audiophile vinyl for music on vinyl, $46.99. Okay, so I still haven't confirmed who David F. is. Who is David F. on YouTube? Otherwise, we got to sell the Tokyo box set to somebody else. I have no idea. If you're a first-time buyer, you got to let me know. But I do not know who David F. is on YouTube. So going once, going twice to confirm, or at least let me know who you are and what's going on, okay? So the last big thing we had was Stones at LA Forum. And if you've bought you just need to say, I've bought from you before, etc., or I'm a first-time buyer, etc., etc. So LA Forum, these were sold to Paul Oakley and Gerald Whitworth. Waiting list is Kevin Willis, Sean Holford, Doug Reeder, Grumpy Moose, Stan McNessie, Mitch T, and Stanley Richmond again. Did I say Stanley Richmond twice? No, I said Stan McNessie, then Stanley Richmond. But Mitch T does not want on a waiting list. Mitch T does not want on a waiting list. Grumpy Moose does, of course. And then somebody else said no wait list for them. Mitch T said no wait list for him. Okay? So no wait list for Mitch T. Everybody else is good to go. Next is David Allen Co. 150, David Allen Co. 155, and then David Allen Co. 175, David Allen Co. 180, David Allen Co. 200. Okay. David F. has bought before. Good deal. I can't see your name. It's just showing your handle, and it looks just like a bunch of digits and squiggly lines on my end. It's kind of weird looking. So I really can't see who you are. I just got to make sure you're registered and we're good to go, okay? All right, so let me pause there. Okay, I found you. I have found you. Okay, you're good to go. Now, we have a request for Papa Roach. So all the advertised auctions are up here. All the advertised auctions are up here. Sorry, we're just now getting into the beef of these, but it's only 8 o'clock, so it's time. We have essentially almost every advertised auction up here. A few have sold, but here we go. Papa Roach getting away with murder. This is an unofficial. This has never been officially released on vinyl, so there is no official pressing of this. It's only been bootlegged. It's sealed on red vinyl, a $35 start. And then this is really cool. This is that half-speed master of The Who, but this is on blue vinyl. The Who, Who's Next, half-speed master on blue vinyl, $38.99. $38.99. So this is half-speed master, tip-on jacket, lithograph, and where does it say blue vinyl? Hold on a second. Litho printed sleeve. This actually doesn't say blue vinyl. Let me scan this barcode before anybody buys one. It should be blue vinyl, but let me make sure. Let me make sure. It's supposed to be. And then let's update some of these auctions, waiting list, etc. Let me scan this barcode and see what happens. Yeah, it is blue. It is blue vinyl. Yeah. It is blue vinyl. Not bad. The median on this thing is $43. Some of them have sold for as much as $56. So, yeah, that's not bad at all. So, half-speed master, 38 sealed. Yeah, that's a great price. Yeah. Very fair. $38.99 for The Who. This is the blue vinyl half-speed master. So this was oddly like an import when it first came out. So I remember the original list price on this. The original list price on that was like $46.99 for a single. I didn't order too many of those originally, so now it's about $8 cheaper in the run-out bin, so it's a little bit better deal on it now. We sold a lot of black vinyl half-speed masters, and those are sometimes even cheaper. Okay, so we left off. David Allan Coe was at 200, then 210. Stanley Richmond, Mitch T, no waiting list on the Stones. Just curious on two. You can take me off the wait list. I got a friend copy. Okay, so no, make a note, scratch Grumpy Moose off wait list for Tool. Papa Roach 35, Papa Roach 35, Papa Roach 40. James Hicks put 60. Now, James Hicks, what was that 60 for? And then we have a request for Coltrane. Jane Fink wants Cowboy Junkies Trinity Session. Papa Roach 50. Papa Roach 55. And then the first person on The Who was Stan McNessie. We have 3 of these. Next person's Kevin Willis. And the next person's Grumpy Moose. All right. Awesome. And we have a lot of wait lists for the Stones live sets. But when I finish this crate officially, I'll show you some more of those and make sure everybody has on the wait list, okay? So David Allan Coe, after a long battle, kind of a rarity here. This is sold to Tim Voldness for $210. So Papa Roach has never been officially pressed on vinyl. It's bootleg only. Ryan Eaton has that for $60. Let me grab the next auction. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, so this is interesting. This is an unofficial pressing of Kiss Originals. Unknown, year and country. It's a fan-made version. It has the book, the stickers, the cards, no jacket. So we didn't have a jacket. So not for sure where the sleeve is. You get all 3 of the Kiss albums. No sleeves and no jackets. $35 start. Kind of a bizarre issue with that there. Here's what's left in here. Art Blakey, Jazz Messengers. Verve by request, pressed at Third Man, $29.99. Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, Dirty Rotten LP, $29.99. Adolescence, the complete demos, 1980, 1986, $29.99. Bikini Kill the singles, $29.99. Soft Cell, Nonstop Erotic Cabaret, $34.99, a 2 LP edition. Beck Hyperspace, $29.99. And Cowboy Junkies, the Trinity Session, 2 LP expanded, $46.99. That's in stock. Here's what we have a waiting list on. First thing is Who's Next on blue vinyl. Waiting list, $38.99. Here's something else we have a waiting list on. There should be 5 or 7 people on this one. LA Forum, 1975, the Rolling Stones. Waiting list, 3 LP and DVD, $34.99. Waiting list for the Allman Brothers Collected, a 2 LP music on vinyl pressing, $54.99. And then over here, Some Girls, live in Texas. Waiting list for this, $34.99. And The Police Greatest Hits, waiting list for this, another 2 LP, $34.99 for that. And then the last one in this crate that there's a wait list for is Vinyl Me Please. I hadn't had this one yet. The Marquis and Booker T and the MGs, all analog cut, $29.99. Of course, I think y'all know that's a tough one to get a clean OG of. The other Stones was Leeds, live at Leeds, 1982, if anybody wants on a waiting list for that, okay? Rolling Stones from the Vault, Tokyo. I will check on that. I'm actually going to pull this up right here and make sure I order some of these right now, because this distributor, where they run stuff on sale and it's kind of like closeouts, they get stuff and it's kind of like a run out distributor, so it's kind of like Final Call. They have 36 different Stones albums in stock for run out prices. I can get Leeds, LA Forum, No Security in San Jose, and there's Some Girls, and as far as live shows, Shepherd's Bush, and then the one with Muddy Waters. So that's some of the ones I can get. Okay. Papa Roach. Let me see. There was a note on this. My out for Papa Roach. My bid for 60 for some reason. So if you want to go ahead and give him 50, go ahead. So Papa Roach. I'm showing Sarah Waberdink 45.50, Sarah 55, Ryan 60, and my popped up for 60. So if you want to give him his bid of 50, go ahead. Right now, I had a 55 and then a 60, so I'm not really for sure. We'll go ahead and say Ryan Eaton has it for 50. I'm not for sure if I understand that completely, but we'll say Ryan Eaton has Papa Roach for 50, and this is an unofficial sealed 2024 red vinyl, $50 on this. Okay, and then this Kiss Alive is at 55 of El Snapatan. Grumpy Moose wants on Leeds. So that's a sealed copy of Papa Roach. It's an unofficial, and this is possibly a fan-made German-esque Kiss version of originals. And this is at $56. The other night, we had some kind of fan-made jacket that, like, there was a lot of bidding activity on, and I don't know, y'all remember that? I don't remember who ended up with that, but all right. And then we had a request for some Parliaments. Remind me on those. And then we had a lot of requests for this. Smokey and the Bandit, Eastbound and Down, music from the original motion picture. This is an OG 77 with a nice jacket, the original MCA company sleeve, and EX on the vinyl. $20 start on those. So yeah, I can also get Charlie Watts live at Danish Radio Hall concert. I can get the Stones and Muddy Waters. I can get Shepherd's Bush. These are just live shows. I'm just doing live shows right now. I can do Steel Wheels at Atlantic City. It's a little bit more, though, because it's on colored vinyl. And then Some Girls live at Wiltern. I can get that one. Live at El Macombo. Gurr Live. I can get that. It's a 3 LP white vinyl. It's only $34.99. 3 LPs on white vinyl. Gurr. I need to order a bunch of this stuff. I can do No Security. We need to go ahead and order those. I haven't ever had those before. And then Live from the Vault, LA Forum. And yeah, I'll order a bunch more Stones. Copacabana Beach. Those may be in by Friday, but it's weird because of the holiday. So, all right, there's some chances on that. Let's grab the other crate of new vinyl, and then we're going to get into the pre-owned stuff. Paul's brought up 2 crates. John has 4 crates. Paul brought a whole crate of 45s. John brought 2 whole crates of 45s. So we got a lot of stuff to go through. Okay, I think this next crate y'all are going to like. I think this may be some of the rap I ordered. Hip-hop and then other stuff from this distributor. So let's go over here and put this away. KLH. Yeah, I don't think those are available in print. I'm pretty sure when I looked that up, that wasn't available in print. I'll do one more check. But I think when we looked that up the other night, they didn't really have... I think, yeah, there's nothing from KLH in print. Okay? You didn't even order black and blue. I know. I'm behind on my Rolling Stones, Carol. I apologize to the Stone super fans that I know are watching, but we've sold a lot tonight, and yeah, I missed that one. I can still order that too. If it's in stock, I'll still post it like it's a pre-order. That way everybody can get in. All right, now I hadn't told the Kiss buyers because I wanted to make sure everybody was on and watching, and this is probably the best time. This is probably peak audience. So the first thing over here is this. We're done on Carol Puckett. I just seen it as I came out before 60. Okay, I'm not for sure what happened, but I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Ryan Eaton. It should be Ryan Eaton. This should be Ryan Eaton $60, but we're going to sell it to Ryan Eaton for $50. I'm not for sure what happened there, but that's sold to Ryan Eaton for $50. That's off the board. He's probably relieved, and I'm confused, but it went to the right person, I think. And then the last bit on this Kiss that came in was Brian Connors at $56. Patrick Fu wants on the Police Greatest Hits waiting list. Make sure we get that down. Patrick Fu, Police Greatest Hits waiting list. Smoking the Bandit 2020. So Brian Connors had Kiss for $56. Bandit 20, Bandit 20, Bandit 20, Bandit 22, Smokey 25, Smokey 27, Smokey 30, Smokey 30, Smokey 31, Smokey 31, Smokey 33. Okay, and then over here, that was KLF. Okay, let me look up that too. KLF. You might have been putting KLH, but I'll sure it's KLF too. KLF. Yeah, I don't see anything in print from the KLF. Laura might can find something, but I think every time we've looked that up for you, I haven't found anything. The KLF and KLF, I hadn't seen that, okay? All right, so here we go. This stuff needs pricing too. I think you're going to like this crate. The first one is Outcast Atelians. Now these are already stickered too, right? Yeah, good. These are already stickered. Outcast Atelians, 2 LP, $33.99. We have in fact not sold Led Zeppelin 2 yet. We have not sold TLC. Okay. And then we have Smokey at $45. And Kiss, I think we're done. I'm going to introduce the next auction. If there's not another bid, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. So with that being said, in the high-end bin, I have a Bob Ludwig 1969 Terre Haute RLSS and then SSLH. I got a Bob Ludwig Lee Holko mix coming up right now. Okay? Here's your chance at a Led Zeppelin 2 RL. Okay, that's the Bob Ludwig Hot Mix. Now, this is a kind of a second edition of that. Let me explain. So, this is a 69 Terre Haute OG. Side 1 has RLSS in the dead wax. That is the Bob Ludwig Hot Mix. Side 2 has Lee Holko. That's LH. He was also a German sound mastering engineer that worked at Sterling with Bob Ludwig. Not a bad copy, okay? This one still rocks. It's not as expensive or desirable as a true OG Monarch RLSS, but this is still a good one. This is still a good one, okay? Led Zeppelin 2. It's a strong VG. We always grade these conservatively. VG copies are also still really good sounding records, and this one's nice and glossy. I think when you put this on, this will be a good way to own an RL without maybe getting into those like $1,000 plus copies. However, I've seen some of these get pretty expensive too. We're going to start this one at $175. It's a Led Zeppelin 2, 69 Hot Mix, Side 1. Technically, Side 2, a lot of people say the Holko mix is very similar to Bob Ludwig. I think if you put it on a Spectra monitor thingamajigger, it probably looks pretty similar, but still the RL, no doubt, is the most desirable, just FYI. Okay, so $175 start on that. You don't have to bid. You do not have to bid on this if you don't want to. For some reason, if you decide you don't want to bid, you do not have to on this, okay? I will put it back in its sleeve. I will take it up front, and I will stash it away with all my others. You do not have to bid on this if you don't want to. I'll say that one more time. If you don't want to bid on this, you do not have to, okay? $175 start. Next thing was Kiss. I've put up another auction, and there's no other bid. So this is sold to Brian Connors. Now, what I was going to say earlier to my Kiss customers is I've got a whole cart behind me of miscellaneous Kiss stuff, including a signed Kissology that I'm about to put up for auction, okay? Give me 1 second. Smokey and the Bandit. The last thing I said was $33. Now 40. Now 40 again. And then over here, we have Not So TLC. Smokey's at 45. And then over here, Smokey's out. And then Susie Breedlove wants soft sale. Susie Breedlove wants soft sale from the last crate. She wants Tainted Love. Baby, baby, where did our love go? That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Smokey 47, Smokey 50. Led Zeppelin 180, Smokey 51. Led Zeppelin will sell. It's at $180. Smokey's at 51. RL has said that RLLH is essentially the same because they work closely together and shared notes. That's true. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Okay, we have A Tribe Called Quest Midnight Marauders, $29.99. A Tribe Called Quest. We got Outcast, we got Tribe Called Quest, and then we have a restock of Ozzy, live in Montreal, 1981. This is an unofficial pressing. This is an unofficial pressing, and there was a wait list. I think it's Jerry Stone. It is. Jerry Stone on a wait list for Ozzy live in Montreal, red vinyl, $36.99. Okay? $36.99. Smokey and the Bandit. The last bid on this was David F. at $51. Mark Weiss, you're out. Led Zeppelin's at $185 with Danzig. I've got 2 copies of Legend of the Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang Clan's greatest hits. $33.99. Eric B. and Rakim, paid in full, $39.99. And 4 copies of the Tribute to Bad Company, limited edition silver vinyl, Bad Company Tribute. And there should be a waiting list for this. Bad Company Tribute. Let me find it. Bad Company Tribute. And the wait list was Jerry Stone as well and Tim Holloway. These are $33.99. This is on limited edition silver vinyl, 1 and 2. Those are sold and sold, okay? 1 or 2. There's that. And then Tupac, Me Against the World, a 25th anniversary edition, Tupac Shakur, $44.99. That is a 2 LP 25th anniversary edition, okay? Smokey, out with Mark Weiss. This is officially sold to David F. for $51, okay? That is sold. And then over here, Led Zeppelin 2. The last bid was Amenities, $187. Does somebody want to go ahead and bid $250 on that one? Brandon Jones on Tupac. Sorry. Man, almost like lost my my voice there. Like tried to talk for about 1 second and nothing was happening. NB9001 go up yet? No, it has not. Now it has. This is Kiss by Kiss. This is a 1974 U.S. Terre Haute, no kissing time. VG minus, $20 start. No kissing time. 1974 U.S. Terre Haute OG, no kissing time. VG minus VG, no feelers but heavy scuffing. 1974 U.S. Terre Haute OG, no kissing time. $20 start. There's that one. First thing we have is Led Zeppelin. Somebody wants to know, is it OG? What can you tell me about it? I need to know front and backwards. This is a 1969 U.S. pressing of Led Zeppelin 2. Bob Ludwig, RL Side 1, RLSS. Side B, SSLH, Lee Holko. So technically, yes, it's OG. It's RLSS, LHSS. I would recommend bidding now, bidding a lot, and bidding often. Just whatever digits you could type in as fast as possible. We sold one Tupac. There's one Tupac left. And then over here, I have 2 copies of Steve Vai, and this is Passion and Warfare. There was a waiting list for Steve Vai. These were supposed to come in on Friday last week. They were sold out. I had to get them somewhere else. Chad Snyder and Danny Thomason. Chad Snyder and Danny Thomason. These are 39 and 39. Okay, that was my only 2. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The last bit over here on Led Zeppelin, Danzig 35 has it for $200. $200. So, quick rundown. If you're, I would just assume everybody's an expert on Led Zeppelin albums. I will explain to you, when this album originally first came out, it was essentially recalled because it was cut too hot. There's a couple different variants. The most desirable would have Bob Ludwig's initials on both sides, which is etched RLSS. Within that variant, there's also different pressing plants. The first recut, side 2, was done by Lee Holko, and they still use Bob Ludwig for side 1, which is this version here. So there's Led Zeppelin 2, side 1 with Bob Ludwig mastering. Now, what makes this so desirable? Well, probably 3 reasons. The first reason being it's Led Zeppelin 2, one of the most collectible bands. It happens to be an OG pressing of their second album, which is also regarded as a very important rock album in music history. The second reason is you got a collectible band like Led Zeppelin, an amazing album like Led Zeppelin 2, and by some happenstance, the best pressing ever made far as sound quality was the very first pressings. So that's a tornado, that's a hurricane for a perfect storm for a very desirable and valuable record. So you're talking about the first press happens to be the best sounding copy ever made, and it can't be replicated essentially. They're saying that sound quality cannot be replicated through that cut. Super desirable. Whole lot of love, sounds incredible. Heartbreaker, sounds incredible. I've listened to a lot of records. I've had some of the best audiophile records come through here. I've at least listened to them at least once. This thing still blows off my socks. The second thing that blows off my socks is that UHQR box of Sgt. Pepper's that sells for like $1,000. If you ever get a chance to even listen to one of those, go listen to it. It's amazing. But this right here is pretty incredible. So it's a perfect storm for a valuable record. An OG first pressing, and it happens to be the best sound quality that was ever made for that record. Now, this isn't the first press, but it's an early one. And I think y'all have seen me sell. We've sold some of these for over $2,000. Didn't we sell one for over $3,000 one night? I think we sold a really nice one night for nearly or over $3,000. So they can range depending on grade. The super high grade copies are rare. So even VG is okay. VG Plus, getting more scarce. EX are better, very tough. Near mint minus, rare. Probably less than 1% in existence are near mint minus. I wouldn't say very few because they didn't make too many to begin with. Here's another rarity. This is Kiss's first album, and the very first pressing omitted a track, Kissin' Time. They added the track Kissin' Time to later pressings. So this is the very first press. This is $65 right now. It's a 74 US Terre Haute OG. This is in VG minus, no feelable marks, but the disc does have some scuffs and marks, but no feelable marks, okay? There's that. I sold one for $3,000. I've sold several in the $2,000 range. Because we've bought enough, we've been lucky to get some high grade ones. And I've sold a lot north of 1,000, bunch north of 500. So it's not a super rare record, but a perfect storm is what I call it. It's like, it'd be like if imagine if this record here, the Kiss album, first album, imagine if this was the best sounding version of this record too. It'd probably be worth even more, So it's like the first press, but not only that, it's like the best sound quality ever made. Okay, we got more rap, including the infamous Mobb Deep. And this is 46. I haven't had this one in a while. Music on vinyl, $46.99. So there's the entire PhD dissertation on Led Zeppelin 2. Now, I hope nobody hops on and says, can you give the details on Led Zeppelin again? So I just did the entire PhD on it. Brian Stern has it for $230. Brian Stern has it for $230. And Kiss is at $75. Gangstar, hard to earn. Gangstar is $39.99. But I'm telling you, there's a reason that other one sold for like $3,000. If you have a near mint minus copy, I want to buy it, okay? I'm a buyer for them. They are insanely difficult to come by. Insanely difficult to come by. I bet 1% or less are in that kind of grade in existence. So if you have somebody really wanting one, the sky's the limit on one of those. We have Tribe Called Quest, People's Instinctive Travels and Path of Rhythm. I think this is their first album. Y'all will appreciate it. I actually got into some depths of some rap the other day. A guy on TikTok inspired me. There's a guy that walks around New York City making beats live, and people hop on his mic, and he live streams on Twitch. Amazing talent, just walking around the streets of New York City. And they sing and they do rap. And of course, people were saying, man, give me a Tribe Called Quest beat or something. And of course, he could just boop, 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 mix it up on his keyboard and stuff. And I was like, wow. So I had to get that night. Some people were singing some songs and rapping some songs. I was like, wow, I got to go figure out what some of this is so I know more about rap and I don't sound like an idiot when I'm trying to sell this stuff. NOS, The Essential NOS, $33.99. And I've got one copy of Outkast Stankonia. And this is a really cool 25th anniversary. It's a 3 LP. It's on purple marble vinyl, $64.99. So Kiss is their debut album, first press, No Kissin' Time. This is at $100 of Larry Underhill. $100 of Larry Underhill. What was the last bid on Led Zeppelin? I hope everybody's done. But if you're not, let me know. Brian Stern has it for $230. That's a great price for that one. Even in that grade, $230 on that. $230 on that. Now we're at $225. Unfortunately, we just went backwards. Here's Beastie Boys, Hello Nasty. Beastie Boys is $44.99. Hello Nasty, $44.99. 2LP audio file restored, $44.99. The Best of 50 Cent. This is a 2LP, $44.99. The Best of 50 Cent, $44.99 on that. And then more Beastie Boys, this time Paul's Boutique, $36.99 for Beastie Boys. And there should be a waiting list for this one. Troy Robinson. Thank you, Mr. Troy Robinson. He's on a wait list for Paul's Boutique. And I've got 2 copies left of that. And we have some single shots here. No, okay, I only ordered one of these because they're kind of pricey. But man, the only way it's in print, Steve Vai Flexible, a 36th anniversary edition. All analog, Bernie Grumman, and pressed at RTI. That's $54.99. Kind of a audiophile version there. $54.99 on that one. Okay, we got Led Zeppelin and Kiss, and I'm about to add a third auction. Kiss got a bid for $110, then $111. Led Zeppelin $240. Kiss $115. George Jones wants 50 Cent Mini Men. That's sold to George Jones. And then Led Zeppelin $250. Mark Weiss wants a Beastie Boys. Jared Inc. wants a Beastie Boys. Mark Morris gets a Steve Vai. So Mark Weiss and Jared Inc. on Beastie Boys. And let's get away. I only ordered one Steve Vai because it's kind of a pricier record. I figured, well, I'll order one and we'll take a waiting list. So first person on the waiting list is Amenities. We'll get those ordered for you this week. And then let me see if I have a waiting list for this Iron Maiden, Twilight in Japan. This has always been a popular unofficial Twilight in Japan. Let me give you the details right after I look it up. I have a waiting list for an Iron Maiden puzzle, another Iron Maiden puzzle, another Iron Maiden puzzle, an Iron Maiden light, and Twilight is sold to Hoopy 31. Hoopy 31, you were the last person, and that was actually my last copy, okay? So there's that. And then we have a special request for Justin Deckelman, Bathory, Blood, Fire Death, if anybody else wants one, that was a special request for Justin Deckelman, Bathory, $36.99 on that. And then a special request for Justin Deckelman, $36.99, more meth here, Cadaver, Hallucinating Anxiety. That's also a special request for Justin Deckelman. All right, so if anybody wants on the wait list for that Iron Maiden, that was live in Tokyo, 1981. We can order more, and we will order more. David Saunders first on the wait list. All right, so where are we on Led Zeppelin? 251. Hoopy, that was $29.99. Led Zeppelin, $255. We're probably going to be bidding on this for a while and probably be bidding on Kiss. Those are, two of the biggest collectible bands of all time, and this is their, well, I almost said their debuts, but two of their most desirable records. The first pressing, No Kiss in Time, and a Bob Lugwood hot mix of Led Zeppelin 2. There we go. King's X Dogman. Yeah, I'll look into that one. I think there are some music on vinyl. The question is, though, are they in print? All right, that's the big thing. Are they in print? I have a request for some jazz. We've got rap, we've got metal, and I think we need to balance it out with some jazz. And don't forget, we do have a copy of Alice in Chains Unplugged tonight. We do have a copy of Alice in Chains Unplugged tonight, if you hadn't heard. There's a John Coltrane in here somewhere, Ascension. And we're going to go ahead and put that one up. Here it is. John Coltrane, Ascension. This is not, now this is yeah, I knew this was complicated. Laura had to leave a paragraph here. 66 USOG, Edition 1. Shortly after this album came out, John Coltrane decided he liked a different take of this recording. When the stampers were changed to an alternate recording, they added Edition 2 to the dead wax. So this is the first edition. Coltrane later wanted a different take. VG Plus, $45 start. $45 start, okay? Edition 1. Nice. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Diet Coke break. Whew. Man, I feel good. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. I haven't had a Monster yet. That's on my agenda, plus these mini M&Ms. And we're rolling. So let's read through this crate again. We're about to get into our first pre-owned stuff. I mean, we haven't touched a John crate yet or a Paul crate. It's already 8:30 Central Time. We got a lot of work to do. I'm excited because I love going through their new pre-owned crates because I don't know what's in this building. So every night when they bring stuff out for the first time, I'm like, whoa, we had what back here? 3 big auctions going up right now. Let's update Led Zeppelin. Brian Stern, $255. Let's make a note, please, whoever's watching this sale, make a note for me to look up King's X Dogman. Let's make a note to look up Roxette Greatest Hits. Grumpy, I think Carnivore's already came back in. You should have been invoiced for that today. Coltrane 45, Coltrane 45, Coltrane 55, Coltrane 50, Coltrane 50, Coltrane 60, Coltrane 60, Coltrane 60, Coltrane 67, Coltrane 78, and then Kiss just got a new bid for 135. Now y'all know where we're at. A lot of rap in here I ordered, so let's get started with Outkast Atelians, $33.99. A Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders, $29. Ozzy, live, red vinyl, Montreal with Randy Rhoads. Let's leave that back there for everybody to look at. $36.99. We have 3 of them. Also, Sarah Brightman. Look up Sarah Brightman. What's the name of the album, David? We have Wu-Tang Clan for $33. We got Eric B. and Rakim. Or Rakim. Somebody said Rakim earlier. I've always said Rakim. $39.99. Bad Company Tribute on silver vinyl for $33. Tupac, Me Against the World, 25th Anniversary, $44. The infamous Mobb Deep, $46.99. And if y'all hadn't heard, almost all this is really difficult to get on OG. If we do have a OG rap album and the bins are up for auction, it might be something like Houdini, Sugar Hill Gang, maybe. I mean, even those are getting tough to find. But This stuff is really difficult to get OGs of, if not nearly, even if they might not even exist. Tom Kelly on Ozzy, Todd Saw on Ozzy. There's one left, the one back there you see in the back. That's a live concert of Randy Rhoads. Gangstar, Hard to Earn is $39.99. This is A Tribe Called Quest. This is their album People's Instinctive Travels, $33.99 on that. The Essential Nos is $33.99. Outkast Stankonia, the 3LP purple vinyl, $64.99. Beastie Boys is $44, and then the best of 50 Cent is $44, okay? So Led Zeppelin's at $267. I've got Kiss with Cindy Yarborough at $135, Led Zeppelin at $275, and Coltrane is at $80 with Philip Holt. And that is the first pressing of that record, okay? That is the first pressing of that record. Lonnie Jolly on Tupac. Never can go wrong there. About the only thing OG I've ever had of Tupac are some 12-inch singles. I mean, most of this rap on vinyl, we have to get it new. Some of it didn't even exist originally. And I think y'all know that the other night when we did have some OG rap, it got gone quickly. It was obliterated at auction. And we might not have any for a while. Okay? There's that, and then start rapping. I can talk fast, but not in rhyme. Josh Tanner on Stankonia. Yeah, I need to show y'all that guy I found. I'll try to pull up his TikTok, because I think he's on everything. You know, he's kind of like most people now, like us. Some people used to just stream one place, but now there's software you can stream everywhere on one click. All right, so there's that. And folks, we are ready to go. I haven't really got into the whole rap scene yet. I'm still trying to listen to everything Jim Croce put out. Still trying to listen to all of Jim Croce stuff. Okay, let's go through a first crate of vintage. Let's do check condition, which seems to be always really good. If you didn't hear earlier, John has thinned out some of his personal collection, and we got 12 crates of New Wave already priced. And if me and him strike a deal on this stuff tomorrow, which is the plan, we're going to end up having a whole New Wave collection already priced and maybe ready to sell as soon as tomorrow. I mean, that literally might be the entire show tomorrow. So, and John's been a lifetime collector, and he's been pretty picky about condition. Well, there's only a handful of check condition. That's okay. There's like 10 records in here, but let's go through them, and then we'll go right into another crate. Not much in here. So, the first thing I have is, yeah, his collection should be pretty insane. Some really incredible stuff. All right. Let's jump over here and here. All right. Okay. Wow. Big auctions. Josh Tanner got Stankonia, Led Zeppelin 300, Coltrane 90, Coltrane 95, Kiss 140, Coltrane 100, Kiss 150. Okay? Preview of John collection. If I close the deal, we'll just have it tomorrow ready to sell. We'll have to just go right into it. I think it's all priced, so it's just all going to be ready to buy. Led Zeppelin, final call. Michael Snaird's out. Brian Stern has the Zeppelin for 300. Coltrane's at 106, and Kiss is at 150. It's between Larry Underhill and Cindy Yarborough. Just a few records right in here. The very best of Hank Williams. These are buy it now or best offer. That is a German pressing, VG Plus condition, $17.99. The Randy Rhoads Ozzy is $36.99. Randy Rhoads Ozzy's $36.99. The Pretenders Learning to Crawl, VG Plus $17.99 for the Pretenders Learning to Crawl. The Pretenders 2, VG Condition, $9.99. And the Last Puff, Spooky Tooth, VG Plus, $14.99. We're now sold out again of Aussie Montreal with Randy Rhoads. If anybody wants on a waiting list, it seems like we always have a waiting list for that. So there's that. And then Coltrane's at 108. Hammer's up on Led Zeppelin. It's up to Larry on the Kiss. Foreigner Double Vision is VG Plus, $14.99. Spooky Tooth again, this time Witness. This one he might have forgot the grade. VG Plus, we'll call it. It don't have a grade, but it's in the check condition bin. $14.99. And then Elton John Honky Chateau, VG Plus, $14.99. I'm a rocket man. And nice. Sergeant Pepper's, an OG Scranton pressing from 67. It is a stereo press. Not bad at $44.99. All right, so another Led Zeppelin 2 goes to a new home. Thank you to whoever just bought this. Brian Stern for $300. 500. No, 300. Sold to Brian Stern for $300. $300, okay? $300. Let's go right over here to this. And I want to say thank you. I'm having kind of an emotional moment right now. I'm starting to get emotional. Another Led Zeppelin. I'm trying to fix this dog ear on the inner sleeve for you. Another Led Zeppelin 2, leaving my presence. I have heartbreaker. All right, we're still bidding on Kiss. It's now at 155. And then Coltrane is at 125 right now. These are all buy it now best offer. CCR Chronicle, VG Plus, $24.99. The Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord, VG Plus, $9.99. And Foreigner Head Games, VG Plus, $14.99. Those are all buy it now or best offer. Over here, I've got Kiss, a live bootleg with Paul Stanley as a picture disc. I got Black Sabbath. I've got Parliament. I've got the Beatles. I've got the Clash. I've got I Don't Know. Who is this? Electric Ladyland Part. That's Jimi Hendrix. Weird. I've never seen that before. What a bizarre cover. Jimi Hendrix, Riot, Chained and Desperate, Fanny Hill, The Soft Boys, TLC. This has been requested a bunch. Holy moly. This over here, a 1999 USOG, VG condition. There is cover damage. It does have wear and tear on the jacket. $25 start for TLC. That album is not in print. We also got John Coltrane, Parliament. 3 different Parliaments, it looks like. Grateful Dead, more Coltrane, Hank Mobley, King Kong, Miles Davis, Slayer, Iron Maiden, Grant Green, a test pressing of something, Sodom, Dick Griffin, Alice in Chains, Dream Theater, Sonny Boy Williamson, plus a whole crate of Kiss surprises and a whole crate of other surprises. So the first thing we have is Coltrane got a bid for $120, $125. Kiss got a bid, did get another bid. It's between 2 people. Cindy, you got outbid. We got a request for Sodom. Brian Call wants Head Games. We got a request for Parliament. Coltrane at 140. Kiss is at 165. We have a request for the picture disc. Info on the Paul Stanley. How about I just put it up for bid here in just a second. Coltrane 150. TLC 25. All right. There's that. So let's read through these again. The only thing sold out there was Foreigner. If you need a price, let me know. The Very Best of Hank Williams, The Pretenders Learning to Crawl, The Pretenders 2, Spooky Tooth, The Last Puff, Foreigner Double Vision, Spooky Tooth Witness, Elton John Honky Chateau, The Beatles Sgt. Pepper's, CCR Chronicle, and Moody Blues In Search of the Lost Chord. Larry Underhill, you were outbid on Kiss. Cindy Yarborough has it for $165. Coltrane has hit $200, and TLC just has one bid with Michael McCarter for $25. Going once, going twice. We'll get some of those other ones up in just a second. I'm going to swap out crates. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? I am feeling a little bit kind of frisky tonight. I've already done a few frisky things, so let me go ahead and do some more frisky stuff. And I'm just going to go ahead and take the rest of that crate. Everything in there, ring me up. I'll take all those records. Everything in there. Just go ahead and say shaboom, shabam. and put them on my invoice for this week. Money is no object. I'll take everything that's left in there. And I'll go, wow, thank you so much. And then I'll clap my hands. Okay? Coltrane 200, Coltrane 210, TLC 26, TLC 30. So this is a pretty tough one to get. It's called Fan Mail. And TLC is not in print. I don't know if it's even been reissued. But it's an OG VG. And she says some of these have sold for as much as $120 before. It does have some wear and tear on the cover. But that's where we're at. So Larry Underhill, it's up to you on Kiss. We'll give that a reasonable amount of time. Cindy's had it for 3 minutes at $165, and we're about to sell it. Everything in this crate can be bought right now, or you can make an offer. So here's my policy on anything that's new vintage arrivals. They're either going to be sticker price, or I'm going to take offers. And all you got to do is make an offer if you don't like the price. Or you can just go ahead and buy it. Some people don't like making offers. Some people will just be like, you know what? I'll just go ahead and take it. Doesn't matter. I'm here to sell records. Price is just a starting point. But I've learned you can never go up. You can always come down, can't go up. Both Pretenders for $25. Sold. Okay? These are sold to MJ Sanchez for $25. First thing is this. No condition notes on these either. Coltrane 245, TLC 50, and then Spooky Tooth. We're still selling stuff out of the last crate. Spooky Tooth Witness sold for $12. I think everybody's like, okay, Chad, I'll send you some offers then. Greg Brummett gets this for $12. This is not a record museum. This is a record store, or at least I try to be one. This is sold to Brian Call for $9. Okay? Now I'm going to swap out crates because now that one's really full. All right, let's put this right over here. Boom. Let's put this right over here. Here we go. First thing is this. Kiss. We have one more question. Kiss Matrix NB 900001-60001-/half/half/half. The matrix number on this record is T1 NB. Then it has like a squiggly out box. 9001-0001-1B. Bell Sound. Then a squiggly line. CTH. T1 as in Terre Haute. NB with a little squiggly box. And then 001-60001-2B. Bell Sound. Squiggly line, looks like a signature, CTH. Other side, pretty much identical. Final call. The high bid on this is Cindy Yarborough. $165. Cindy Yarborough, $165. He's out, sold to Cindy. $165. Done. Coltrane. First person in the war has set out. Amenities could be the last person standing. $245. The last bid on TLC is at 70. The last bid on TLC is at 70. Let's go ahead and do this one right now. We have to. And then I'll get back right into some more requests. Folks, this is an Alice in Chains Jar of Flies. This has been out of print for a long, by the catalog number, it's been out of print for 15 years. By Music on Vinyl licensing, this has been out of print for about 6 years. This hadn't been on the pressing plant in about 6 years, causing a perfect storm for a super desirable record. This is the 2010 Euro 180 gram Alice in Chains Unplugged. Near mint minus, super clean, $275. You don't have to bid on it. You don't have to bid on it. Alice in Chains Unplugged, $275 start. $275 star. No excuses. Wow. No excuses. Unbelievable. $275 to get that one started. All right, this is a buy it now best offer. Did I call that jar of flies? I apologize. That is not jar of flies. We have Waylon Jennings, Only Daddy Thou Walk the Line. $14.99 in shrink wrap. Waylon Jennings, $14.99. Coltrane is officially sold. Coltrane is sold to amenities for $245. TLC is with Michael McCarter at $75. Alice in Chains is $275. That's unplugged. Next is Stand By Me, $29.99. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve, $29.99 for Stand By Me. Kansas, 2 for the show. That's a double LP live Kansas, $24.99. 2 for the show. And The Doors, absolutely live. About a VG cover, does have a couple tear spots, $34.99. Todd Saw gets Waylon Jennings at sticker price. John McPatriot gets Kansas for $19. And let's put up Sodom, which was a request. And then those Parliaments. We'll start chipping away at those next. Sorry that's took so long. Sodom is called Obsessed by Cruelty. It's first time ever on vinyl. 2016, limited to 100. Some of these sealed have sold for as much as $258. This is near mint and shrink. This is a $95 start. We have Alice in Chains, a $275 start on that. SBM is sold to Ryan Mustaine. Josh Tanner, you were third on Waylon Jennings. Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, David Freeberg. This is $14.99. Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, that's essentially Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, etc. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits in Shrink, $19.99. Spinning Wheel, this is really cool. Jefferson Airplane, 2400 Fulton Street. Shrink and Hop Sticker. The Definite Anthology album, 25 remastered tracks, sealed, never been opened, $64.99. TLC is officially sold to Michael McCarter for $75, and Alice in Chains, final chance to lock in a bid at $275. Wow, I usually sell these for well over $3. Kind of surprising, but there's your final chance. Sodom at $95. All right. Also, we got Paul Stanley, Kiss. Let's take a look at this. It is kind of partial Kiss night tonight. This is part 2 of a show from Cologne, Germany, Koln, 1980. They did a Paul Stanley version as a picture disc. They only made 100, and this is a $35 start. So Kiss, it's part 2 of a show, $35 start. Alice in Chains does have a bid for $275. It will sell, going once, going twice. Now Sodom has a new bid for $100. Waylon Jennings, What Goes Around Comes Around, $24.99. That's a really clean copy of that one, $24.99. Waylon's been really popular here lately. Richard Pryor, Are You Serious, $14.99. I'm in a lot of autograph groups too, and I see a lot of people, like, I've seen 2 different people post an autograph group. Does anybody have anything Waylon out there? And I'm like, wow, it's just all of a sudden, like, I'm just seeing, it's just amazing how weird things happen. What was the other artist last week too? It was somebody else. It seemed like all of a sudden it was just like a huge demand, and then we have to like start figuring out what is it, just some kind of odd phenomenon, or is it just something happening bizarrely? All right, my Diet Coke's getting low. That means it's almost time for that first monster. Richard Pryor is sold to 007, and then Audio Explorer was next. Kiss has a bid for $35. Nice. James Brown, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. First thing I like is John didn't mark any condition notes on it. The jacket looks phenomenal. Original Unipack, a crisp inner sleeve. This is proven to be a beautiful James Brown. Holy moly. If no one wants this, that's okay. Okay? If no one wants to buy this, I'm perfectly okay with that. Because this could disappear in the next 180 seconds. Unbelievable. That doesn't happen too often at all. That was remarkable. seeing that kind of grade. $49.99. We have Mystic Merlin. What do we have here? Whatever it is, it's sealed. It's $34.99. James Brown is $49.99. Allison Chains is sold. Gregory Roberts, $275. James Brown is $49.99. Sodom is at 101 with Justin Deckelman. Hess and Session, you're out. The Kiss picture disc is at 50. So we got James Brown at $50. Adam, it's yours if you want it, but it will be $49.99. That was an unbelievable copy that just came through with that. That's pretty remarkable. So it's up to Adam. If not, it's so to Ron Mustaine. We got Parliament, Motor Booty Affair. Unfortunately, it's in really low grade. It's a 78 U.S. Specialty OG pop-up gatefold. It's missing the cardboard characters, but it is in G+ condition. It is the pop-up jacket, just a $1 start on Parliament. Just a $1 start on Parliament. So, yeah, James Brown, super nice copy. It's pending to Adam Bernardi. If not, then Ron Mustaine claimed it at full price, and then Patrick Lear asked about it. It is in stereo, $49.99. Okay? So, Hess and Session, I think, is done on Sodom. So, that's a final call to Deckelman for 101. Mystic Merlin was $34.99. Adam Bernardi said he will take James Brown at sticker. That is so. Does the Kiss pictures have printed Paul Stanley autograph? Yes. That's not actually signed by Paul Stanley. That's printed on the picture disc. Fifth of Beethoven, the Walter Murphy Band. This is $9.99. And Jerry Rafferty, Can I Have My Money Back? Sealed Jerry Rafferty, $19.99. Mystic Merlin was sealed, $34.99, okay? So Sodom is sold to Justin Deckelman for $101. Parliament over here, Paul Stanley, the Kiss Part 2 of the Cone Germany concert. James Hicks has had it for 3 minutes at $50. Now, there's been also about 3 more questions, but that's a final call. All right, then Parliament has one bid for $2. It's in G+ condition. Mystic Merlin is sold to Steve Mason for $28. This is all buy it now or best offer. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Miles Davis, Carnegie Hall, the legendary performances of May 19th, 1961. This is a 68 U.S. repress, a repress from 63 repress. It does have an old price tag on it of 50 cents. VG condition, $10 on that. $10 on that. Over here, Kansas. This is $19.99. That's their debut album. A really nice copy of Kansas. Also, Canned Heat. This is Future Blues. Canned Heat is $39.99. Future Blues, really clean copy of that, $39.99. And then James Hicks gets the Kiss picture disc for $50. This is sold to James Hicks for $50. Now we need new auctions. So Miles Davis is at $10. Parliament is also, I graded the vinyl G+, so a really low grade. The cover, I would say also G, mostly because it has a stain down here. It's got a cover tear. It does have the really cool, though, pop-up cover. That right now is at $5 with Lonnie Jolly. Okay? And then Miles Davis has a bid for $10. Kansas, we have an offer and a claim. So, Brian Call, you're first. If you want it, it will be sticker price, or you can pass it to the next person. Next auction is Iron Maiden. This is a bootleg. The British Are Coming again. What a cool cover. Iron Maiden is an unofficial. It's a 3 LP blue, gold, and white vinyl, and this is live in Mansfield, Massachusetts at the Xfinity Center. It's a 3 LP colored vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start for this Iron Maiden bootleg. $75 now up for bid. All right, so Kansas is sold to Ryan Mustaine. And then Miles Davis has one bid for $10 and another bid for $10. No pressing plant given. No pressing plant given. It's just a 63 repress. Does have some writing on the back of the jacket. The vinyl's in VG. It's got two $10 bids, Amenities and then Tim Vergari. Parliament is at $6 with Brian Call, and then Iron Maiden's a $75 start. This is a buy now or best offer bin. Disco Trek. Disco Trek looks like a compilation. $14.99. Blue Magic, Sister Sledge, Jackie Moore. That's $14.99 for Disco Trek. The Human League Hysteria, $24.99 on that. And then Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Nuclear Blues. And check that out. It's on the orange vinyl. So sometimes these are pressed. The original first run was orange, and these are marked promos. $19.99 for Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Nuclear Blues. That might be the first precursor to a metal cover. That reminds me of like all those metal jackets that came out from around about, that's about when they would have, that would have been early though, 1980. So yeah, might be one of the first nuclear Holocaust looking precursor metal jackets ever made. All those other ones from the thrash era in the early mid 80s after. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz, $14.99, and Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, $29.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Sold to Adam as an OG. Yeah, this is an OG pressing. That's the first OG they did as a promo. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then we have Jackson Browne Holdout and Jackson Browne, $14.99. So let's put up something Kiss. Here is Parliament. And Parliament was at 6. Lonnie Jolly, You're Out. Now Miles Davis is at 12. And then Iron Maiden does have a bid with MT Matt for $75. That's going once, and that's going twice. Okay. Let me jump over here. Let me do this right quick. Okay, next thing is nice. The Beatles, an Apple, which will be an early 70s pressing of Revolver. Nice, $39.99. Very clean, very nice on that one. And then we have Lou Rawls, Merry Christmas in Shrink, a random Christmas album coming there from Lou Rawls, $14.99. Let me find this card I have over here of Kiss stuff. Okay, yeah, I do have Kiss collectibles, but let's still try to knock out some LPs I have. So the next thing I have, let me see if this is the right quote. Yeah. All right, so here's a Kiss Alive 2. And this Kiss Alive 2 is a 77 USOG, but unfortunately the vinyl's in G+ condition. So this is going to go up for a $5 star. So a low grade copy of this. Iron Maiden did get new bids, 80, now 81. Mary Miles on Joni Mitchell for $15 sold. And then did I miss anything else? What about Parliament over here? Out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Brian Call for $6. Okay, Joni Mitchell was sold for $15. Iron Maiden's at 81, and Miles Davis is at 15 with amenities. So 15 on Miles Davis, 81 on Iron Maiden, and Kiss Alive 2 is a $5 start. Next is Al Green, Tokyo Live. Al Green is a 2 LP. It does have some cover damage down here. It's live in Tokyo, $24.99. And Journey, and this one is $19.99. Journey is Infinity, super clean copy, $19.99 for Journey. These are all buy it now or best offer. Willie Nelson Stardust, $14.99 for Mr. Willie. Todd Coe on JB, and I missed a claim on the Beatles. Nice grab, Troy, on Revolver, one of my favorites of all time. And then Todd Coe on JB. And that's for Jackson Browne, right, Todd? If so, thank you. That's so to you. We have Music Man Waylon Jennings, and this one has the theme to the Dukes of Hazzard on it. Just them good old boys. Music Man Waylon. It also has the original on her sleeve. $24.99 on that. Kiss has one bid for $5. Final call. Final call on that one. And we have Bruce Springsteen, The River. Bruce Springsteen over here. This is $34.99, $34.99, and Jerry Rafferty, this is $14.99, $14.99, okay? Next thing over here is this. Journey got an offer for $14, and then it got a claim, and then it got a claim. So amenities, you have first dibs. You have first dibs on Journey, but it will be sticker price. If not, Michael Wood wants it, and then Josh Tanner wants it. Iron Maiden still getting bids. It's at $88, and now it's at $90. But let's go ahead and sell Amenities Miles Davis, and he gets that one for $15. We got plenty of other stuff to put up for auction. I'm going to try to chip away this. Then I got to do a sort over here and find a best way to put up some other bonus Kiss stuff. Let's go ahead and knock this out. Great buy. $5 for Kiss Alive 2. Brian Call. Done. Journey is sold to Amenities at sticker price. And then Iron Maiden's at $92. Brian Hickson gets Willie Nelson for $10. We got vintage crates one after another. And I've also got some stuff back here Paul has marked for me. But we got another Parliament to put up. So here's Parliament. This one's a lot better. This is the P-Funk Tour. Includes a 22 by 33 poster and iron-on t-shirt. Let's see if those are still included. It is missing the poster, but it does have the iron-on transfer. A 77 OG VG condition Parliament, a $20 start on that. Okay, Iron Maiden is still getting bids. It's now at $92. David, it's back to you. And then we have Spirit, a family that plays together. Spirit is $19.99. Omar and the Howlers, Hard Times in the Land of Plenty. Omar is $14.99. And then Van Morrison, What a Marvelous Night for a Moon Dance, $29.99. That's on the Burbank label, $29.99. And the Selector, Too Much Pressure. The Selector is $34.99. Okay? Our next auction is going to be Black Sabbath. Let's go ahead and knock this out. No. Somebody just asked for Slayer, and that is back here in the high-end bin, so we probably need to go ahead and get that going. So here is Slayer. This is the OG pressing. So the OG pressing of this came as a 10-inch. It came as a 10-inch, and that's Undisputed Attitude. So Slayer is a 1996 Euro original press, limited edition, and they numbered these. They only made 2,000. They're numbered on the back. This is 488 OG limited edition Slayer, near mint with the original under sleeve. $95 start. By the way, we've had a couple big metal records. I think we're going to make Metal Night Friday night, the day after Christmas. Obviously, nothing going on here Christmas night. So, just FYI, we most likely be here Christmas Eve. And then Christmas Day, no sale. And then Friday, we'll do Metal Night. And it'll be just a normal sale because there'll probably be a lot of vinyl. New vinyl show up that night too because of delay in deliveries. All right, Todd Saw gets Waylon Music Man, the one with the Dukes of Hazzard. Thank you on that, Todd Saw. So do you for $18. Bruce Springsteen, $19.99. Did David Saunders go out on? He didn't. So MT Matt, you still got that for $92. I've lost David. Parliament's a $20 start. Slayer has a bid for $95. Roxy Music does have some cover damage down here. That one's called Siren. $19.99. And then the Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw, $26.99 for the Allman Brothers. REO Speedwagon, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. I love that title, and it's a great album. $19.99. Slayer has two $95 bids. And how about a sealed Alice Cooper? Nice. That's the other artist I was trying to think of. It was Waylon, and then it's been Alice Cooper lately. Alice Cooper, sealed $39.99. Does have a saw mark right up here. Sealed Alice Cooper, $39.99. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Buzzer sold. MT Mac gets Iron Maiden for $92. Okay? That's sold. Nobody bid on Parliament. $20 buy it now on Parliament. That is OG with the iron-on transfer, gatefold jacket, 2 LP. You can pick that up for just $20. That's our first no bid all night. Slayer over here. We were tied at 95. Hess in Session, then Grumpy Moose Gaming. And then Sarah Wyberdink gets sealed Alice Cooper. Allman Brothers is an original studio album. No, that's an original studio album. $26.99. REO is sold to Matt Shepard for $15. Eric Van Leuven gets Parliament for $20. Todd Code next on REO. Jeremiah next on Parliament. Jim Davis next on Parliament. And now our next auction is Black Sabbath. So Black Sabbath is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute OG green label and VG condition. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. A real OG Black Sabbath debut, $25 start. Ra-da-dun-dun-da-dun. Dun-dun-da-dun. I've got one more silver dollar. I'm trying to get this out of here. I was trying to figure out how they spelt this. I was trying to check comps on eBay. Got a cool Kiss item on deck. Kiss. Let me find this. All right. All right. So, this is a very cool Kiss item. This is Kisstory. This is the official Kiss history book, and it has been signed here by Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Bruce Kulick, and Eric Singer. Limited edition signed. Some editions are signed by the original four. I've only ever had one or two of those. But that's signed by Gene, Paul, Eric, and Bruce. Now, I'll guarantee these will be authentic. It's not JSA, PSA, or Beckett, but I'll guarantee these are good. These are good as gold. Okay, so no reason really to get it authenticated unless you just wanted to. But yeah, good as gold. I think the book has a little bit of binding issues. It's awfully a heavy book, and you can kind of tell the binding is starting to come a little loose. And then the slipcase has some damage. And there's the damage. So it's kind of ripped. The bottom seam of the box is kind of ripped out. But either way, I'm going to put it up for $175 start. Very fair price for that. Signed, $175 start. Kisstory, now up for bid. Awesome book. I have one myself. Last time we got a really nice one, I was like, I better go ahead and keep one of these because they're just awesome. Okay, so we have Black Sabbath. Let's go back to the top. Slayer was tied at $95. I don't know if another bid ever came in from Grumpy, but we're about to sell it for $95. So it's been tied essentially since he got put up almost 5 minutes ago. When I get to the bottom and update, if there's no other bids, I'm selling it. And then Black Sabbath got an open bid for $35. And then the Selector condition, Selector, Brad Boylan, no condition notes. Too much pressure. Yeah, really nice, $34.99. Black Sabbath got another bid, this time for $24. The Allman Brothers is an OG record, Capricorn, yes. Adam, that is OG, $26.99. What about Waylon? We've sold 3 out of here. There's only one left. There's only one Waylon left. What goes around comes around, $24.99. Okay? And then what's the pressing on Black Sabbath? Can I see the cover again? Black Sabbath out, and here we go. All right, so this is Slayer, sold for $95 to Hessen Session. I lost Grumpy Moose Gaming on that one. Let's take a look at Black Sabbath here. So Black Sabbath is a 1970 Terre Haute OG. There is very little wear to the jacket. It's a Terre Haute original pressing, OG. It was in VG condition, and it has 2 bids, 35 and 25. Troy Overmeyer's out. Amenities has it for $35. Kiss history book is $175 start. Okay, signed, $175 on that. Brad Boylan gets the Selector for $29. If anybody else wants anything in here, be my guest. I'm about to go right into another crate, but let's try to knock these out right quick. If you need a price, let me know. We had The Doors, Absolutely Live. Paul Cantor, Gray Slick. We had Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Greatest Hits. Seal, Jefferson Airplane. Waylon, What Goes Around Comes Around. A Fifth of Beethoven. Jerry Rafferty, Can I Have My Money Back? Canned Heat, Disco Trek, and Human League Hysteria. Let me pause there to put up another auction. We still got the Beatles, The Clash, Jimi Hendrix, Riot, Chained and Desperate, Fanny Hill, Soft Boys, Coltrane, and here's The Other Parliament. The Other Parliament is a VG copy for a $15 start. This is Glory Hall of Stupid or something like that. This is a 79 US Keel OG VG. It has the original company inner sleeve. That is a $15 star. What does Terre Haute mean? Terre Haute. T-E-R-E-H-A-U-T-E. That is Terre Haute, Indiana. That is a company that manufactured records, a lot of records. Tens of millions of records were made there. Terre Haute, Indiana. Doors info and price. The Doors absolutely live. No condition notes on the vinyl. A VG jacket, nice, $34.99. Parliament has a bid for $15. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz. If you need prices, let me know. We're going to go right into another crate. Lou Reed, Al Green, Tokyo Live. Danny Thomason wants to see Canned Heat. Canned Heat has no condition notes, $39.99. Liberty label. Bruce Springsteen, The River. Jerry Rafferty, self-titled. Spirit, The Family That Plays Together. Omar and the Howlers. Van Morrison, Moondance. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. Roxy Music, Siren. Allman Brothers Band, Win, Lose, or Draw. And then here was the leftover check condition crates from the earlier. Right there in front is one of my favorite albums, The Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. The curtain rises on the scene. Boom, boom. Who is free? Play unfolds before his eyes. Great stuff there, the Moody Blues. All right, nobody bid on Kiss History. You can pick up Kiss History for $175, autographed by Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, Bruce Kulick, and Eric Singer. $175 for Kiss History. That's a buy it now. Okay, Black Sabbath. Danny Thomason bid $36. Amenities, you were outbid. So just so you know, there's a new bid on that. Parliament's at 18. George Scherer, You're Out by Patrick Lear, the very first bidder. That was a best offer crate. You can make an offer on anything in there you want. I will listen. I may not say yes, I could, or I could counter. Let's go right into another crate. And I mean right into it. No time, no sleep till Hammersmith. No rest for the wicked. No, you know what I mean. Chad's about ready for his monster. I can taste it. I can also taste these mini M&Ms over here I'm about to get into. Wow, there's some pretty cool titles. There's a Rush album in here we haven't had an OG of in a long time, and it's in this crate. I do have a Fanny album. I'm going to get that up in 1 second. Danny, you've been outbid on Black Sabbath. Amenities has it for $37. Doors Rhino Hi-Fi. I definitely should, yeah. It's right here behind me somewhere. I'd have to go digging, but we definitely have them in stock. And then Parliament's at 20, okay? And then we had a request for Fanny. Let's see what's going on with Fanny then. Cool stuff in here still. That wasn't all the auctions, obviously, either. We got Fanny Hill, a 72 Pittman OG with insert. That's in shrink wrap, $35 start. So it's in partial shrink wrap. The vinyl's near mint, and it has the lyric insert, $35 start. Any Eric Carr. No Eric Carr that I'm aware of. Canned Heat and Doors, $50. So to Danny Thomason. Canned Heat and the Doors, so to Danny Thomason for $50. Okay, Mark V says, I'll take it, and that was for the Doors Rhino, right? Let's make a note to get a Rhino Hi-Fi copy of the Doors for Mark V's. Yeah, I've got those. I know I do. It's not one of those I'm like, well, I don't know where it is. Hey, and speaking of Black Sabbath, since I was just looking for the Doors, there's the Rhino Hi-Fi cut of Paranoid. Hope everybody has a copy of that. Paranoid, $39.99. That's cut from the original master tapes by Kevin Gray. I know I have the Doors around here somewhere. I'll just have to get it for you. Mark V's. There's Paranoid. Those are pretty easy to spot because the spines are so big on them. Usually when I glance in crates, I'm like, boop, there it is. But I won't look for it right now. We won't spend too much time looking for it right now. But I know I have them. Hope everybody has a copy of that. All right, these are all buy it now best offer. Jackson Browne, The Pretender, $14.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Billy Joel, The Stranger, $14.99. We have Rockwell, I Always Feel Like Somebody's Watching Me, with Michael Jackson, $24.99. Audio Explorer on Paranoid. I've got 4 more in stock if anybody wants that. Folks, you're going to rock out to this, man. Paranoid. Is he live or... What about Planet Caravan? We sailed through endless skies, stars shine like eyes. Wow, what a cool song that is. Planet Caravan. Black Sabbath, amenities 40, Danny's out, sold. This is sold to amenities for $40. I can also get this one on Rhino. When are they going to repress Master of Reality? Or have they done that one yet? No, I'm thinking about Vinyl Me Please. So they haven't done Master of Reality and they haven't done Volume 4 for sure, right? They need to do those. Golly. Amazing. Okay, Parliament over here. Parliament over here. George Scher gets it for $20. Okay. We shall through endless. I mean, you listen to Paranoid and be like, man, this is 55 years old or whatever. Golly, that's incredible. I mean, it's just as fresh and all age groups are into it. It's amazing. That's what you call a timeless album. Master of Volume 4 on deck. The good. Good. We'll sell a bunch of those whenever they become available. So, yeah, man. Yeah, this is timeless. I mean, you're talking about generations and generations. So, first time through this crate, yes. We've only had Jackson Browne, Billy Joel, and Rockwell. Van Halen 2, $36.99. Does have some cover damage on the back. $36.99 on that. Over here, we have Queen, A Night at the Opera, $34.99. Queen, Night at the Opera. That is a classic. Bohemian Rhapsody, $34.99. And then Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats, $24.99. And we have, what is this? Trio, $19.99. Trio, self-titled. Don't recall that one. That's not the Trio, like Dolly, Linda, and Emmy Lou. That's a different one. $19.99 on that one. And then Billy Joel, 52nd Street, $14.99. Dire Straits Communique, $26.99. $26.99. Kiss History. Kiss History is signed by Gene, Paul, Bruce, and Eric. It does have some damage to the book. The binding's loose and the box is damaged. However, I'm asking only $175. We just got an offer for $150. Let me think on that. It's going to cost a little extra to ship that. I know it's damaged, but it is signed. $175 on that one. Fanny didn't get a bid, obviously, right? We had RW, $15. Rockwell, Danny Thomason. This is sold to Danny Thomason for $15. Next is Steely Dan Pretzel Logic, $34.99. Dire Straits is sold to Todd Coe for $22. Records are flying out of here faster than I'm about to go up front and get a monster. The Beach Boys Love You, sealed, $24.99. And then Neil Young is $39.99. Neil Young has the original on her sleeve, $39.99. We have Ella Fitzgerald, Rhythm Is My Business, $26.99. Ella Fitzgerald, I don't recall seeing that one before. And then over here, Cats at $20. Cats, Stray Cats sold for $20 to Brian Hickson. Born Again is about the only Black Sabbath album that has not been reissued yet. They've done all the Tony Martin era stuff and everything. Born Again is about the only Black Sabbath album that has never been reissued now. I think everything has. And of course, y'all have heard the Earth demos were essentially canceled. All right, so over here we have Fanny is a no bid for $35. Scott Beebe just asked, we need all new auctions. Steve McGee, let me sell this to you for $165. Steve McGee, I'll sell that to you for $165, okay? And then over here, First Thing gets Cosmo Kramer, gets Queen for $22. This is sold for $29.99, excuse me. $29.99, Cosmo Kramer, $29.99. Amenities on Steel for $25. Steely Dan sold to amenities for $25. Fanny's a buy now for $35. And then we have an offer of Fanny for $35. Scott Beebe gets it first, though. This is sold to Scott Beebe for $35, okay? And then we have the Highwayman, $26.99. Who offered first on this? Steve McGee, $165, and it's yours. Also, we have Jethro Tull Heavy Horses for $19.99, and Warren Zevon, Stand in the Fire, live at the Roxy, $14.99. Let's go ahead and put up all new auctions. So first thing I have is this right here, Dream Theater. Dream Theater is a 2013 USOG. It's been out of print ever since. This has not seen a reissue yet. $50 start. Dream Theater, $50 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Over here, Scott BB does take the Kiss History book for $165. That's sold to him. Let's go set all this miscellaneous I've sold so far tonight. Silver, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. Kiss, 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 kiss. Gone, 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 gone. Sold. All right. Thanks, everybody. Let's do that right there. Probably the cheapest one of those I've ever sold. Didn't have to get it JSA'd. Autographs are guaranteed to be authentic. Over here, we got Jethro Tull at 14. I can't believe an OG Highwayman in the bin hasn't already sold. Can you believe it? I can't believe it. Next thing over here is this. We have Sonny Boy Williamson, the chess years. Nice. So Sonny Boy Williamson is a box set. Let's take a quick look at it. This is a 1987 Italian OG. It's a 6 LP with book. All disc or EX or better. And this is a $50 start. Sonny Boy Williamson, 6 LP box set. $50 start on that. Next is Highwayman Price. 20, 30, 40, 50. Let's start at 100 and we'll work our way down. No, the price is $26.99, practically free. We have Root Boy Slim. Don't let this happen to you. Root Boy Slim is sealed, $19.99. And then the Who live at Leeds, $19.99. Steve McGee got the Kiss book at $165. Scott Beebe got Fanny Hill for $35. John McPatriot got Jethro Tull for $14. I've already sold Steely Dan, George Share for $25. George offered $27. So I shot myself in the foot over $2. Sonny Boy Williamson, $55. Highwayman is sold for $20 to Mega Blast. Danny Thomason was second. Sean Miller got Warren Zevon for $10. Craig Thomas on Root Boy Slim sold to Craig Thomas. Next thing over here is this. Wham! Make It Big. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. $34.99. Our next auction is The Clash. I have a 1979 OG with the original bonus 45 promo that came with it. It is in VG Plus condition, a $25 start on The Clash. Next in here is Tommy Two-Tone, 8675309, 1999, Foreigner 4. So urgent. That's not on this one. Yes, it is. My bad. I thought it was. I've been waiting for a girl like you. We have Paul Simon Graceland. There is some cover damage over here. $19.99 for Paul Simon Graceland. And then also Hank Williams Jr. Rowdy. Hank Williams Jr. is $24.99. The Tubes Now, that's promo mark, $24.99. And Billy Joe, Songs from the Attic, $14.99. So right now, at this moment, Dream Theater does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $50 start. Let's look at this one more time. A 2013 USOG out of print ever since this pressing. $50 on that. Sonny Boy Williamson box set. Just one bid with Patrick, right? Yep, 55, final call, and then the Clash, 25, 30, 31, 27. So the Clash is at 31, and we're in a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. We're going to go through one more right after this, and then I've got 2 crates back behind me Paul has marked. First thing is Mark Weiss gets Billy Joe, and he wants to know the condition of the Paul Simon Graceland vinyl. Yeah, the cover is kind of damaged, but the vinyl is nice. Near mint minus on that one. Foreigner, $19.99, Clash, $36. Bad Company self-titled debut. It also does have some damage right over here. Has some writing on the jacket. $24.99 on that. Nice. Gary Newman, Two-Way Army, first album. In Shrink, $39.99 for that. And the Rolling Stones, there is some writing. Dolan wrote his name on the cover, but it does have a promo sticker. Has a hop sticker on the back, a track listing sticker, I should say. It has the original on her sleeve. The label isn't marked promo, but that's pretty interesting. $24.99 on that. Let me get my charger plugged up right over here. Mark V says he'll take Paul Simon. You can call me Al. That's so to Mark V. Boston, Third Stage and Shrink, $34.99. And Rush Presto, an OG club copy, $79.99. That was the Rush record I was talking about. Wow, we haven't had that in a while. That's a beautiful, super nice copy, an original club copy of Presto, $79.99. Gary Newman and so to Michael Snare. Dream Theater did not get a bid. You can pick this up for a $50 buy it now. Nice. The Clash is at 36 with Mega Blast 9. Everybody else is out. If you want to bid, you got to bid more than 36. It's a final call, okay? Cindy Yarborough gets Rush. Patrick Lear is going to get the Dream Theater for $50, and he's also getting Sonny Boy Williamson. He's also getting the Sonny Boy Williamson over here for $55. Back-to-back from Patrick Lear. Rush already got grabbed by Cindy. Patrick got Dream Theater. Amenities next on Rush. Jay Beach gets the Rolling Stones for $20. The Clash has a new bid for $38. And the Police, Regatta de Blanc. Message in a Bottle. $24.99. Clash 36, Clash 37, Clash 37, Clash 37, Clash 37. 9 new bidders in on the Clash all of a sudden. Next auction, let's see what this test pressing is. I don't know. We're about to find out. I have Zakk Wylde, Book of Shadows test pressing. Whoa. Zakk Wylde, Book of Shadows test pressing. Cannot find any sales history for this whatsoever. Never sold on Discogs, never sold on eBay. A Precision Record company, Precision Record Pressing, test pressing of Zakk Wylde, Book of Shadows. Wow. So a test pressing is where they cut a record, and this is like the first ones off the stampers. They test it for quality control. And this is beautiful. It's near mint minus. And wow, it's beautiful. It's mint minus. We don't really know what to start it at. Laura suggested a $50 start. That sounds very, very reasonable to me, because that album is also not in print through any major distribution. Zakk Wylde, test pressing, $50 start. That's pretty unusual. Clash at 40, Clash at 40. Donna Bertram on the Police. Clash is at 45. The Judds, Heartland. The Judds is $24.99. And we have Whitesnake. Here I go again on my own. Original on her sleeve, $44.99. In the Still of the Night, Whitesnake 87. And here's a Jethro Tull that doesn't come through as often. Broadsword and the Beast, really clean, $19.99. The Clash. The Clash is a 1979 USOG, VG Plus condition. It does have the bonus 45. High bid on the Clash is at $45 of Jim Davis. Zakk Wylde has two $50 bids. Let's add a third auction. And that third auction is going to be the Beatles. And the Beatles is the white album on white vinyl. So this is the white. Now, I know it looks a little discolored. That's kind of how these made. These were made almost with like a hazy tint to the jackets. And that's a 78 press. They pressed the white album on white vinyl. It's in VG Plus condition. It comes with a lyric poster and all 4 photos of the Beatles. And this includes Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, John Lennon, George Harrison, James Paul McCartney, Richard Starkey, John Winston Lennon, and Chad Williams. I was in the Beatles. A lot of people don't know that. This is an actual photograph of me. I was in the Beatles. $30 start on that. Susie wants Jethro Tull. How much was the Police? That was $24.99. Whitesnake already sold. No, it didn't. Sell that to Sean Miller for $35. And the Beatles, why did I put that in the crate? It's a 78 US. It's a 78 US. We're tied on Zakk Wylde. No, we're not. It got a new bid. Hold on a minute. MG Sanchez was first on Whitesnake. I just shot myself in the foot. MG Sanchez offered $38. He was first. Let's sell it to him for $35, okay? So MG Sanchez, you get Whitesnake for less than what you offered at $35, okay? So MG Sanchez gets Whitesnake at $35, Zakk Wylde $52, Susie got Jethro Tull, the Police was $24, Sean, you were next on Whitesnake, the Clash $46, the Beatles $30, the Beatles $30, and the Beatles $35. Yes, this was the Metallica album that, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. No. That was later. That Tull album was from '82. I'm sure that sounds pleasant coming through y'all's speakers. Okay, nice. Ooh, Crest of a Knave. Yeah, that's the one that beat out Metallica. Now listen, I love Jethro Tull and Metallica, but that was wrong. Jethro Tull should not have beat out Metallica's and Justice for All, because those albums are not even on the same. That's almost like apples and oranges. That'd be like giving George Strait the best rock album of the year, you know, or something crazy like that. That just would not make sense, right? I wonder if they threw away my cup. I did have a big full cup up here, and I wonder if they've disposed of it. They probably did, because I don't see it in here anymore. This coffee pot, I knew I smelled something. Tanner's coffee pot is frying up here. I was like, man, what is that smell? I had to come up here and grab my cup, but also, no, I don't know what I've done with it. I'll grab this cup over here. Hopefully it's clean. It is good. I don't know what they done with my cup. Ass. Actually came last week. Just now getting to it. I don't know what they did with my cup. I got to text Tanner and be like, buddy, your coffee pot is fried. And then second of all, y'all threw away my double extra large cup from 7-Eleven. Because we got to get all hopped up on Monster, because we got a lot of records to sell. And if we don't get hopped up on Monster and get all these records sold, then we're going to be in bad shape. I mean, bad shape. We got to get these records sold. We got to update all this. Whew. Got a new ice machine. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Folks, this is a delicacy most people dream of. That's from Seinfeld, the comedian, the gymnast. This is a delicacy most people dream of. They don't sell that in the city. Those right there, they only sell these here, folks, in the hills of Tennessee. Okay? They only sell these in the hills of Tennessee. You can't get these anywhere else. You got to go up into the hollers and down on the creeks to get stuff like this. Very rare. Babu Bot. Okay. Sorry for the timeout. I had to have that, or the show was about to collapse. The last bit on the Clash was Jim Davis at $50. He has it. It's OG with the bonus 45, VG plus, $50 on that. We had a really cool test pressing here. Really cool test pressing here of Zakk Wylde's Book of Shadows. MT Matt has it for $60. So when you put this on, it's going to play just like this. His album, it's just a really cool test pressing. None have ever sold on eBay. None have ever sold on Discogs. No sales history at all. And then we had a white album on white vinyl. And the white album on white vinyl, I'm showing the high bid at Mark V's at $50. So those are all final calls. And now I'm just going to read the titles left in here. And let's go right into that fourth and final crate. And then we got some stuff that Paul marked, okay? We got Jackson Browne, The Pretender. At this point, if you need a price, just let me know. Billy Joel, The Stranger. Van Halen 2. Trio. We have Billy Joel, 52nd Street. Beach Boys, Love You. Seal. Neil Young, Go Ways. Ella Fitzgerald, Rhythm Is My Business. The Who, Live at Leeds. Wham, Make It Big. Tommy Two-Tone, 8675309. Foreigner 4. Hank Williams Jr., Rowdy. The Tubes. Bad Company, Boston, and The Judds. Okay, the Beatles has a new bid for $52. Zakk Wylde has new bids for $61 and $65. But since that last update, the only thing that didn't get a bid was the Clash, and this is sold. So Mark Veese, you're out on the Beatles, and the Clash is officially sold to Jim Davis for $50. Okay, now let's go ahead and condense this with the other new vintage stuff for tonight, and let's go right into that next crate. And let's see what else we can put up for auction. Very excited after we do all the advertised stuff. It's only 9:35. For about 2 hours after that, we'll have bonus auctions. Oh my gosh. And a lot of it's Kiss. Literally a lot of low grade. I might make some of them buy it nows just because some of it's like $5 starts, and they probably should just be like $10 buy it nows. But we'll go through it. Let's take a quick peek at this next crate. Yep, cool stuff. And let's do it. Buy it now or best offer. Okay, let's do it. Buy it now or best offer. Here we go. And we should do 45s later tonight too. Because Paul got a whole box. And yeah, we got some for auction too. Somebody asked earlier, I think Craig did, what happened to those 45s? That's a good question. I got sidetracked doing in the heat of the moment, like Asia. We love Asia. Here's our next single, Sun Ra. Sun Ra Plutonian Nights. White Black Marble. This version not on Discogs. Sun Ra, $10 start. Wham and two-tone, $35. What was two-tone, Matt? Wham and two-tone. What was Wham and Wham and two-tone? Let's see here. What'd you offer? Okay, sell these to Matt Shepard. Sell him both of those for $35. Okay. Zakk Wylde. MT Matt has it for $75. Everybody else is out. MT Matt has this for $75. Okay. All right. The Beatles got a new bid for $55, now $57, and Sun Ra has a bid for $11. Let's put up a new auction then. So this is very unusual here. This is Jimi Hendrix Electric Ladyland Part 1. So they've took Electric Ladyland and made it a single disc Part 1, and it's a 73 UK with alternate artwork. Didn't know this existed, never have had it. The cover's heavily damaged cover, like G condition, water damaged. Still pretty cool though, very kind of a psychedelic collage. And this is a $20 start, a 73 UK of Electric Ladyland Part 1. Electric Ladyland was originally a 2 LP, of course. Didn't know they did this. It's a UK pressing as well, and it's official from Polydor. $20 start on that. All right. Here we go. Next thing I have is the Judds, River of Time, and this is sealed, $29.99. Sun Ra is sold for $11 to Amenities, and the Beatles White Album is a 78 press. So in 78, Capitol released this on white vinyl. So it's a white vinyl pressing in VG+. It has poster and photos. Poster and photos, okay? And that's at 57 with Manny Ray. The Zakk Wylde test pressing, MT Matt has it for $75. I think it's really up to Wade Lucas on that one, but I'm about to call it sold. This is all best offer. Jethro Tull Minstrel in the Gallery, $19.99. I wonder if DK Evans, because it just, you know, stuff hits me hours later. Hours ago, DK Evans says, Chad, what Beatles albums are left over here? And honestly, I forgot about them. Here's a couple indie CDs, I guess. I don't know what genre you call some of this. I know the Civil Wars live at Amoeba, $6.99, and Thea Gilmore, Murphy's Heart. That's also $6.99. Okay, $6.99 on those. Civil Wars and Thea Gilmore. So it's only half the album. I think it's more like a compilation of the album. But yeah, it's not like it's missing a disc. They put it out as part 1. Yeah, all along the Watchtower, Voodoo Child's on here. So, yeah, I think it has some of the best songs. So it's just like part 1. $25 start, but it's essentially half the album. But that's how it was released. Beatles at 57. Sun Ra 10-11. We've already done that one. US on the Beatles. Yes, US on the Beatles. Sun Ra has already sold. We've already sold Sun Ra. It's already gone. Okay, back to the crate. Debbie Harry Cuckoo, sealed, $24.99. And Culture Club from Luxury to Heartache, $24. Boy, it smells like burnt coffee in here. I need to tell Tanner in case he needs to prepare tomorrow for his coffee. his um, okay, so let's go back over here. Condensed. That's a good way to put it. Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill. Are you reeling in the years? Steely Dan is $34.99, and Billy Joe the Nylon Curtain, $14.99. Billy Joe. Utopia. Todd Rundgren, Roger Powell, $19.99, and Todd Rundgren Faithfully, also $19.99. So the Zakk Wylde is officially sold, and that is sold to Empty Map for $75. We can put that away. The Beatles has a new bid, and that's with Mark Weiss, who was inquiring about it, at $60. Jimi Hendrix doesn't have a bid, $20. That's a buy it now, no bid. Jimi Hendrix is a buy it now, no bid. $20 on that one, okay? Manny Ray says he's done on the Beatles. Let's go ahead and sell that to Mark Weiss for $60. I got to change out crates, but first, here comes all new auctions, okay? This is Riot. Riot is a 2018 OG limited edition 500 on clear vinyl with red, white, and blue splatter. Riot live at Keep It True Festival 2015. That is a $35 start. Amenities get Steely Dan for $29. Now I'll make that the last record in the crate. Let's set that right over here. Another full crate of records done. And folks, that makes me happier than when my mom used to get me a Happy Meal. And boy, believe me, I ate a lot of Happy Meals as a kid. Next thing over here is this. We have Elton John, Too Low for Zero. I'm Still Standing. Now, the original pressings had a die-cut jacket. Some of them do, some of them don't. This one does. $19.99 on that one. And then Village People, that has the poster with it. That's their debut. In the advertised auctions, I still got Chain and Desperate, the Soft Boys. Here's Coltrane, Grateful Dead, Coltrane, Hank Mobley, and King Kong. How about we do some Hank Mobley and some King Kong? I got 52nd Street theme, Hank Mobley, a 65 US reissue in mono, and this is in VG condition, a $10 start. $10 start, a 65 US reissue, mono, VG condition, 52nd Street theme, Hank Mobley, $10 start. The Story of King Kong. This is a US copy, sealed, King Kong, $10. He looks very nice there. He looks all nice and friendly. $10 start on that one, okay? Also over here, one second. We have Daryl Hall and John Oates, Missed Opportunity. That's a 12-inch single sealed, $14.99. So there's Hank Mobley. And then what is the Riot Info? Riot Info is a 2018 Euro original, limited 500 on clear vinyl, red, black, and blue splatter. And this is going to be a $35 start. King Kong is at 10 and then 13. And then over here we have Foreigner 4. This is $19, and we just sold one of these earlier. Here's another one, because wasn't there a backup? I've been waiting for a Girl Like You, $19.99. Let me show Hank Mobley again. Hank Mobley, 52nd Street theme. 52nd Street theme. That's a mouthful. Mono, VG condition, a $10 start. JH, $13 offer. I don't like that number. How about a $15 price tag? 13, that's a horrible price. What was 52.15 with Audio Explorer? I got to drink some more energy drink. I've lost total and complete focus of my brain power. Hold on. Oh, they're bidding on Hank Mobley. Okay, Hank Mobley. So that already has a bid for 15, and then it's gone down to 10. King Kong's at 20, and Riot doesn't have a bid yet. Okay, where's that drink at? Hold on a second. Whew. Golly. Hold on a minute. I got to take a little sampling here. Okay. I just had to do a complete mental reset. Oh. Okay. Focus. Let's get going. All right. Let me finish this chess game I got going over here, too. I do a lot of multitasking during these shows, too. Golly. RuneScape, chess. All right, let me close this out. Okay, he resigned. Of course. All right. So, first thing I have going on over here is Riot. No bid, and it did not get a bid, and Riot's a buy now for $35, okay? Riot's a buy now for $35. That's a no bid. It's going to go over here with Jimi Hendrix. The last bid on Hank Mobley that came in was 22 with Audio Explorer, okay? So Hank Mobley is at 22 with Audio Explorer, and then the story of King Kong, and he is sealed, and King Kong is with $20 with Michael Ruttman. That's a final call. This is a buy it now, best offer. Crate everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, $34.99. Hey, hey, my. REO Speedwagon, Shrink and Hop. That is $19.99. Chris Knapp said, just sign on, everything okay in here. It is okay. I had a minor mental breakdown earlier, but I'm back and rolling. Sometimes, you know, let's say you have a V8 and all of a sudden you got a cylinder go out, you know, then all of a sudden you're down to a V7. Okay, that's gonna probably not work to the best extent. So every once in a while you got to go and you got to have a spark plug replaced, or you know, I don't know a lot about engines, but something that makes the engine get back working. Gasoline, fuel, fire, combustion, carburetors, alternators, batteries, transmissions. Something starts working again. And I think I'm back on 8 cylinders. Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's, $29.99. Hank Mobley's at $25. King Kong's at $23. Michael Ruttman, you've been outbid. Next auction is this right here. Feeling the Spirit, Grant Green. Feeling the Spirit, Grant Green. So this is a OG Blue Note, 1963 with the original company in sleeve, VG condition. $50 start. $50 start. Next is Country Music Time Life Collection, Waylon Jennings, $19.99. I'm a rambling man, $19.99. And then Crosby, Stills and Nash, $34.99. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I'm seeing 4-digit. I'm seeing OG label. I'm seeing original company sleeve, and it has the lyric insert. That's a nice copy, $34.99. Hank Mobley is officially sold to Ryan Mustaine for $25. King Kong's at $22. Danny Thomason, you've been outbid. Grant Green has a bid for $50. Let's move these right over here. Hiram Aponte on Riot for $30. That's sold to Hiram Aponte for $30. Let's put that right over here. And we have Alice Cooper, the Alice Cooper Show, $29.99. Super clean copy of that. How much did you say, Chad? $29.99. Wow, chilling, thrilling sounds of the haunted house, $29.99. $29.99. I do need to touch my toes. Let me do that right quick. Oh. Okay, that was my kneecap getting back aligned. Gosh, y'all have beat me to death tonight. I mean, I don't know. Some of y'all probably wake up and be like, we're going to get Chad tonight. As soon as that show goes live, I'm going to show up with my best baseball bat, and we're going to beat that dude to death. Whew. That's what happens. Also, Danny Thomason got Jimi Hendrix. I don't think I officially tagged that, but that's sold to Danny Thomason for $15. We have Billy Squier, Enough is Enough, sealed. That one doesn't come through as often, a little bit later in his discography. $24.99 on that. King Kong is also up to Danny Thomason. It's at $22. Grant Green just has one bid for $50. And Blackfoot Strikes And this is with Train, $19.99. Okay, first thing we're going to do is put up Crocus Headhunter. Crocus is going to go up for bid. A 1983 USOG Arista OG Strong VG Crocus Headhunter has the original on her sleeve, $15 start on that one. Okay. $15 start. Billy Squire sold to Calvin Ward for $20. You got it. Next is Merle Haggard and George Jones, A Taste of Yesterday's Wine. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Tommy Ridgely, The Early 50s in New Orleans. That's $19.99. Blackfoot is sold to Kevin Voitosh. Sean Miller was going to pay full price for Billy Squire, so I just shot myself in the foot over $5. And then we have John Anderson. That is his self-titled. I believe also his debut, $29.99. $29.99. Also, we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears 4, $14.99. M&G for $10. It was marked 15, sold to John Durden for $10. We also have Blood Rock 2, a 71 German press, $29.99. Unfortunately, I lost Danny, though, on King Kong. I got to go ahead and sell this to Michael Ruttman for $22. That's sold to Michael Ruttman for $22. I just shot myself on the foot over $5. Somebody was going to pay full price for Merle Haggard. Susie gets John Anderson at $29.99, though, and now Grant Green's at $55. Boy, I've shot myself in the foot enough. Tonight, I could have bought a whole pizza. I could have bought a whole pizza tonight. All right, there's that. You know what I need? I need some M&Ms. We have John McPatriot on BR for $20. BR for $20. BR for $20. BR Blood Rock, right? Sold to John McPatriot for $20. Crocus has a bid for $15. Blue Suede, Hooked on a Feeling. That's a good one. $19.99. And then over here, Soft Boys. Here we go. This is the Soft Boys Invisible Hits. The Soft Boys is a 1983 UKOG. The top scene does have damage. It does have this insert with it. It's in EX condition, a $20 start on that one. Grant Green's at $58. Crocus is at $15. And Jerry Rafferty Night Owl, $14.99. The Beatles, Please Please Me, is a 1980 UK, $49.99. It is in beautiful condition. I have 2 Beatles records after we hit a big stash of stuff. I didn't realize this light was off or turned down. Let's make this as bright as humanly possible. Okay, next thing we have is Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours. Oh, Rod is only $14.99. KC and the Sunshine Band, $19.99. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your monster. Shake your monster. Faces, A Nod as Good as a Wink. Stay with Me. Original green label, $29.99. Grant Green is at $60, now $65. Crocus is sold for $15 to Hoopy 31. And then Soft Boys is opened at $20, then another $20, then a $25, then another $20, then another $25. Soft Boys is at $25, now $30. Next auction is going to go up right now. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Okay. I have, hold on, bear with me, Blackstone Cherry, Kentucky, Cherry Red Vinyl, FYE exclusive, a 2016 limited edition 180 gram red vinyl, Blackstone Cherry, Kentucky, $20 start, okay, marked price on Blue Suede, Hooked on a Feeling, nice, kind of a one-hit wonder band. Grant Green, Soft Boys still getting bids, and we have Los Lobos and A Time to Dance. Oh, Los Lobos is $14.99, and the Cannonball Adderley Quintet, Mercy, 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 sealed. There is some rinky-dinky going on the shrink, $24.99. Mark V's wants CW and KC. There's there's KC. What was CW? There's KC for Mark V. CW could already possibly, maybe, very well, let me go back a few, be sold. I don't see a CW, but I do have Sunfighter, Paul Cantor, and Gray Slick. That is $14.99. Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis, Sunday Down South, $9.99. And Kansas Monolith, $19.99. Grant Green, 62, Los Lobos, sold. Dennis Jackson, 10. Next is Cannonball Adderley, Audio Explorer, sold for $20. Next is Mike Pierce on Sunfighter, sold. Johnny Cash Lewis, sold for $7 to Mega Blast. All right, so last bid was Grant Green at $62. The Soft Boys is at $42. And then Black Stone Cherry, $20. By the way, this does have some cover damage. The vinyl, though, is EX, and it has the insert. But there is cover damage, noticeable cover damage at the top, okay? So Soft Boys is now at 42. And then over here, we have KTP, Certain Things Are Likely. That is an 86 pressing, sealed for $19.99. The best of KC and the Sunshine Band, $19.99. That's the way, I like it. Get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Grant Green already had a bid. So here's the bid history on Grant Green. Brent Robley bid $65 about 3 minutes ago. Then somebody bid $62. Brent already has it for $65. Okay? $65. Mark Weiss gets KC and the Sunshine Band best of. And the Electric Light Orchestra, The Night the Light Went Out on in Long Beach. Wow, this one doesn't come through very often. 1974 German Electric Light Orchestra, The Night the Light Went Out on in Long Beach. Boy, that's bad grammar. I'm not one to be talking, though. The Night the Light Went On in Long Beach. Boy, what a bizarre title. 34, no wonder they didn't sell too many of them. But that is live ELO, $34.99. So Grant Green's a final call to Brent for $65. Dennis Jackson got Los Lobos for $10. Soft Boys is at $48, and Blackstone Cherry did not get a bid. That's a $20 buy, $20 buy now. Okay, red vinyl for Kentucky. Mark Weiss wants to put back the first KC because he just bought a greatest hits, $19.99. Okay, Farmer Redman wants to see Grant Green again. You can. This is called Feeling the Spirit, Grant Green, a 1963 U.S. Plastilite OG. It has the original company sleeve. It's in VG condition, and similar VG copies have sold for between $75 and $170. So we're very much in range on this one. And Brent has it for $65. Farmer Redman may have lost the feed there for a second. He has it for $65. Soft Boys is at $51, okay? Chris Cornell is new and sealed, $33.99. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, is new and sealed, $49.99. The Presidents of the United States of America is new and sealed, $29.99. And Rush is new and sealed. Rush is new and sealed. Rush is new and sealed for $36.99. Let me adjust this light here. It's supposed to like be tilted maybe like that, but also where we don't have a glare. That's pretty good right there. That way I have a light to look at my records, but it's also now in the view of y'all's camera. So let me fix this. There we go. Now I don't like the glare. Okay, let's do this right here. How about that? How about this? That's pretty good. That's not too bad, is it? That little thing in the corner. I guess I can move it just a little. Jake did a really good job cleaning all this up over here. We had a pretty much a mess over here the other day, but we got it all organized a little bit better. All right, Brent does get Grant Green for $65, okay? Brent, that's sold to you for $65. There's that. Soft Boys is at $52, Windy New Auctions, and Please Please Me is sold to Mark Weiss for $40. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the Eighth Wonder, Dick Griffin. And this is a 1974 USOG, modal jazz, post-bop, spiritual jazz. The Eighth Wonder, $50 start on that, now up for bid. Okay? Next, Tom Harris takes Chris Cornell. Thank you, Tom Harris. Does anybody else want a copy? I think I have one left. Now, we need to replace Chris Cornell with something rare, spectacular, and just overall amazing. And that is going to be this right here. Without further ado, we're going to replace it with one of the best album jackets of all time. Unbelievable. What a concept. The Beatles White Album, $49.99, a 2 LP remaster. Okay. Dick Griffin already has bids, and Soft Boys is at 60. We're about to go through a new crate. Before we do that, I'm just going to read you the titles that's left in here and make sure everybody knows what's going on, okay? If you need a new sealed remaster white album, it's only $49.99. Honestly, how could you say no? I mean, if somebody said, no, I'll pass, then I'm like, I don't understand how you could say that. I could understand you saying, yes, Chad, give it to me. But, you know, let's see what we got here. Man, straight from the M&M store in Las Vegas. Thank you, Mom. Let's open this up. How do you open it up? Is it a twist cap? Oh, well, I'll work on it later. Okay, over here we have the Judds, River of Time. If you need a price, let me know. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. Debbie Harry, Cuckoo. Culture Club, From Luxury to Heartache. Billy Joe, Nylon Curtain. Todd Rundgren, Utopia. Todd Rundgren, Faithful. Elton John, Too Low for Zero. Village People, Self-Titled. Hall & Oates, Missed Opportunity. Soft Boys is sold to JK for $60. Now we have Dick Griffin, and that has a high bid of $65. Our next auction is John Coltrane, The Mastery of John Coltrane Volume 4, Trains Modes, a 79 US Santa Maria OG VG condition, John Coltrane, a $15 start. Dick Griffin is at $70. Our next auction is Twisted Sister, Come Out and Play. Has the pop-up jacket, Shrink and Hype, an 85 USOG EX condition, a $20 start. $20 start. Ryan Mustaine on Elton John sold. Over here, we have Foreigner 4, Jukebox Hero, 1999. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, $34.99. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. Also, Jefferson Airplane, that's not Elton John, that's Waylon Jennings. We have Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Alice Cooper, The Spooky, Truly, The What? The Chilling, Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House. Spooky Party Hints. Tommy Wrigley, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Jerry Rafferty, Rod Stewart, Faces, Kansas, KTP, ELO, and KC. How do you open this up? This is a bizarre packaging on this M&M bottle. Gosh, must be childproof. You think it's like a screw top, but I guess it's not. Well, no M&Ms for Chad tonight. Sad. I was gonna like just chug that bottle of M&Ms. Dick Griffin over here. The last bid was Audio Explorer at 75. We have TS20 and then 21. And Chris Martin, you get Foreigner for 15. All right, let's go to a new crate Paul's marked over here. So this is sold for $15 on this. And all auctions have pretty recent new bids. So what I'm going to do is let's go right into another new crate. All right. Where did those go to? Paul marked. Probably right here. This looks like it right here. There's no telling what's in here. This could probably be some of the most bizarro. It could also be some of the most recognizable. There is no telling right here. Okay. So Twisted Sisters at 22. Coltrane, to my knowledge, still has a bid with Audio Explorer, just that one bid for $20, which is a final call. Okay. Oh, dang it. This contains bioengineered food ingredients. Shoot. Uh-oh, I may be onto something here. Wow, it is. It's like a pop top. They've got this sealed off like a thing of milk. I did sell some case knives last night. I am in a building with hundreds of pocket knives, possibly thousands, but if you use one, then they're no longer new, right? Tonight's sugary food keeps this show going. Oh, I'm starting to feel better. I'm drinking these things like it's a milkshake or something. Blackstone Cherry sold to Patrick Lear for $15. Coltrane sold for just one bid, $20. And that was sold over here to Audio Explorer. Let's update Dick Griffin over here. And Dick Griffin, the last bid was Ray Red at $80. Everybody else is out. And then Twisted Sister is at $25 of Jerry Torrey's. Okay? $25 of Jerry Torrey's. Just so we know where we're at on that. Let me get this old retail sticker off of it. Okay? $25 on that. Everything in here is sticker price, no more, no less. The Gospel at Colonus, $9.99. Produced by Donald Fagen. You may know him from Steely Dan. Lee Brewer and Bob Telson's The Gospel at Colonus, $9.99. Dick Griffin has a new bid for $85. Twisted Sisters at $25 with Jerry Torrey's. Pitney sings Baccarat. Gene Pitney sings Burt Baccarat, $9.99, sealed. Cheryl Lynn, In the Night, a 1981 Euro import. That's a disco funk album, $19.99. Our next auction, Chained and Desperate. Looks like it's very metal. It does have a sing split up here. It's an 83 UK original, no condition notes, $35 start on that. And then we have Illinois, Texas Fiddlin' by Ernest Ringo, the Illinois State Fiddle Capital, sealed, $19.99. Cameron All the Way, Raphael Cameron, is a German import disco funk album, $9.99. Red, White, and Bluegrass, a 1977 bluegrass album, sealed, $9.99. Patrick Moraz, $9.99, self-titled, no condition notes. And Johnny C, Sold Out, an 86 Chicago Blues, sealed, $9.99. Dick Griffin's at $90. Audio Explorer's out. Twisted Sister is sold to Jerry Torrey's for $25. And then let's look at this album, Chained and Desperate, one more time. Chained and Desperate is an 83 UK, no condition notes, $35 start. Let's go over here to this Kiss cart and see what Kiss stuff is on the Kiss cart. Let me grab a handful just right off the top. Okay. And let's see what we have here. All right. Teen Star Kiss. Kiss. That looks like a pretty cool book there. All right. Okay, and we'll pause there. All right, so let's see what I just laid down. Okay, let's see what I just laid down. This is the official Kiss magazine. The official Kiss magazine number 2. The official Kiss Alive 96-97 World Tour magazine. Guitar World magazine with Slash and Ace. A Kiss merch insert. A Live Wire magazine with Kiss. Kiss The Real Story authorized. What is this from? This looks older. 1980, maybe? That's pretty cool. I don't know if I've had that before. And then a Kiss notebook. This is a little bit more modern. 2010. And then Teen Star with the Kiss fold-out posters, I think. Yeah. All right. All that sold in a lot for a $15 start. Kiss lot, $15 start. Everything in that bundle there, okay? Good luck to all those in bidding. So, first thing, Jane, everything in here is sticker price. So if you do want Gene Pitney, I'll sell it to you for $9.99. If not, that's okay. I'll check for a copy of Alive 2. And then Dick Griffin's at $110. Stand-alone release. Stand-alone release. Now, where did you... Is that a statement, maybe? And then we have Billy Cobham, a 1979 Euro import, $14.99 on that. Little Charlie and the Nightcaps, All the Way Crazy. That's an 87 US sealed, $14.99. Gigolo Fatback, $14.99. And the Best of Johnny Ray. This is sealed, $9.99. Also, Bobby Hutcherson, Knuckle Beam, 1977 US EX, $17.99. Right now, Dick Griffin's at $120. Ray Red, You've Been Outbid. Chained and Desperate did not get a bid. This 83 UK OG metal record. So this is now a buy now for $35. Chained and Desperate. $35 buy now on that. And then we have all the Kiss stuff here. Cameron Koenig has it right now for $30. We're selling this entire lot here for $30, okay? Next thing is Ryan Mustaine on BC. Ryan Mustaine on BC, and that was for Billy Cobham. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. Victor Garrett gets Chained and Desperate for $35. Michael Ruttman was next on Chained and Desperate. The Kiss lot's at $32, now $35. Let's introduce another auction. Let's just lay this right over here for right now. And 1 second. Next auction, John Coltrane. John Coltrane, The Africa Brass Sessions, Volume 2. A 1974 Terre Haute original, VG condition. John Coltrane, a $10 start. Also about a VG or less cover. Everything in here is sticker price. Whoever wanted Gene Pitney, let me know if you do. If not, that's okay. Timber, Part of What You Hear. Timber is EX condition, $12.99. Ryan Mustaine on Bobby Hutcherson, that's sold. Guitar Oration Gap, Joe and Jody Mathis, a white label promo, VG Plus, $14.99. The last price on Dick Griffin was Ray Red at $130. The Kiss lot is at $40 right now with Sarah Weiberdink, and the John Coltrane is at $15 with Audio Explorer. Aretha Franklin, Queen of Soul. Aretha Franklin is in VG condition, $9.99. And Bob Gibson. Bob Gibson is a 1971 U.S. folk rock, country rock, $12.99. And the Skunks, Getting Started. The Skunks is a 68 U.S. OG, VG minus, $9.99. The Head Boys, VG plus, $11.99. Dick Griffin's at $135. The Kiss lot's at $41. And John Coltrane has one bid for $15. Tim Vigari on AF, and that was for Aretha Franklin. Also, we have Richie Cole, Alto Madness. That's VG plus, $11.99. We have Hotel Hello, Matchbook, Gary Burton, Steve Swallow, Ralph Towner, Gary Burton. A 75 German import, EX condition, $22.99. Barbara Lewis, Working on a Groovy Thing. Barbara Lewis is a 68 mono promo, VG minus, $14.99. Kiss is at $42 and $45. Dick Griffin's at $140. And Coltrane just got that one bid with Audio Explorer. And so this is sold for $15. Nice. However, we are still bidding on Dick Griffin. And we are still bidding on Kiss, which Sarah Weiberdink currently has at $145. Let's go back over here and look at the Skunks again. The Skunks, Getting Started, is a 68 USOG VG minus. VG minus. $9.99. Are we done on the Kiss lot? Sarah Wyberdink, 45. Cameron's not out, and James Hicks is not out. I have a feeling we're not done. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is the Grateful Dead Europe 72. It is a 1972 USOG. It's a 3 LP. It's VG minus, mostly just because it's a side 6. So let's look at side 1 here. Side 1 looks really nice. So evidently side 6 may have a couple marks on it, keeping it, dragging down the overall grade to VG minus. Yeah, so it's a VG plus copy overall. But be aware, VG side 6 does have some marks on it, okay? So $10 start on the Grateful Dead. Really nice mint copies of that can get expensive. Right now, the Kiss lot is at $50 with Sarah Wyberdink. Manny Ray tied Sarah, so now James Hicks is out. Now Manny Ray's out. Continuing with this new arrival crate from Paul, we have Cherry People, and this is a 68 US mono promo, VG plus $14.99. Morgana King, I Know How It Feels to Be Lonely, a 68 US stereo, VG plus $9.99. And this is Commissioned, Go Tell Somebody. Commissioned is an 86 Gospel Funk, VG plus condition, $9.99. And Monk Higgins, that looks interesting, Little Mama. Monk Higgins is a 72 USOG, VG minus $9.99. The last bid on Dick Griffin was Audio Explorer at $150. It goes back to Ray Red 73. The Kiss lot is at $50 with Sarah Wyberdink. Everybody else is out. This has the following items in it. Teen Star Special Issue, this Kiss notebook from 2010, Kiss The Real Story Authorized, Livewire magazine, this merch insert, Guitar World magazine with Slash and Ace, Kiss Alive magazine, Official Kiss magazine number 2, Official Kiss magazine number 1. That's the contents of that lot. Now it's at 52 with Manny Ray. Now the Grateful Dead is at 23. Now it's at 25. We have The Armageddon Experience. That's a 1970 US Gospel Psych album. VG $9.99 on that. Stack Ridge is a 71 US folk rock prog album. VG plus $14.99. And Al Green, Living for You. Al Green is in VG condition, $9.99. And Bunky Green, My Babe, featuring Donald Byrd and Jimmy Heath. A 66 US mono OG EX condition, $37.99. And Hard Cooking, Charlie Rouse, Donald Byrd, Jackie McLean. That's a Prestige 65 US stereo, VG plus $24.99. The Kiss lot is at $52 of Manny Ray. We have Cameron saying out, Sarah saying out. Now James Hicks has it for $55. The Grateful Dead's at $27 and Dick Griffin's at $160. That's where we're at on those. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. $199 people still watching at 10:20 on a Monday night. It's also Christmas Eve. The 22nd, Eve. The 23rd, Eve. The 24th, Eve. Christmas Eve. We're almost there, folks. We're almost there. And then poof, it's gone. And then a whole nother year. What's John Lennon say? So this is Christmas. Who bought this Civil War CDs earlier? Dang. Somebody bought this earlier and I didn't tag it. Lucas Patter. Who was that? Somebody bought this earlier for $6.99. I didn't tag it. Was it Lucas? Whoever's, maybe y'all will find that. At some point I showed 2 CDs and somebody bought this and I forgot to. So All right, then Hard Cooking is so to Ron Mustaine. Ray Red, you were second. Dick Griffin's at 165. Grateful Dead's 30. Grateful Dead 33. What about the Kiss lot? Sold to James Hicks for $55. Let's do another one. All right, so I'm going to lay the Sun Ra record we sold earlier, and somebody got that CD. You might have to go back in the chat if, because I didn't say it, but it definitely sold. I think it was Lucas. It's right when I was digging around in that crate over there, I pulled out a few things, and I showed those 2 CDs. Hopefully y'all can find that. I don't know who's watching this show tomorrow. Maybe Linda. Maybe G. All right. Here's a magazine to go by itself. And Susie Breedlove, I need you to contain yourself, okay? I need you to contain yourself, Susie Breedlove. First of all, if you open up the centerfold, almost at the centerfold, there's an article about Kiss. This is in a magazine from 1977, Super Rock magazine with Robert Plant on the cover. Uh-oh. Susie Breedlove, I need you to calm down, okay? She is probably losing her mind right now. Super Rock magazine, December of 1977, Robert Plant cover. Is this the end of Led Zeppelin? This is a $10 start. Very cool Led Zeppelin related cover. That's now up for bid, okay? Grateful Dead is a $35 start with shakedown, or $35 bid with shakedown. And Susie Breedlove said, holy moly, uh-oh. $10 start on that. The last bid on Dick Griffin was Ray Red at $170. So Audio Explorer, you're out on that one. Grateful Dead is at $35 with shakedown. And ramble on. Dun, 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 dun. Sing my song. Next is Al Green on Stax. Al Green is on High Records, London, Memphis Sound. High Records. It's a subsidiary of London from the Memphis Sound. VG $9.99. Really cool, interesting crate from Paul. I'm just going to read these titles one more time. And he's got another one very similar to this we're going to knock out. Let's run the Super Rock magazine right quick. Robert Plant. Bum, 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 bum. Ba, da, da, da. If I say to you tomorrow, take my hand, child, come with me to a castle. All right, we have The Gospel at Colonus or Colonus, Cheryl Lynn in the Night, Illinois, Texas Fiddlin', Cameron All the Way, Raphael Cameron, Red, White, and Bluegrass, Patrick Moraz, Johnny C. Sold Out, Gene Pitney Sings Baccarat, Little Charlie and the Nightcaps, Fatback, Gigolo, Johnny Ray, The Best of Johnny Ray, Timber, Part of What You Hear, Joe and Jody Maphis, Guitaration Gap, Bob Gibson, The Head Boys, and Richie Cole, Alto Madness. Let me pause there to sell Ray Red, the Dick Griffin, for $170. Nice. Never had that one before. Never seen that one before. Grateful Dead is sold a shakedown for $35. The Scorpions is sold. And Super Rock Magazine is at $13 and with George Scherer. Susie Breedlove, you've been outbid. Next auction is Scorpions Love Drive. Somebody just asked about Scorpions. Advertised Scorpions is sold, but this is from the bonus crate. Scorpions Love Drive is a 79 USOG. It's in VG condition. It's a $15 start. Okay, I should say OG for that cover. Of course, you know, the first cover was the other cover, but that has stampers that comes back as 79 OG. The Head Boys was VG Plus $11.99. I need to speak with Hatchet Ed. You can reach Hatchet Ed 2 ways: email or Facebook Messenger. If you've sent him a message on Facebook or if you've sent him an email, give him 24 to 48 hours to reply to you. Usually he'll be done in about 24. He left today about 6:30, and he was working on some messages, and he was also working on other stuff. So you give him a day or two to reply. Paul Oakley wants the Head Boys. Super Rock is at $14.15. Scorpions $25. Let's do some more Kiss stuff. But first, this is EX $22.99. Gary Burton, Steve Swallow, Hotel Hello. EX $22.99. Barbara Lewis working on a groovy thing. The Skunks getting started. Cherry People. Morgana King, I Know How It Feels to Be Lonely. Commission, Go Tell Somebody. Monk Higgins. The Armageddon Experience. Stack Ridge. Bunky Green. And Al Green. Okay, let's go ahead and grab another lot of this. So Hatchet Ed inquires a lot of messages for invoice corrections, concerns, complaints, etc., etc. And he handles all those this afternoons on Mondays, and then he comes back and starts working on them again tomorrow. Let's do another big Kiss lot, okay? I love doing all these together like this. Here we go. First thing I have is this. Kiss Magazine, the official authorized quarterly Kiss Magazine. Guitar Magazine with Ace on the cover, rest in peace. Here's a vintage one here, Rock Spectacular from the fall of '78. It does have some damage over here. Guitar World Magazine, once again with Kiss. We have Kiss Rocks the World. Also have Guitar World, Gene and Paul. And then, let's see what's in here. We have Modern Drummer with Peter Criss. And we have Kiss Cycle Circus Tour magazine. All these Kiss magazines, a $15 start. All those a $15 start. Good luck to all those involved. So first thing is this. Super Robert has a bid for 2020, and Susie bid first. Chris Frazier's out. I'm going to make sure George Scherer doesn't want to bid again. He says he's out. And the Scorpions is about to be sold to Nick Bargeron for $25. Bunky Green is a 66 US Mono OG EX $37.99. My baby. And then somebody asked about the Skunks. It was VG minus. You're the third person who's asked about it. It is VG minus $9.99. I don't see that one too often, but it is low grade. All right, looks like Susie's going to get her Fantasy Man. You know, 38 Special has a song called You Can Be My Fantasy Girl. Well, this is Susie Breela's Fantasy Man. Oh, my gosh. I like them, but not in that way. Scorpions, $25. And that's a final call, and the Kiss magazine's at $25. Singing in the sunshine, laughing in the rain, walking in the moonshine. Got no time to pack my bags. My foot's outside the door. That's The Ocean from their 1973 album, Houses of the Holy. Sold to Susie Breedlove for $20, okay? Over here, we have the Scorpion sold for $25, and like literally I was saying sold, and guess what popped up? $26, but I already said sold to Nick Bargeron. He had that for almost 5 minutes at $25. We got to sell that to Nick. I mean, I had said SOL maybe, and your bid popped up. And then all the Kiss magazines have a bid right now for $25. Okay, there's that. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Malice, and Malice is a 1985 USOG specialty promo stamp, original inner sleeve, VG++, a $15 start. Malice in the beginning, gold stamp promo, $15 start on that. Okay. Yeah, me and Susie both like Robert Plant, but in different ways. The Ocean Live version. The Ocean Live from Song Remains the Same is 10 times better than the studio cut from the album. The studio cut's awesome, but that live version from Song Remains the Same is incredible. All right, here we go. And man, it looks like Paul's got, this looks like a ton of sealed stuff. I don't know what we're about to get into, but we're about to find out. There's Malice, about to sell those Kiss magazines. And then let's jump over here and do something else. I have other Kiss records around here somewhere. Let me shift a few things around, okay? I've got to do some shift-a-roonies, all right? I got to do some bologna over here. Bologna with Kraft cheese. Mac and cheese in the microwave. Oreos for dessert. Man, high cuisine. High cuisine there. Ooh, what do we have here? Golly, I didn't know I had all this. Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, Clash, AC/DC, Clash, AC/DC, Clash, AC/DC, Clash. All right, what's in here? Blink-182, The Decemberists, Randy Travis, Kiss. Somebody's been looking for one of these. Kiss Alive 2. Kiss Alive 2. An 82 UK reissue. EX Plus condition. 0 for sale in the United States. $35 star. An 82 UK copy. So this is a nicer vintage copy, not an OG, not a US, but a nicer UK copy. $35 start on that, okay? Next thing over here, these Kiss magazines, man, that would be beyond last second, but there it is. Kiss magazines, $26 with Robbie L. Sarah Wyberdink, I didn't get those off the table fast enough. Those have a bid for $26. Malice in the Beginning is a final call for a $15 start. And then over here is Kiss Alive, Smitch T, $35. There we go. I think he's the one that's been asking. I finally found one for you. Blink-182, yeah, we'll put that up in just a second. Alive has a new bid for $40. Robert Plant. I am biased, but I think he would make the top 25 or top 50 rock, definitely top 25 rock vocalist of all time. He would have to. Plant would, for sure. I mean, I'm heavily saying that biased, but at least the top 25 for sure. I mean, there's a lot of great rock metal vocalists, but man, he's got to be up there. What an incredible voice. We have Undercover, God Rules. This is a 1983 U.S. Christian punk. Wow, a Christian punk new wave album. Sealed 1999, Undercover, God Rules. And then I didn't give a damn if Whites bought it. Willie Williams with Carrie Bell. And this is an 84 UK, $24.99. And then if you factor in, that's just pure talent. If you factor in the influence Led Zeppelin had, then he would make the top 10, right? If you factor in his appearance in Led Zeppelin with his band and their music, he would probably jump up to the top 10 just on the influence factor. Iron Horse is a 1979 sealed, $19.99. And then Charles Brown, One More for the Road. That is an 89 US. That is sealed, $9. We've pulled out a lot of OG sealed stuff for this crate. So Robbie L., you've been outbid on the Kiss lot. She's back in at 30. Alive is at 50. And Malice didn't get a bid, right? Malice is a buy now for $15. Malice is a buy now for $15 in the beginning. Let's put that right over here. Let's see what that Blink-182 record is and some of these other ones. But there's that. I'm going to make sure Robbie L's done. And then we had Conway Twitty, some sort of compilation on a label called Trolley Car. Interesting. Sealed, $14.99. And we'll pause at Microacoustics, Transient and Tracking Ability Demonstration Test Record. A 76 US sealed, $9.99. All right, this is the Blink-182 album, California. A 2017 US Deluxe Edition, blue translucent vinyl, sealed, $150 start. Wow. I think I've only had this a couple times before. A 2017 US Deluxe, 2LP blue transparent, sealed, $150 start. All right, so the Kiss lot here is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $30. Let's take that and Susie's very valuable Robert Plant magazine around the corner over here. It was an April morning when they told us we could go. As I smiled to you, you turned to me. How could they say no? Woe to fun to have, to live the dreams they always had. Alan Hagen on Malice for $15. That's so. Susie said he's got the talent and the body to go with it. Whoa. Simmer down, Susie. We'll have to get a leash on her. We have Alice live at $50. We sold Malice for $15. Blink-182, $150 on that one. Melissa Manchester, Better Days and Happy Ending, sealed $9.99. And New Ray of Sunshine, Dobie Gray, sealed $14.99, a 75 US. Let's grab something else from the bonus crate. Or how about we grab some more Kiss stuff? Let's see what's going on over here with this. We have Kiss Calendar, Kiss Calendar, Kiss Tour Book, Kiss Calendar, Kiss Tour Book. Let's see what we got here. Kiss Tour Book, Kiss Tour Book. All right, we probably could sell some of these almost individually, these tour books. Let me see what else is in the magazines first, though. All right, let me just grab this whole stack here. Let me grab this whole stack here. All right. We have, we'll do that later. We'll do that later. All right, so we have the Best of Kiss. This looks like tablature. It is. This is the Best of Kiss, 26 classics for guitar. This is Kiss Guitar Tab Book. Spin Magazine with Gene on the cover. The Kiss Years, Barry Levine. And the Ultimate Kiss Fancy Phenomenon. Wow, some cool stuff here. So this is a really cool hardback book about the Kiss fancies. I bet this is kind of a, I've never seen this one before. So the Ultimate Kiss Fancy Phenomenon, okay. The Kiss Years, Barry Levine or Barry Levine, that's a Seinfeld quote. Spin Magazine and the Guitar Tablature book. That's some good stuff. Kiss Lot, $25 start. Kiss Lot, $25 start. Blink-182, Final Call to Kelly Wlodczyk for $150, and Alive is sold to Mark Weiss for $50. I'll have to check the Kiss. We got a lot of Kiss records over here, and There Goes Mark gets the Skunks. I don't think I ever pulled that for you. I forgot to pull that for you. This is sold to There Goes Mark, the Skunks. A lot of cool Kiss stuff there, $25 start. We're also going through a new arrival crate. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. That's a lot of cool Kiss stuff for a $25 start. And then let's put this up for a $7 start. Bobby Fuller, I Fought the Law, the original 64 El Paso demo. El Paso. I spent a month there one night. $7 start on Bobby Fuller. All right. Next thing I have is David Wagner, DBA Crow, a 72 US Blues Rock Hard Rock, sealed, $14.99, David Wagner. The Many Sides of Roy Head, sealed, $14.99. And then Country Music Laugh Off, Tom Perryman and the Stars and Guest of Hee Haw, sealed, $9.99. And then we have Pinkard and Bowden, Riders in the Skies. This is an 84 US sealed, $14.99. We are in a Paul crate right now. Blink-182 is sold to Kelly Wlodczyk for $150. All this Kiss stuff here, all the Kiss stuff, $25 start right now. It has one bid. Bobby Fuller has a bid for $7. And then our next bonus auction is going to go up right now, and that is Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. An 85 USOG, VG Plus or better, just a $20 start. Lay it down. Rat's a $20 start. Next is Fairmont Favorites, the Dick Bright Orchestra. This is sealed, an 85, $14.99. And Skip Castro, Fast Break. Skip Castro is an 84 US, sealed, $14.99. We got Kelly Cook on Pinkard and Bowden. That's sold to Kelly Cook. And then Vodoris and Kane. I can't really read that too well, nor say it. There's a secret going on. A pop rock album for $75.999. Vodoris and Kahn, maybe. K-A-H-N-E, sealed, $9.99. And we have Lester Young, Jammin' the Blues, soundtrack 1944, The Apollo Concert, Harlem, 1946. Sealed, $14.99. Bobby Fuller is sold to Denise for $7. I Fought the Law and the Law 1. All these Kiss books, what a great deal on those. Cameron Koning, I figured a couple of those would be worth $25 a piece. Those sold to Cameron Koning for $25. Let me lay these in here on the operations table. The operations table. Chad Strikes. What is it? What is this? I just found a sticky note over here on somebody's desk. It says Chad Strikes. What are they keeping track of? Does my staff have some kind of inner joke they're doing on me and I don't know about it? Chad Strikes. Looks like I got 7 of them. Huh. I wonder what that means. I'm going to get to the bottom of that. Could my staff be planning something against me? All right, let's go back up the top. Rat 20, Rat 20, Rat 22. Lester Young sold to Adam Bernardi. Next vintage psychedelic sale. Whenever he gets enough together. Ryan Mustang next on Lester Young. And then Rat at 25, Rat at 26. All right, there's that, there's that, and here's this. Next, AC/DC. Dirty Deeds, and they're done dirt cheap. An 81 US original, VG Plus condition, original inner sleeve, $25 start. $25 start. Huh, Chad Strikes. I'm going to send this in a couple group messages and be like, do y'all know the purpose of this? Well, it's time to drink a few M&Ms right quick. Monster and M&Ms. I'll tell you one thing. We're eating high class tonight. All right, next Kiss auction. Kiss 10th Anniversary Tour. This is an older tour book here. I love the tank on the cover. Whoo! Sugar Rush. Wow, my skin is crawling. Kiss. Was this like a 1980 10th anniversary? So 1982, right? 82, 81, I guess 83. Be somewhere right in there. They formed in what, 72 approximately? So that's a $15 start. Kiss 10th Anniversary Tour Book. $15 start on that. Whew. Rat 30, Rat 33, Rat 35, Rat 38, and AC/DC are $25 start. Come Into My Heart, USA European Connection, sealed, a 78 US Disco Funk, $14.99. The Sound of a Drum, Ralph McDonald, $9.99. Trust Me, a new live comedy album recorded almost in Georgia, sealed, $9.99, about President Rutherford B. Hayes. Joking, that's Jimmy Carter. Pink Floyd. This is a remaster. That's why you can see Gigi on the cover. Gigi, $29.99. And over here we have the All-Stars from Charlottesville. Tip Your Waitress. That's a 78 US sealed, $14.99. So first thing was Rat was at 38, and then the Kiss book 15.15, and then we have Kiss at 15, and then Kiss at 16, Kiss 16, Rat's at 40, Kiss is at 20, Ryan Mustaine on Ralph McDonald, Kiss 17, Mike Owen on Pink Floyd, Uma Guma, and Kiss 17, Susie was next on Pink Floyd. AC/DC did not get a bid to my knowledge. $25 buy now. So 81 was actually like a few years after this album came out, but it was the first time it was released in the United States. Dirty Deeds, and they're done dirt cheap. Speaking of 25, that's the high bid now on Kiss, and Rat, Sean Sam has it for 40. Kiss 10th Anniversary Tour. All right, that's up for bid. Let's grab something else from the bonus auction. And from the bonus crate auction thingy, let's do a Peter Criss. That way we can bid on 2 related Kiss. He just had a new album come out. He also put an album out in 1982 called Let Me Rock You. And this is in VG Plus condition. A $25 start for Mr. Peter Criss. $25 start. I'm sure some of y'all know that drum feel. Over here, AC/DC sold to Mike Owen for $25. That sold to Mike Owen. Cameron Koenig was second. So we got the Kiss tour book, we got Rat, and then we got the Peter Criss solo album. We have over here Sylvester Stars, $9.99. Sylvester Stars. Roy Clark, The Magnificent Sanctuary Band. That is sealed, $14.99. And Leslie Uggams. This is $14.99, okay? So Rat, Hammers Up, about to sell it. I think we're done. Sarah went out, $40 to Sean Sam, Invasion of Your Privacy. The Kiss Tour book from 1982 is at $35 of Manny Ray, and now another $35 bid with Victor Guerra, and Peter Criss has one bid for $30. A lot of sealed stuff in here. We have Lost Gonzo Band, Signs of Life, sealed, $19.99. That's a 78 country rock, southern rock album, $19.99 on that. And then Voyeur, Voyeur, $9.99. Gold stamp promo, has the hop sticker up in the top right. This is Bye Bye Birdie, an 80s reissue, sealed, $14.99. Original Broadway cast. Ralph McDonald, it's billed as Ron Carter Blues Farm. That is a zoomed in image of an old slot machine right there. That is a 79 reissue and shrink, $14.99. So Sean Sam can get the Rat for $40. Lay it down. Stephen A. Young is going to get the Roy Clark from a few back. The Kiss tour book is still getting bids. It's at $45, but Peter only got one bid, the Victor Guerra, for $30. Let's tag that. Adam Bernardi on Ron Carter. That's sold. And then the San Antonio Rose story, or Bob Wills' Original Texas Playboys, an 81 US sealed, $19.99. And then this is Kiss 10th Anniversary Tour. Kirk Reiner artwork. That looks familiar. That signature down there. Where else have I seen that? Kirk Reinert. R-E-I. That looks familiar. Kiss is at 50. Cal Ripken. I think you might be in luck. Let me see if it's in this case right here behind me. You're in luck. It didn't get buried among monstrosities. Sold to Craig Thomas for $3. Stephen Young wants San Antonio Rose. I can flip through this. Yes, I can. 10th Anniversary Tour. Main page. Gene. Paul, Eric, nice centerfold, Vinny, Ace, Peter, multi-shots, last page, back jacket. Probably could be touched up. Y'all see that? It's kind of that same thing happens to copies of like, it's almost like where the gloss or something's kind of, I don't know, it's like a soft touch almost. The same thing happens to Metallica Kill 'Em All album jacket. If you've ever handled those, it's almost like it's dusty, but you almost have to like polish it almost. But that high bid right now is at 50 with Manny Ray. Okay, the next thing I had is this. Manny Ray has that for 50. The next thing I had was Meet the Beatles. This is an early 70s Apple press and shrink. $36.99. O for Jacksonville, so really clean, $36.99. The last of some Beatles albums that I had. We had Fuse 1, which sounds like a fusion. Stanley Clarke, Larry Coryell, etc., etc. $14.99. Kiss has a bid for $55. Kiss has another bid for $55. The Battle Hymn of Lieutenant Calley and other hits, John Deere. John Deere and various artists. Unopened, sealed for $9.99. Paul's went down the rabbit hole, putting out some unusual copies. I like it, though. I mean, it's not the typical stuff we don't see every day. We got a bunch of those. John Hughes, not to be confused with Ferris Bueller's Day Off. An 84 private press, country rock, southern rock, $9.99. Let's put up another auction. We got lots of other stuff to put up. So we got the Kiss tour book. How about if we want to bid on this one, we put Ace, okay? This one looks a little different. Aha, because it's a reissue. I could tell the artwork was a little different. This is an 83 reissue of Ace solo album. It's a Hop Hog press, a 53. Where's that at? Right there, 53, $35 start. When Seth tagged this, there was actually none for sale in the United States on Discogs. None for sale in the United States. It does have a little bit of a corner ding up here. So really nice copy. No poster insert. However, I don't know if the reissues came with all the goodies. I'm sure one of our many experts watching can tell us. It doesn't have anything, just the disc. $35 start, okay? Will Robinson says he'll take Meet the Beatles. Folks, slowly but surely, we have sold that entire collection of minty Beatles records that John put out. So that's nice. Those are damaged records I got to send back. What else? We'll leave Trick or Treat over there. That always gets asked about. Trick or Treat is $39.99. That's a music on vinyl. Ace, yes, barcode on the back. Barcodes on the back. Next thing over here is Gary Morris Faded Blue. That is sealed for $9.99. Whoa. This is a 1979 U.S. country compilation. No, it's Lloyd Green, Sweet Cheeks. $9.99. $9.99. Oh, Sweet Cheeks there. Goodness. $9.99. And then Dark Star, Into the Heartland. Dark Star is a 78 Canadian psych prog album. That's $34.99. Another one, sealed for $34.99. And then another one. So we got 3 of those. So where are we at on the Kiss tour book? We had Jason at 55. Victor bid 55. Sheldon bid 51. Manny Ray bid 60. So Manny Ray has this for $60 right now. That's the high bidder. Manny Ray over on YouTube has that for 60. Then Victor over on Twitch just bid 65. This is an 85. Yes, did I say 83? 1985 U.S. reissue. 53 Hop Hog press, EX Plus condition. No Ace picture on logo. Yeah. 80. I was about to say, do I have to fire Seth? 85 U.S. reissue. So, I may have said 83. Seth had it right. He keeps his job. Seth does get to keep his job for one more day, okay? I did hire him back during the holidays. He's actually at his house right now tagging Beatles records for me, I think. He was this morning. Seth woke up at 5 a.m. this morning tagging Beatles records. So, Danny, these are all sticker price. I'm about to go right into another crate if anybody else wants to see anything in here, okay? $35 start on Ace, no bid yet. When we tagged that, like I said, on Discogs in the United States, there was none for sale. Pretty interesting. At least in the United States. Okay, here comes Saxon. Saxon is an 84 USOG. Uh-oh, here comes Seth. Looks like a Carrollton press. Come on, dude. VG Plus condition, original under sleeve, Saxon Crusader, a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Kiss is at 65. Now it's at 75. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. I'm going to condense this with the other Paul stuff. A lot of deep cuts. I think I'd rather go ahead and go right into something else like more buy it now, best offer, etc., etc. So if you were maybe waiting for a quick recap, right now would be your time to ask. So his 2 crates have turned into 1 crate. We've sold quite a bit out of those to be deep cuts. And then Fuse, let's go back. That was like some kind of jazz fusion album. Stanley Clarke, first one listed. In Shrink Near Mint, $14.99. Lots of bidding activity on that. Kiss Tour book. I've got 2 or 3 over here. That's the oldest one I have, it looks like. So I had a Kiss cart. We sold Kiss History earlier for $165. It was signed. That was the first thing I pulled off my Kiss cart over here. We've done 2 or 3 magazine lots. There's not much left, but when a couple of these other ones get knocked out, we'll move on from there. Will you pull Dark Star? I did. I actually got 3 of them, Mike Owen, so I've got 3 of them. I've already tagged you for 1, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. I've already put you down for 1. Sealed, $34.99. Danny, if you decide you want Hughes' sticker, let me know. Mary Miles wanted Gary Moore. Let me go back and find that then. This crate started right here. So there's Gary Morris. No, this was Gary Morris, Mary. You might have heard me say Gary Moore. Ada Bernardi on Fusion, which is right here. Okay. And then next is the Kiss Tour books at $80. Let's go ahead and make Ace a no bid buy it now for $35. An 85 reissue, really nice. I mean, the vinyl's EX Plus, just a small ding on the corner. Ace is a buy it now for $35. Let's put him right back there. That's a nice display piece of anything. And then Saxon's a $15 start. I've got 2 more of those Dark Stars if anybody else wants one. Okay, and then Danny does want that record right here, the John Hughes. Okay, thank you on that. And then Saxon does have a bid, the Kiss Tour books at $85. All right, let me shut this right over here. So, John had marked 4 crates of pre-owned. We've gone through them all. Paul marked 2 crates of pre-owned. We've gone through them all. It is approaching 11 o'clock. Perfect timing. This is when we start doing our discount stuff. Manny Ray bid $35 on Ace. First of all, I apologize. I didn't see that, and no one did a buy it now on it, so it's yours for $35. Sorry, that's when we were trying to figure out, make sure I didn't say the wrong pressing. All right, so that's sold to Manny Ray for $35. Kiss Tour books at $85 with Victor Guerra, and then Saxon does have a bid for $15. All right. I got 3 boxes of 45s we've never gone through before. Don't forget about those. We'll have to do some of these buy it nows later. Man, there's some cool stuff. I think you're going to like those. Then, of course, I got vintage type stuff from John. Here was tonight's new vinyl. We might need to run through those. Let's do a speed run in case y'all didn't catch the very beginning of the show. Okay? They're still bidding on Kiss Tour book. I'll put up the other one as soon as that one sells so there's no confusion. Let's go back to the Kiss LPs. This is the crate I'm just kind of now getting into. Well, we had Ace. How about Gene? An 86 pressing. Cover doesn't match record for this press. Uh-oh. All right, Seth has got another curveball here for me. Let's see what's going on. So here's Gene Simmons, shrink-wrapped. Sound Shop price tag. 86 US reissue, 53 Hop Hog. We're talking about that little number right there. Cover doesn't match record for this press. Interesting. Okay. Well, either way, this is EX condition, EX Plus condition, a $30 start for Gene. Maybe this is an older jacket. This is probably supposed to have a barcode, right? I bet this is supposed to have a barcode, and it's been Frankensteined. So probably an older jacket with a newer pressing disc. $30 on that. All right, and then Saxon is sold to Michael Freiberger for $15. 1 bid on that sold. We've hit 11 o'clock, so usually by 11, I try to be done showing anything new, whether it's new vinyl or OG vinyl. And we're done with all the advertised auctions, but I still have crates over here full of other stuff and miscellaneous to sell. This is now at $100. The vinyl label says the label looks like this. Let me get out of the sleeve. You can see it better. Okay. Very quickly, here's some of the newest stuff that came in today. Green Day, The Rock and Roots of Green Day, A Journey Through the Inner World of the Punk Rockers, $29.99. D'Angelo, Brown Sugar, 2 LP, $46.99. Circle Jerks, Golden Shower of Hits, New Yellow Vinyl, $34.99. Metallica, Ride the Lightning Remastered, $29. Testament, The Legacy, $38.99. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip, $38. The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard, Verve by Request, $29.99. John Williams in Tokyo, $34.99. Art Blakey, Jazz Messengers, Verve by Request, $29.99. Dirty Rotten Imbeciles is $29. Adolescence, the complete demos is $29. And we have Bikini Kill, the singles, $29 on that. Soft Cell, Nonstop Erotic Cabaret, $34, 2 LP. Beck Hyperspace for $29. And Cowboy Junkies, the Trinity Sessions, $46. All right, Victor Guerra, this is all up to you. Manny's had it for about 2 minutes now at 100. The Kiss tour book is all up to you. Kelly, I was wondering why you didn't buy John Williams. This is him live in Tokyo doing some of his greatest hits like Superman, Harry Potter, Schindler's List, Star Wars, of course, and Indiana Jones. It's a 2 LP, $34.99, okay? Victor's out. This is sold for $100 to Manny Ray. Let me set that over here in our operations department. With that being said, John Williams is sold to Kelly Vladarchek. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm going to order a couple more, one for myself, and I'm going to go ahead and roll with Gene Simmons for just a buy it now price of $30. That way we can go with a fresh new crate and all fresh new auctions. And I love fresh stuff, like these fresh M&Ms I've been eating over here all night. And let me tell you something, I love some M&Ms. I need a little bit more caffeine in my system too. Okay, there's that. Christmas Eve night, I might be doing a store walkthrough sale. Keep that in the back of your mind. Keep that in your thoughts. You never know about me, though. I'm a loose cannon. And we got Jim Davis on Bikini Kill. That's sold to Jim Davis. Anybody else? And so we're going to sell these next 2 programs in one lot. I have the Live Worldwide 96.97. Okay, and then I have this, well, it looks like what is this one actually called? This is the Farewell Tour. Okay. I was about to say Millennium because that looks like the cover of that Kiss Millennium release. This one's got some dings. It looks like some of the perforated letters have been messed up. But it is here, and we're going to put them up both for a $15 start. Okay? So this one, if I was grading this vinyl-wise, it would be like a VG or VG minus. This one's probably like a VG plus. It's a black cover. It shows quite a bit of wear, but not bad. And no, those aren't actual signatures. That looks just like their signatures, but it's not. Both of those for a $15 start, okay? Anybody else? That was one crate of all the new stuff. The other crate of new stuff tonight was mostly the rap and hip-hop. Might do those a little bit later. There's that. Let me put up another LP auction, but let's go ahead, and I think it's time for our nightly nonsense crate. And this crate here actually is stuff. I was pulling stuff out of this crate for our flip crate this morning. And when I pulled some of these out, I was like, okay, well, whatever's left in here, we'll do half off tomorrow night. And here we are, and we're about to do these half off, no more, no less. Okay, I will not be dressing up like Santa Claus. I'll be dressed up like Chad in gym shorts, a gray or black t-shirt, and gray Nikes. Okay, as they would say on Seinfeld, I'm dressed like a communist. Does he dress in olive drab clothing? Yes, he does. Well, he's a communist. Darren Johnson on DRI. That is sold to Darren Johnson. And the Kiss Tour books are at $15. All right. And let's grab another LP. The next LP is going to be Kiss Crazy Nights. an 87 USOG, once again, a Hop Hog. Boy, Hop Hog made a lot of Kiss records. VG++, it has the original inner sleeve. Crazy Nights is a $30 start. And for the FBI agents listening in on the stream, I'm in fact not a communist, okay? First thing we have is this, ELO Out of the Blue. This is $7.50. Folks, we call this a half-off crate, no more, no less. Electrolyte Orchestra Out of the Blue, VG, $7.50. So these are kind of half off. They're not kinda. They are half off. You can kinda take them. You can kinda leave them behind. It's also kinda first to serve, kinda first come serve, no more, no less. Does all that make sense? ELO right off the bat, $7.50. There should be like a whole screen of claims. ELO, just like boom, 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 boom. Some of these are check condition, some of them's not. That one was check condition. Paul Simon is also check condition. He's also just $5 though. There goes a Ryman Simon, $5 on that. And then for $5, we got 10 Years After Cricklewood Green. I'm going to go ahead and sell both of these Kiss Tour programs to Cameron Koning for $15. And let me take this and the last one that sold in and around about in here into the operations center. And we're going to put a whole new pile of stuff here. Let's see here. There's that stack and there's that stack. I don't want to get these mixed up. There's this, there's that. Here's you, here's me. I'll be the roundabout. Okay. Cameron Koning first on ELO. Final call to get a bid in on Kiss Crazy Nights. And let's jump over here and show something else. Let's put up U2, Rattle and Hum. Kind of a hybrid album. Some studio, some live. This is an 88 US Specialty OG EX condition, Rattle and Hum, a $30 start. Gatefold jacket, 2 LP, $30 start on Rattle and Hum. We also have Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. That is in VG Plus condition, $10. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Hope everybody's paying close attention. I've already showed Gordon Lightfoot, 10 Years After Paul Simon. Here is the incredible string band, Changing Horses. VG Plus, $7.50. Derek Clark says 10 Years After and Alvin Lee, a super grab for $5. You should probably pay close attention to Derek Clark's recommendation. Gene for $20. I'm going to say sold because I'm afraid I don't really know what kind of pressing it is. But if you're good with 20, I'm good with 20. Sell that to Tyson Morgan for 20. How about Santana Marathon? VG Plus, now $7.50. This is a half-off crate. So that was $14.99. Sticks is $9. The Grand Illusion. Come sail away with me. It has the original inner sleeve. Speaking of a bot now on Kiss, let's do that right now for Crazy Nights because no one bid $30. An 87 USOG VG++. $30 bot now on that. I just introduced U2 Rattle and Hum. U2's Rattle and Hum is also a $30 start. EX edition of 2 LP. And then we have The Police in Yada Mandata, EX 1150. 10 Years After was VG, so it was VG $9.99. Now it's VG $5. And then we have an offer on Crazy Nights. But first, here's Wings, VG $6.50. Someone's knocking on the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Do me a favor, open the door and let them in. Yeah. Here is Dynasty. An 84 reissue, but it is a near mint minus condition. A 84 US reissue, a 72 PRC Richmond, near mint minus, a $30 start. So that's an 84 reissue. It's got a barcode affixed to the back. So this literally has a sticker on the back affixed to the jacket, making it an 84 US reissue, near mint minus, a $30 start on that one. So here is the deal on Kiss. Alan Hagen, you were first, but somebody actually has claimed it at sticker price right after you. So if you want this, Alan, it's yours, but it will be for that minimum bid of $30. If not, Matt Shepard said he'll take it. Okay, Adam Bernardi on The Police. That sold to Adam Bernardi for $11.50. Stephen A. Young was next, then Donna Bertram. We also have The Doors, Morrison Hotel and Shrink, EX 1650. You know what? I can read through some of the, of course, you missed some stuff, but I can read through some of the cards, some of the better cards that were priced that we didn't get to last night or didn't sell last night. I got some really cool football cards here. I can do a couple handfuls. I mean, it is past 11, so we can mix in some miscellaneous. Steve Spurrier, $4.99. Daryl Lamoncina for $4.99. Roman Gabriel, $4.99. Fred Balentikoff, $4.99. Fran Tarkenton, $4.99. Craig Morton, $2.99. Jack Kemp, $9.99. Don Meredith, $4.99. Terry Bradshaw for $9.99. And Jack Party for $2.99. All vintage 60s, 70s football cards there. Sergeant Pepper's, this is the soundtrack, Peter Frampton and Bee Gees. That's VG condition, $5. And Foghat Energized is in VG plus, $5. Over here, we have U2, a no bid. First, Alan Hagen does take Kiss for $30, so Matt Shepard, you were second. Now you can pick up Rattle and Hum for $30. That's an 88 USOG, $30 on U2's Rattle and Hum, a no bid. Angel of Harlem, $30 on that. Let's put that away. And then I just kind of introduced Kiss Dynasty, $30 start on that, and that's an 84 near mint. So Craig Thomas on Don, let's find that. Don Meredith, $4.99. Dallas Cowboys, sold to Craig Thomas. Let's put those right back there. Next is Hart self-titled, VG for $5, and we got Joni Mitchell for the Roses. We have VG plus 750. Chad, do you have a market for uncut sheets of OPG and Topps hockey cards? Yes. Send me a message. I want to buy those for sure. You have some? Next auction is this. Let's go ahead and put up Angel of Harlem, Paul Stanley. So Mr. Paul is a 78 USOG. It's a keel pressing, VG++. It has the original inner sleeves, and Paul Stanley is going to go up for a $20 start, okay? First thing is this, Sheldon Bergenheyer on H for Heart. That's sold to Sheldon Bergenheyer. And we have the Rolling Stones, Out of Our Heads. And this is a red label mono, a red label mono, $12.50 on that. Okay, and then over here we have Ultravox Vienna. That's VG plus, $6.50. Let's go ahead and make Dynasty a no bid, just a $30 buy now on Kiss Dynasty. Thanks for tuning in on Monday night. 184 people watching on all platforms right now. That includes Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. We're streaming on all those platforms. I'll be here again tomorrow. I'll be here Wednesday night, Christmas Eve. Thursday night, Christmas night, I'll be on my couch, my mom's couch, probably watching Home Alone, eating cookies. And then I'll be back Friday, Saturday, and we're definitely doing another show on Sunday. So pretty much a full week. We did a show last night, sold quite a bit. I mean, we sold a lot of stuff last night. I had a couple people buy over just alone themselves a couple $1,000s in gold and silver. So shout out to those people. They're watching right now. One guy bought some gold, 1,500. We had like what, 3 air horns last night. We sold some silver bars, gold. We had 3 air horns last night. I think we had 3 air horns last night. Wasn't expecting. I didn't start till 10:30 either. If I could have started at 5, I think there were some people waiting and I was asleep. I had to sleep. Sunday was the first day I'd actually slept since I got back from Vegas. I'd been going home and taking naps and coming right back to work. I was averaging about 3 or 4 hours. So Sunday, I woke up and I texted everybody because my phone was dead. My TV had cut off, so Seinfeld had stopped playing. My lights were out, and I was on my couch. I didn't know if it was Monday night, Tuesday night. I didn't know where I was. I mean, I went into like that hibernation kind of sleep. And so I woke up, and it was like 9:30 on Sunday night, and everything was dead. TV off, phone was dead. I couldn't see. My house is like a cave. And I was like, boy, I bet some people's been waiting for me to go live for hours. But that's the kind of sleep I needed. I've been going home, like I said, and taking naps for about 6 days straight for just a few hours. Whew, I was exhausted. Mike Owen on Ultravox, that's sold. Cameron Porton on Door. And Door was for which one, Cameron? The Doors, this one right here, next poster night. As soon as we can get them photographed and researched. So there's that. And then Kiss, no bid over here. Paul Stanley is a $20 buy it now. Paul Stanley is a $20 buy it now. Let's put that over here. And then Sade, one more chance on that. EX Plus. Getting pretty late for auctions. A lot of stuff getting no and zero bids, so I might hold these until tomorrow. And then we have Three Dog Night Naturally, unless we can get some of these sold, like Paul Stanley and Dynasty, and a bid on Sade. And then Men at Work Cargo, VG Plus, $9. Okay, here's another handful of cards right quick. I have Steve Carlton and Nolan Ryan, $5 on that. This was a Chris Webber refractor for $4.99. 59 top Cincinnati Reds. Caleb Williams, $19.99. Roger Clemens, $7.99. Miles McBride, $14.99. Kevin Garnett, $8.99. And let's pause right there. Reggie Miller, $9.99. Top Stadium Club. Okay, so that left the following: Steve Carlton, Nolan Ryan, Chris Webber, 59 Cincinnati Reds, Caleb Williams, Roger Clemens, Miles McBride, Kevin Garnett, and Reggie Miller, okay? Let's go back over here to this. Cassettes. I do have some cassettes behind me. First thing is Natural Detail. Three Dog Night is in VG condition, $5 for Three Dog Night naturally. The starting bid on Sade, Diamond Life, was EX Plus condition, $30. It is an OG pressing. And Mark Weiss also asked, Faith, Hope, and Charity. That's a 1970 press, EX, $10 on that. And then Alvin Lee, Rocket Fuel, 10 years later, Gold Stamp Promo, VG Plus, $750. This is Touch. This is kind of classified as a psych album, 69 UK, VG Plus, $1750 on that one. And then Neil Young, Time Fades Away, VG, $7.50 on Neil Young, Time Fades Away. Okay, our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Kiss, Creatures of the Night. And Creatures of the Night is an 82 USOG 72 PRC Richmond. It has the original lyric inner sleeve. It is in VG minus with a feelable mark or two, according to Seth. And it's going to go up for just a $15 star. So let's find those, quote, feelable marks. Looks pretty nice to me. You know what it looks like? It looks like somebody played it with a bad cartridge. See that groove distortion? Looks like somebody played it with like on a Fisher-Price turntable or a Crosley. If you're buying new sealed albums from me for $59.99 and you're playing them on a $35, if your record player says Crosley, I hate to break the news to you, but you're actually doing more harm than good to your records. So I have to break this news. I do it about at least once every few months. I go ahead and let everybody know. If your record player says Crosley on the front of it, you probably want to think about upgrading ASAP. I have had some people buy $400 and $500 a week worth of new vinyl from me. They're buying all the pre-orders, all the new releases. And then they'll post a whole lot of records, and I'm seeing them play it on a $25 turntable that is actually destroying their records. And I'm like, oh no. And then sometimes I'll have to comment or probably message and be like, I hate to do this, but you need to take that off immediately, and you need to go buy a turntable, okay? You need to upgrade, because take 1 week off from buying $1,000 worth of records and buy you a $1,000 system, okay? So it's a lot. Probably some people right now are like, uh-oh, is he talking about me? Uh-oh, is he talking about me because I'm playing my records right now on a Crosley? Yeah, and what that is the arm is just what we call a vinyl plow. It's not counterbalanced. It's probably a cheap cartridge, and the grooves are just getting destroyed. So, and a lot of times they'll skip. They'll say, Chad, my new copy of Pink Floyd's skipping. And I'll say, can you send us a video of it playing? And they're dropping a unbalanced Crosley Victrola record player trying to listen to Division Bell. And I'm like, that's why. It's not the record, it's your record player. So, okay, back up to the top. That was a public service announcement. Sade's at 30. The Kevin Garnett back here was Upper Deck Electric Court. And that is, of course, that's a rookie, it looks like, yeah. It's got stats for like a rookie. The first stat line is Farragut Academy. And there's that. And it's called Electric Court, $8.99. I think that's classified as a rookie. Okay, Jim Davis on the Stones. That was the red label mono. That's sold to Jim Davis. Creatures of the Night, $15. Regina wants Terry Bradshaw back here for $9.99. That's sold to Regina. Terry Bradshaw is sold. And then over here, we have Whitney Houston, VG Plus, $9. And then the Guess Who number 10, VG Plus, $8.50. And Condition on Touch, VG Plus Condition, $17.50. Last few records in here was Eddie Kendricks, VG Plus, $12.50. The Fifth Dimension, VG Plus, $5. And this is the soundtrack. And this soundtrack was $10. The Assassination of Jean-Paul Marat, which I don't think I'm saying correctly again. All right, Sade did get one bid, sold to Mark V's for $30. But yes, take your record player, your record buying budget money, and we have some nice ones here for sale. I've got like 3 pre-owned Audio Technica for a great deal, and then I've got 2 or 3 vintage. I've got a vintage Denon. I think we've got a vintage. We've got some really high-end stuff here all of a sudden. So there's that. And Denise wants Touch. Okay, and then Creatures of the Night. Wade still has it for $15. And I think it's going to be fine. It just, it's got some weird marks on it. But for $15, that's about right based on the condition. We have filled up another crate. I'm going to try to blast those one more time. Let me show a few more cards right quick. And we need to start showing cassettes and 45s too, right? I have this Kurt Warner, Tony Horn dual card here, $9.99. Ted Williams, and I think this is 61 tops, yeah, $3.99. Dan Deerdorf for $2.99. Ben Davidson, $2.99. Matt Snell, $2.99. Dick Buckus, $6.99. Dick Buckus, $3.99. And Joe Cap, $4.99. Okay, there's that. Let's put those right there. All right, sell this to Wade for $15. Done. All right, and then Incredible String Band to Samuel. And let me read through those again. Sunday Record Player Night. Yeah, or Wednesday. I think I've got some up Wednesday you'll be able to see on that. All right. Oh my gosh. I'm about to sneeze again. I just karate chopped a piece of wood in half. I did pull Incredible String Band, right? I think I did. But then there was one more thing. No, I'm good. Both Dick Buckus sold to Kelly Cook. Okay. We had Kurt Warner, $9.99. Ted Williams, $3.99. Dan Deerdorf, $2.99. Ben Davidson, $2.99. Matt Snell, $2.99. Dick Buckus sold to Kelly Cook. Dick Buckus sold to Kelly Cook. Joe Cap, $4.99. Okay, we're ready for new auctions. Let me run through this half off, no more, no less crate one more time. Here's some kind of Motorhead item. Last time I showed this, it was that last time we did a walk through this sale. I don't know a lot about this, but it's some kind of Motorhead magazine with a CD and poster from Aftershock. So I don't have a lot of information, but I guarantee we'll get a bid of at least $10, right? Motorhead, $10 star. Some kind of magazine, poster, sticker, CD, arama. All right. Paul Simon, VG, $5. Gordon Lightfoot, VG plus $10. Santana Marathon, VG plus $7.50. Styx, EX9. 10 Years After, VG 5. Wings, VG $6.50. Peter Frampton and the Bee Gees, Sgt. Pepper's, VG 5. VG plus 5. Over here, Paul Stanley and Kiss, we have an offer for $40. Sell these to Tyson Morgan for $40. Whoops. Motorhead 10, 11, 13, 14. Cameron coating on Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. Sold. Next thing over here is another auction. And if you're surprised by that, you're not at the right place. We have Kiss Rock and Roll Over. A 76 USOG Terre Haute Strong VG with the original on her sleeve. Rock and Roll Over, a $15 start. Jane Frank on Peter Frampton, sold. Alan Hagen on Wings, sold. Kiss is a $15 start. Joni Mitchell for the Roses, VG plus $7.50. Men at Work Cargo, VG plus $9. Three Dog Night Naturally, VG $5. Faith, Hope, and Charity, EX $10. Alvin Lee Rocket Fuel, 10 years later, VG plus $7.50. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, VG $7.50. Final call on the Motorhead item to Victor Guerra for $15. Kiss is a $15 start. No bid on that yet. Keyword yet. And then we have Whitney Houston, VG plus 9. The Guess Who number 10, VG plus $8.50. Eddie Kendricks was VG plus $12.50. The Fifth Dimension, VG plus $5. And this soundtrack, The Persecution and Assassination of Jean-Paul, performed by the inmates of the Asylum of Charlton under the direction of Marcus de Sade, or de Sade. C. Green over on YouTube. C. Green, can you confirm your handle? Because I recognize that maybe, but they've done something differently on YouTube now where I can't see your actual name. So this is so to C. Green. And then Kiss has a bid for 15 and Motorhead's is 16. All right. And then, so, what else do I have? Okay, I was trying to sell these last night in a bundle, and I bet we can right now. These are all NASCAR cards. Daryl Waltrip, Earnhardt, Petty, Earnhardt, lots of Jeff Gordon, other Daryl Earnhardts, other drivers as well. That's a cool one there. Alan Kulwicki, Mark Martin, Gordon, etc., etc. And I think, let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Yeah, there's 32 there. $25. There's approximately 32. $25. Which would make those less than $1 a piece. $25. And they're all in new top loaders. Okay. There's that. And then we're ready for a new crate. Chad Green. Okay, you've bought from us before. Chad Green. Motorhead 17. When I come back, I'm selling Kiss for 15. NASCAR cards for 25. Anybody else on this one? If not, I'm going to put that over here with my other crate that I've been using for morning flip material. So I'm going to put those right over here. And let's find something else to go through. Not quite totally done 100% with vinyl. I think we're worthy of at least one more crate. And speaking of cards, if you're an eBay bidder, I listed, let's see if they successfully scheduled. I had 20 auctions scheduled to list on eBay starting at 7 o'clock. One was supposed to post every minute. It looks like they're active. We have an offer on a Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick autograph offer. Let's see if these are... Yeah, so I've listed a Isaiah Thomas, a Dr. J, a Larry Bird refractor, a Nolan Ryan, wow, that one's already up to $132. Wow. That's been on there just a little while. $132. Bob Pettit, Nolan Ryan, Shaquille refractor, Nolan Ryan, Shaquille refractor. Nice. King Griffey, that's already up to $196 on that numbered card. Kobe Bryant rookie, Nolan Ryan, Kobe rookie, Nolan Ryan, Oscar Robinson, Dr. J, Larry Bird, Nolan Ryan rookie, and then a Dr. J rookie at 99 cents right now. Dr. J rookie card, 99 cents. So there's 20 kind of higher end sports cards. They're all at 99-cent auctions. 99-cent auctions, okay? And they will go off 1 week from tonight. Now, unfortunately, if you buy them on there, you've got to pay for them on there, but I can put them in with your order. So, and we also have autographs. We just sold a heck of an autograph on there last night. We sold this signed copy of the band for $1,500. Somebody just got on there and they didn't even make an offer. They just bought it. $1,500, signed by Danko and Helm. I've got 3 other signed band albums. That's about what they're going for now, about $1,500. So, should just be Coletco. Should just be Coletco if we need to share a link, if y'all can't find it. Yeah, my handle is just, you know, I rarely list anything on there because we can sell stuff here. But this time of the year, we're just trying to turn in some of the high-end stuff to cash. And when we're trying to turn in high stuff into cash, we put them on 99-cent eBay auctions. Where is my active listings? I don't spend a lot of time doing... Well, yeah, we're under the title... What is it handle? Why is it this hard to find? It's like Collect Company LLC. Yeah, it might just be Collect Company. Yeah. I think it's just Collect Company. Why is it so difficult to find our handle, though? That's so bizarre. You can see our store name, but it's like I can't find just like our handle. Where is it? It's not even on here. How bizarre. Yeah. I think it's Collect Company, all spelt out. Okay. All right. Sorry for that. First thing we have is this. Last bid on Motorhead was Debbie Laster at $20. And then Kiss sold to Matt Shepard for $15. Yeah, y'all can bid on those. Unfortunately, you'll have to pay on there. I'll have to pay fees, and we'll have to ship them separately. But you might catch some deals because they got started at 99 cents. 99-cent auctions. A couple of them's already up pretty good, though. There's a couple $500 plus cards in there, so maybe y'all can go ahead and bid some of those up. That'd be great. I've had most of those about a year. Really high-end stuff, like cards and comics. If I've had it for a year, then, and they hadn't sold, especially graded stuff, graded cards, graded comics, if we've had them a year, you can get pretty good money out of them and put them on eBay auctions for $1 start. And that's what we do. I'm about to list about 100 graded comics, hopefully, tonight. It's going to take me all night up until the morning again. But I got to do it. We got to get them all sold. All right, here's a buy now on a really cool vintage magazine. The Best of Cream Magazine, 1977. $9.99. Bowie, Zeppelin, McCartney, Kiss, Stones, Frampton, Stewart, Elton John. The biggest of the 70s there. $9.99. That's a buy it now. Motorhead's at $23, by the way, with Debbie Laster. All right, let's find another vintage bin to go through. I think somewhere or another, there's some Paul and Laura crates with really good titles that have only been gone through once that we didn't take offers on. And if I can locate those, we're about to go through them, okay? We're about to go through them, so y'all have fun bidding on those cards. We'll see what they bring a week. 1 week from tonight, about 7 o'clock, they'll all start going off. And we'll have a pretty good Monday night. All right, Pam Murray gets the Cream Magazine for $9.99. Thank you, Pam. And what's the deal on the Asylum? The Asylum. I don't see an Asylum anywhere. We did have a Kiss Asylum auction earlier, but it's already sold. Let me look through these crates over here. trying to find the next best crate of vinyl to go through before we go exclusively to miscellaneous tonight. Yeah, I don't think this crate has ever been offered best offer. That could be a pretty good one. Let me look at the one underneath it. I've got 9 Paul and Laura crates over here that have been shown once, and I've kept them separate because I don't think we've ever took offers on them. So there could be some pretty interesting stuff in here. Even, yeah, this one even has some vintage stuff that Paul marked, like Poco, Lou Reed, Paul McCartney, Al Green. Let's go through this one. And then there's some stuff in here I don't recognize too well. So this crate is going to be make offer, or go ahead and buy them now. And we simplify that by buy it now or best offer. Okay. What was the deal? It was a Nut House soundtrack. Ah, I know what you're talking about. Not Kiss Asylum. You're talking about the persecution, assassination of Jean Paul, and performed by the inmates of the Asylum of Charlton under the direction of Marquis de Sade. This, it's $10. That's the half off price. I think it's, yeah, I think these are possibly true people playing on this that may be not all there. $10 on that. Okay. And then Debbie gets Motorhead for $26. It was just between those two, right? Yeah. That's sold to Debbie Laster for $26. I'm going to lay Cream Magazine on top of it. And let me take these cards that sold in here. That way we can get a fresh stack started. A fresh stack started. Nice. I'm going to put those right there. Save some space. Okay. All right. There goes Mark. Gets this for $10. Okay. Make sure this goes to Mark for $10. NASCAR lot. No takers again. No NASCAR fans willing enough to buy cards. All right. Give me 1 second. About to go into phase 2 and the final phase of tonight's show, which is going to be our last few vinyl LPs. And then truly miscellaneous and 45s for the next hour or two. Stephen Douglas wants Rush Fly By Night. That's from the video this morning. So Stephen Douglas, STEVENDOUGLES. This is sold to him. We need a new scenery back here anyway. That's sold to Stephen Douglas. Thank you, Stephen. He actually just bought that in the group video not too long ago. So let's replace it with a Kiss Hotter Than Hell. And somebody might want to buy one of these right now since I know we got Kiss buyers. This is a 2014 remaster of Hotter Than Hell. $33.99 for that. Awesome. All right, so this crate I'm going to put up for best offer. So it's going to be a quote, buy it now or best offer. All right. And 45's indie. Yes, and others. The Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade. Excellent compilation. EX condition, $32.99. It does have the original inner sleeve. That's the Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade. U2 Live, Under a Blood Red Sky. EX condition, $14.99. There's also U2 Rattle and Hum right over here. Our only no bid tonight. And the Eagles, Hotel California. Also EX condition. Gatefold jacket with the original inner sleeve. $32.99. Life in the Fast Lane, folks. Victim of Love, The Last Resort. A classic album, The Eagles, Hotel California. All right, moving right along, let's start out with a LP auction, and that is going to be Kiss Dynasty. We've already sold one tonight, maybe even two. Here's another opportunity. Dynasty is an OG pressing. A 79 US, this is called the hybrid press, Pittman Terre Haute. It does have the poster and the Kiss Army inserts, so a nice OG complete copy. There's the jacket. There's the inner sleeve. Let's look at the condition of the poster, because sometimes It looks like it's literally been hung up on a wall and taken down 300 times. Sometimes they're in pretty good shape. This one's in pretty good shape. Yes, it's actually really nice. So it does have the poster and it does have the merch where you could have won a Kiss pinball machine. Who actually won that? I wonder who actually won that. Kiss Dynasty, $30 start. That's not for bid. I'm sure one of y'all probably know. Somebody may know where it is. And then, oh yeah, Debbie wanted Neil Young, Time Fades Away from the last crate. I better go pull that right now before I forget. Debbie wanted a Neil Young record from that last crate. So let's do that. Let's do that right now. There's Neil Young, Time Fades Away, and we're going to sell that to Debbie. VG, $7.50. Okay? All right. Next is Dirk Hamilton, Thug of Love. VG, $12.99. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, Green River. The spine is split. This is actually some stuff Laura marked. Yeah, Laura, I knew Laura Paul had marked these. VG Condition, $9.99. And Al Green, Let's Stay Together. A 1982 pressing, which should be on the Motown label. VG, $12.50. Yes, Debbie got Neil Young for $7.50. Yep, that was sold to Debbie for $7.50. Kiss is a $30 start. Here comes our first hand of 45s, and these are all $6.99. Let's do 5 at a time, and let's try to get a lot of these sold. Dream Decay on the Sub Pop label. Dream Decay, these are all $6.99. Mythless Weep, some kind of lathe cut, interesting looking thing there of a spider on it. $6.99. Quiet Slang, We Were Babies and We Were Dirtbags. We have Less Savvy Fav, Knowing How the World Works. That's $6.99. And Flatworms, The Apparition, Melt the Arms. $6. I love that with those yard sale stickers on the front. $6.99 on that. Kiss has bids for 30, now 32. These are all buy it now best offer. The Deep, which is a soundtrack from Casablanca, that's on blue vinyl. The Deep, VG Plus, $14.99. And Bob Seger, Against the Wind. This has the original under sleeve with it. EX Condition, $27.99. And Venus and Mars, You Gave Me the Answer. VG Plus, $17.99. Venus and Mars, VG Plus, $17.99. Okay, these are all $6.99. First one is Beach Slang, which is, there's Quiet Slang. Is that what you meant? There's Quiet Slang. And then Bark Knoxville on AG. And AG was for Al Green. That's sold to Bark Knoxville. Kiss has a new bid for $35. We also have Michael Jackson Thriller, VG Plus, $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. And he wanted Quiet Slang. Okay, that's what I thought. Quiet Slang is sold to Jeremy for $6.99. Make sure I didn't say Beach Slang accidentally, and you thought it was somebody completely different. We have Paul Simon Graceland, EX, $17.99, and Bob Welch French Kiss, VG, $14.99. And also, there's another, that Motorhead thing we just sold. I have another one from a different album somewhere around here. Let me see if I can track that down. Here it is. Yeah, so whoever was bidding on that Motorhead thing, here's another one for a different album, kind of a different thingy here. So let's find that and let's knock it out. This is Motorhead. This is The World Is Yours, a full official album, a special edition, Ultimate New Album Guide, full motor catalog review. This has a magazine, a War Pig metal pin badge, and a giant album artwork poster. So there it is. So kind of a deluxe edition collector's pack. Sealed, Motorhead, $10 start. Okay. John Griffin on The Deep for $9. Sell that to John Griffin for $9. And then PS for $15. Matt Shepard gets Paul Stanley for $15. Motorhead has its first bid of $10 with Robert Warner. Let me move all these over right here. And let me move these so I can start laying down another handful. These are all $6.99. We have Div, D-I-I-V, cover 7-inch, $6.99. Zhu, Zoo, XIU. Mike Adams at his honest weight, the new big ending. Cloud Nothing should have. And Knife Fight. Wild cover. Those are all $6.99. Okay? $6.99 on those. This is a buy it now best offer crate. I have Village People. We had one of those earlier. Here's a VG Plus copy with the original Casablanca inner sleeve. $12.99 on that. Right now, Kiss is sold to Matt Shepard for $35. Let's get that off the table. An OG copy complete with poster, etc., etc. Let's put that away. And then Motorhead just has one bid, now another bid, and now Robert's back in at $35 on that. Let me get Kiss Dynasty put away. I've approached this the wrong way by not... There we go. Let's do it like that. Okay. Jeremy on Jus, which was this one. $6.99. And Susie on Cloud Nothings. The picture disc for $6.99. And let's put those other three back there. Now Motorhead's at $15. I knew I had another one of those. Next is Kansas Leftoverture. Carry On My Wayward Son. VG Plus $14.99. And then we also have Bruce Springsteen, Born in USA. That's EX $27.99. And Faith Band, Rock and Romance. Faith Band is EX $12.99. Also, somebody asked earlier about cassettes. To kind of keep it balanced, let me move this. I don't have many rock or metal. This is tons of 70s stuff here. But there's some pretty good stuff in here. Might pick and choose the first couple handfuls for $6.99. Let's pick and choose a few here. Let's grab those. That's a single, but I know y'all are going to want it because it's big time. And then let's do this one right here. All right, so here's a handful of cassettes. These are all $6.99. First is Ozzy Osbourne, No More Tears. That's collector's edition single. And then we had ZZ Top Tres Hombres, Aerosmith Draw the Line, Def Leppard Pyromania, and Genesis Invisible Touch. Some good listening there. Those are $6.99 each. The Motorhead Item is a final call to Alan Hagen. That's kind of like the thing we just had earlier, just a different album, a deluxe edition. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. This is Jay Giles' Love Stinks. EX Condition, $32.99. And Adam Hood, Somewhere in Between. That's a sealed country album, $14.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Had to get a drink of my Monster on Ice over here. Ozzy is sold for $6.99 to Mark Stanley. Michael Ruttman was next. MT Matt on Aerosmith. Michael Ruttman first on Def Leppard. That left ZZ Top and Genesis. Okay, Motorhead has another bid for $18. Lou Reed Transformer is a 72 US OG Indianapolis. $44.99. The Who, Who's Next? A 2018 UK reissue. $19.99. Josh Brown on Genesis for $6.99. And then, speaking of Genesis, early Genesis compilation here, Rock Great Roots. And this is $24.99. Peter Gabriel, a 76 UK, $24.99. And then Poco Legend. Poco is $19.99. There Goes Mark has tied Motorhead. Let's do another handful of singles right quick. This is the Paper Chase and Zuzu cover Nick Cave. Richard Swift, You're Lying. Richard Swift, Nothing to Do with Foxy Boxing EP. Less Savvy Fav. And then Cult, Summer of Fear 1906. Looks like it says C-U-L-T. Or it could be Ulct, L-U-C-T. Also, we had The Animals, Greatest Hits Live, $17.99. Does have some cover damage down here. Also, Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust. $19.99. And then Madonna, super clean copy. It has the original on her sleeve, $39.99 for Madonna. First thing is Zoo here, which was this one. That sold to Jeremy Bryant for $6.99. Put the other ones back here. So obviously there goes Mark, may have a bad connection. And Alan Hagen, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $18. Okay? Sell that to Alan Hagen. Let's show a few more records and a few more cassettes. Looks like everybody might be in the cassette mood. I like it. I got a bunch of them. Roxy Music, The High Road, $19.99. And then Betty Wright, Traveling in a Circle. That's a 79 OG sealed, $19.99 for that. All right, I may have to just start grabbing some handfuls out of here. So let me grab, let's just grab some right out of here. It's going to be a bunch of some of the same artists. It looks like a lot of these were kept in alphabetical order, so let's just knock them out. We got Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska, Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. There is 2 of the cassettes from the box. One of them are sealed. I think that's supposed to be a 4 lot though, but we'll sell those together for $6.99. Mike and the Mechanics, Living Years. Genesis Live, The Way We Walk. And then Phil Collins, Face Value, I Can Feel It Coming, In the Air Tonight. And Phil Collins, But Seriously, Another Day in Paradise. Okay? The band is called X-Cult from Memphis. There we have it. Motorhead, Out. Okay, that was weird what just happened. Y'all's bids on Motorhead came in late. Alan Hagen is supposed to have it for $18. It's already sold to Alan for $18. And then over here we have Nick Lowe, $15. Sell that to There Goes Mark for $15. Bart Knoxville gets the Who for $14. And then Josh Brown gets the Genesis Live, The Way We Walk cassette for $6.99. Okay? A lot of boss and a lot of feel right in there. We also have Ava Cherry, Picture Me, an 87 OG sealed, $14.99. Hokey Pokey, Richard and Linda Thompson. That is $19.99. And then The Police in Yada Mandata. The Police in Yada Mandata, $29.99. Okay? So, next thing we have is this. We have more singles here. We have, what's that say? Something hiss? Purring hiss? Purling hiss. Purling hiss, my. Jocko Gardner, Find Yourself. Mets, Eraser, Pure Auto. Post Animal, Ralphie. And In the Capitol, Read My Mind. Let's go ahead and do this one. Deerhoof plays music of The Shining. That sounds interesting. Okay, back to the Buy It Now crate. Florida Festival presents Star Song. That's sealed, $9.99. Florida Festival presents Star Song. And then 500 Miles to Memphis, Blessed Be the Damned. That's a 2009 red vinyl. It's a country rock punk album, $14.99. So Eric Van Leuven gets Deerhoof for $6.99. Phantom Canuck gets Jocko Gardner, Find Yourself. And that left In the Capitol, Read My Mind. Post Animal, Ralphie. Mets, Eraser, Pure Auto. And Purring Hiss. Or what did that say? That's a tough one for me. Purling Hiss. Like I'll read it 3 times, I still can't remember it. Okay, and then let's grab another handful of cassettes. I think after we get through this top layer, it looks like there's some great stuff underneath here as well. Yeah. Let's grab, golly, yeah, we got so many of the same artists here. All right, well, let's just do them handful by handful. Let me try to keep them all together. Right here. This is all, it's like 10 cassettes, and it's 2 different artists. So we have Bryan Adams, Into the Fire. Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife. Bryan Adams, Reckless. Bryan Adams, Raking Up the Neighbors. And then we got Daryl Hall as a solo artist. And that's 3 Hearts in the Happy Ending Machine. Hall & Oates, Oh Yeah. Hall & Oates, Voices. Hall & Oates, H2O. Hall & Oates, Private Eyes. And Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1. There you have it. Bryan Adams and Hall & Oates. I will consider bundle deals if there's a lot of the same artist, you know, to get some of these sold. Also, we have moving on with Andre Williams, Greasy and Explicit Soul Movers, 1956 to 1970. That's a 2005 compilation, $34.99. Roy Ayers, Ubiquity. Roy Ayers is a reissue, $34.99. And a House Safe for Tigers, Lee Hazelwood, a 2012 remaster, $29.99. And Chick Corea, the Mad Hatter. Chick Corea, $14.99. David Vandervelve, Waiting for the Sunrise. A 2008 U.S. country rock indie album, $14.99. The Kid, Harold Osley, Ousley, a 72 U.S. soul jazz funk album, $29.99 on the Cobblestone label. All right, let's move Hall & Oates and Bryan Adams right back there. Where's Solarplex Studios when I need them? I wish he was watching. He usually takes all the leftovers at $4 a piece. Bundle deal. All right, let's grab the rest of these over here. Trying to knock out this top row. Okay, but first thing we need is some more indie singles, right? These are $6.99. We have Sainthood Reps, Monoculture Telemarketer, Less Savvy Fav, Richard Swift, Kisses for the Misses, Omni, OC Notes, and Shannon Lay. And those three are all Sub Pop labels. Always make note of that. Oh, knee adjustment. Okay, next is Ray Red offer 22 for this. Sold, and Bart Knoxville just asked the details. Ray Red was already first. I'm going to sell it to him for 22. Bryan Adams, so we'll do 4 for 20. 4 for 20 on the Bryan Adams. 5 a piece, essentially. And then that left Shannon Lay's OC Notes, Omni, Richard Swift, Less Savvy Fav, and this one was Sainthood Reps. All right, here comes some more cassettes. We got Glenn Campbell, Southern Nights, Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, Three Dog Night Live, Heart, Bad Animals, and then Heart self-titled. Those are all available. All 4 Bryan Adams are sold for $20 to Jamie Wheels. Let's get those tagged. Thank you. And let's go ahead and show Kool and the Gang Emergency. And then we have White Line, When the Children Cry, Little Fighter. That's a single from White Line. And then Toad the Wet Sprocket, Fear. And this is a Guardian, Miracle Mile, Guardian. $6.99 on that one. Roy Ayers, let's go back a couple. Roy Ayers, Ubiquity, is a reissue, $34.99. We also have Lanny Hall, Sundown Lady, a white label promo, $19.99 on that. And then Bazin, B-A-Z-A-N, a 2009 U.S. sealed, $34.99. Scream, S-C-R-E-A-M. I don't know why I spelled that out. An 85 U.S. hardcore punk, $34.99. So that last stack of cassettes left Glenn Campbell, Aerosmith, Three Dog Night, Heart, Kool and the Gang, White Line, Toad the Wet Sprocket, and Guardian. Those are all $6.99 each. Time for some 45s. Right after I show you Lee Hazelwood, Requiem for an Almost Lady, a 1999 U.S. reissue. Lee Hazelwood, $49.99. William Drukovich on Scream. That's sold to him for $34.99. And then let's do another handful of singles here. We have, for $6.99, we have Little Bub featuring the Uncluded. And that's performing Newer Gravity. That's like a flexi. Hammered Hulls, Written Word, Self-Inflicted, Looking After You. Interesting one there. Kishi Bashi, Laughing With. And then Screwballed, Grand Union. Looks like it's on clear vinyl. Pedro the Lion, Progress. And Japan Droids, Younger Us, Sex and Dying in the High Society. Craig Thomas on this Hammered Hulls, right? Ham. I'm assuming that's so to you. Which Aerosmith cassette? That is Aerosmith Greatest Hits. Aerosmith Greatest Hits. Oh, stretching. It's that time of night. Oh. Other leg. Here we go. Almost. Oh, whew, feel better. All right, then finishing out this crate, Eric Clapton 461 Ocean Boulevard, $24.99. 13 Cats. This is a pretty cool looking comp. It's a 2020 pink with white vinyl. It's a rockabilly. Slim Jim Phantom plays on here. It's not a comp. That's the name of the artist, 13 Cats, but Slim Jim Phantom from the Stray Cats play on here. So does Smutty Smith from the Rockettes and Danny B. Harvey. So $24.99. Rip Off Records, Third Wave of Hits. That's a punk compilation from 2004, $14.99. So first thing is Kishi Bashi and Japan Droids are both sold to There Goes Mark for $6.99, $6.99. And then Josh Brown on Aerosmith. Josh Brown on Aerosmith. That is sold to him for $6.99. Okay. Rip Off Records is sold to William Drukovich. Thank you on that. And let's grab another handful of cassettes. But let me show these last 4 records in here. Rock Legends played tribute to Jack Wills. That's $19.99. Pam Murray gets 13 Cats for $20. That's sold to Pam Murray. Mike Adams and His Honest Weight, Casino Drone, $22.99. And then we had Buzzman's Holiday, Popular Cycles for $29.99. And then, whoops, Link Ray wants to hide. Link Ray live at the Paradiso, 1980 US, $19.99 for Mr. Link Ray. All right, let's knock out a handful of cassettes here. As soon as I can. Oh, I need to get these a little higher. I'm having to squat down to get them, and my legs are going, Chad, why are you doing this? Why don't you get these up a little higher where you can go through them easier? All right, here comes some more for $6.99. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine. Anita Baker, Rapture. Bad English, Backlash. Bad English. John Parr, self-titled. REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. Christy Burr, Into the Light. Beverly Hills Cop 2. Juice Newton, self-titled. And The Time, Ice Cream Castle. The Time, Ice Cream Castle. All right, and while y'all are thinking about the cassettes, let's lay down some more Indy 45s here. These are all $6.99. Larry Mullins and Mike Watt, 1970, parts 1 and 2. BSCBR, Master of Rehearsal. What is BSCBR? It looks like Master of Reality from Black Sabbath. Long Live the New Weight by Young Widows and Pain and Ash by Melt Banana. And then this is Midwestern by Young Widows and Inch Above Sand by Pelican. This kind of makes like a robot cover. How cool is that? It makes like a robot head or something. There's 3 of them. I don't know where the 4th one is. And then Margot Price, Paper Cowboy from Third Man. Richard Swift. And Less Savvy Fav, Accidental Deaths. Okay. Michael Ruttman on BSCBR. That was this one right here. Robert Warner on Melt Banana, which was this. Okay, and then Regina Tabor wants the Elvis cassette, His Hand in Mine. So that last stack of cassettes left Anita Baker, Bad English, John Parr, REO Speedwagon, Christy Burr, Beverly Hills Cop 2, Juice Newton and The Time, Elvis Soda Regina, and then these singles left, Less Savvy Fav, Richard Swift, Margot Price. These are splits, okay? The ones that look like a robot head, these are split. The first one is Young Widows and Pelican. The Pelican song is Inch Above Sand, and the other split one is Young Widows and My Disco, Easy Acting and Antler, and then there's Larry Mullins and Mike Watt, okay? So it's 12:05 Central Time. that might have been the last crate of vinyl for tonight, because I have a feeling we can sell a bunch of 45s and a bunch of cassettes. And that actually might, showing any more LPs, might drag down the overall flow of doing this other stuff. Because whatever, I want to show all these cassettes here, because whatever doesn't sell, I'm going to photograph the spines. Y'all know how I do that. And then I'm going to post them in the group. So I'm going to try to go through these 2 full tubs over here. I've got 2 full tubs of cassettes, and we can knock those out. And then that way I can say, okay, here's the cassettes, and y'all can pick and choose them in the group, which when I do that with CDs and other media, it does really well. But I'd rather try to sell them here first. So if you want to make an offer on anything in here, let me know. Link Ray sold to William Drugovich for $15. And then Heston Session did want that Pelican. So we're about to go full cassette and 45 mode. Pelican sold to Heston Session. Are you sure you don't want this other one too? You or Robert, y'all can make a full robot head. Y'all both got part of the top right head or something. Okay. Yeah, as far as no bids tonight, the only no bid tonight is U2 Rattle and Hum. It's an 88 USOG 2LP specialty press with the original lyric inner sleeves. It's EX edition, $30. That's the only no bid tonight. And then Trick or Treat is new and sealed limited edition 1500 silver vinyl, $39.99. That's the only no bid was U2. Everything else is sold. The other one is Young Widows and My Disco. All right, let me go ahead and start fresh. I'm going to flip over this crate. Does anybody have anything else vinyl LP related you might want to see before I officially retire some of these and we go strictly into miscellaneous tonight? I usually start miscellaneous hot and heavy around 11. Of course, I started the show kind of a lot later than normal tonight. I mean, I know I'm always after 6 nowadays. I hope that changes. I can't honestly reset my body. I think y'all know how the internal mechanism works. And I just keep on staying up later and later. And I just cannot, for the love of all things good and holy, get physically reset. So I can get up at 4 and on a good day's rest, because I sleep during the day. There's too many people trying to get a hold of me, and I think about everything I have to do, insurance and this, and I got to stay awake, and then it's like noon and I should be asleep, and then I got to wake up in 4 hours, and then I have to sleep till 5 so I get an extra hour so I'm not here sounding like a zombie. It's really hard to do in the winter. I know, that's why it's later. If y'all notice in the summer, I mean, we start 5 and then it gets later and later. So, yeah, I mean, I just cannot physically reset my eternal clock. I'm staying up later and getting less and less sleep. As the days get shorter, I'm getting less and less sleep, it seems like. It's like, oh. ZZ Top is Tres Hombres. We're about to go through rapid cassette fire and 45 fire. And then Joe DeGatto said he would do 10 on U2. All right, nice pickup on the U2s. So sell him Rattle and Hum for 25. Sell him this for 10. Let me clear off the table. I condensed I'm going to use some of that material for our morning flip crate. So I'm going to lay that right there. Let me move these empty crates around. Let me take one of them and use it for my table. I did promise John I'd get here early tomorrow to look through his collection, so I probably, honestly, will be on time tomorrow. And then Josh Brown wants to Phil Collins. Okay, do you want but seriously or face value? Or do you want both of them for 10? All right, let's clear the board here. December 21st. Okay, so we're in the saltist. Okay, yeah, yesterday was short. Yeah, Sunday was short. I noticed. I mean, it was like, I think that's why I woke up so out of it. I was like, dang, what is going on? I'll be glad. I like man, I don't know. I like it being dark so I can sleep during the day, but it don't really matter to me. He wants face value for $6.99. Okay, sell that to him for $6.99. Sheldon Bergenhire wants Trick or Treat. All right, and then let's go ahead and sell this to MT Matt for $5. Now, I'll go ahead and sell you one for $5. I try to keep them all $6.99 until we maybe can do a bundle on a couple, but that's okay. Whatever gets some of these sold. Let me take these right in here. But I think I'd rather be starting the show 30 minutes late and be energized and ready to go for 8 hours than starting on time and literally feeling like I'm a zombie and my head hurts and I'm trying to talk for 8 hours and I'm making mistakes. And so I'm like, well, maybe just waking up naturally and sleeping an extra 30 minutes will literally help perform the show to a whole new level. So, all right, here we go. Cassettes, 45s, maybe even a couple handful of CDs, but whatever one I like to start on, I like to finish with. So let's just do cassettes, and I think we can come up with some more CDs by the end of the week. So let's do 45s first. Okay, here we go. These are all $6.99. We have Less Savvy Fav, Oberhofer, a bunch of O's or zeros. That's a wild looking one. Christmas Island, 2009 indie. Tune Yards, Real Live Flesh. That is KO, F-U-C-K Pants, and it looks like they signed it. It's a lathe cut. And then the XX. The XX is the name of the artist. Those are all $6.99. All right, next handful of cassettes are coming right now. These are all $6.99. We're officially in our $6.99 era. That's what Taylor Swift would call it. We're in our $6.99 era. Air Supply's Greatest Hits. Gold and Platinum, those are great 80s compilations. Volume 5. Gold and Platinum Volume 6. Rick Astley, Free. Allman Brothers, is that both disc? It is. That's the complete Fillmore concert. Wow. Somebody gave her a beard. Olivia Newton-John, Greatest Hits, but somebody penciled in a beard on her. So a manly Olivia Newton-John, kind of looks like George Michael. And then we have Bobby McFerrin, Medicine Music. The XX is sold to Ray Red for I almost said for $73. Ray Red gets the XX for $6.99. Almost said $73, David. Okay, so we still got KO, the lathe cut. It looks like it's signed. Tune Yards, Christmas Island, Oberhofer, and Less Savvy Fav. MT Matt wants Air Supply Greatest Hits. $6.99 on that. So it looks like we're ready for a stack of 45s. We're probably 2/3 through the indie box. And then we'll get into maybe one of these other ones. Akron Family. No Knife Sunshine. The King Kong and Barbecue Show Animal Party. Deerhoof, Sunnyside. Shy Girl, Motorama. Oh, A for Almond, not for Air Supply. I was about to say, didn't see you buying an Air Supply. A for Almond, MT Matt. Nobody wants the bearded Olivia Newton-John. That's like folk art. Folks, that's folk art. That's Americana folk art. Next thing is Eric Van Leuven on Deerhoof for $6.99. William Drugovich on KK Barbecue. And then Shy Girl sold to Jeremy Bryant. Whoop, I didn't do cassettes. Let's do another handful of these then. Japan Droids, Trail of the Dead, So Divided. Looks like it's on red vinyl. Lake Ruth, Extended Leave, Lung, Sinking Ships, and Brad Marino, 4-track Attack. Did I say Oberhofer? I did. It was right here. It was Oberhofer. Oberhofer. This is called O00000000, and the flip is called Don't You Need a, or something like that. Trail is sold to William Drugovich. Okay, let's put those right there for just a second. All right, next handful of cassettes. Oh. Let's Beat It. The world's greatest recording artists team up to fight leukemia. First track is Say, 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 Paul and MJ. Michael Bolton, Time, Love, and Tenderness. Jackson Browne, Holdout. Tina Turner, Private Dancer. John Fogerty, Center Field. Bob Welch, French Kiss. And Amy Grant, Heart in Motion. Now we're ready for another handful of 45s. These are $6.99. Merry Christmas from the Black Lips and the King Kong and Barbecue Show. Penny and the Quarters, You and Me. Funeral for a Friend, Bullet Theory. The Thermals, Never Listen to Me. Wrong Treatment, Biking Girl by the Four Plugs, 2021 reissue, green vinyl. Okay, so first was Trial. Oh, no, we've already done that one. Black Lips, that was the Christmas one from Jeremy Bryant. Mark Stanley on F for Funeral for a Friend. And then William was next on Merry Christmas. That left Four Plugs, the Thermals, Penny and the Quarters. How much are these cassettes and singles? $6.99. MT Matt claimed Michael Bolton. If he did, I don't see it. MT Matt, did you buy Michael Bolton? Whitney Houston, Whitney. Grand Funk, Closer to Home, I'm Your Captain. Driving and Crying, Whisper Tames the Line. Edgar Winter Group, Shock Treatment. John Cougar Mellencamp, Scarecrow. Swing the Mood, Jive Bunny, and the Master Mixers. Huey Lewis Sports, Huey Lewis 4. Four Plugs. Four Plugs is a 2021 reissue on green vinyl. It's on Disposable Records. Looks like something that originally came out in 1979. Must be something expensive OG that they've reissued, or rare. It could also be rare and not expensive, but one of the two. So no Michael Bolton. I need another platter pack. We're running pretty dang low on platter packs. I don't know if there's any left after that last big sale. This looks like Gauntlet Hair, Okay Don't, and Heave. The Ladybug Transistor. Don Caballero, Trey Dog's Acid. Jawbox. Run On. Miscalculation A to Z. And Arcade Fire. Cold Wind and Brazil. Craig Thomas on Jaw. William Drugovich next on Jaw. We've hit a bad streak on cassettes. Last three handfuls, we've only had one claim. Unfortunately, I don't have much Metallica or Megadeth over here. But we will get through the 70s and 80s pop and rock. Probably the most popular thing ever made on cassette. 70s and 80s pop and rock. I have Foreigner, self-titled debut. Billy Joe the Stranger. Billy Joe River of Dreams. Now, that's not too easy to get on vinyl. Billy Joe Glass Houses. Debbie Gibson Electric Youth. ZZ Top Eliminator, Richard Marx Rush Street, and the next voice you hear, The Best of Jackson Browne. That, I guess, is available on vinyl, but doesn't come through too often. Whoops. Whoa. Don't fall. So, the only thing claimed out of that lot was Jawbox. I figured somebody get our... Oh, gosh. I just smacked something. I smacked the heck out of Jackson Browne and Richard Marx. They can take it. They're strong guys. All right, so that was cassettes. Let's do another handful of 45s then. First one I have is Serengeti, Kenny Dennis Flexi, Reptar, Amanda, Alternative, Yotan Gat, Ascension. Wow, an old one. Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Shotgun. That's weird to see in here. It's pretty low grade. That's a great song, though. Shotgun. Slow. It's Born Ruffians is the name of the artist. And we'll pause at Stranger Cat. Hollow Heartbreak. A lot of Joyful Noise labels there. Josh Brown on ZZ Top Eliminator. The classics getting grabbed, though, for sure. These were all $6.99. That was Stranger Cat, Hollow Heartbreak, Bad Ruffians, Junior Walker, Yotan Gap, Amanda by Reptar, and Serengeti, Kenny Dennis Flexi. Having a Time and Get It Together, Tenanya Dennis. I don't know some of these, sometimes I read these, I'm like, okay, is this the song, the artist, or the label? And I have to question it every time. But I feel like if I read enough out, if I read everything I see, y'all probably can figure it out. Belinda Carlisle, Her Greatest Hits, Aha Scoundrel Days, Emotions from K-Tel, that's a K-Tel comp, Flashdance soundtrack, More Dirty Dancing soundtrack, Cocktail soundtrack, Richard Marx self-titled, and Juice Newton's Greatest Hits. Belinda Carlisle, Aha, Emotions, that's a K-Tel comp, Flashdance, More Dirty Dancing, that's more music from the motion picture, Cocktail with Kokomo, Richard Marx self-titled, and then Juice Newton. Here comes the 45s. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. All right, we have Of Montreal, and thank you, Paul. I don't know the song, but Of Montreal. Star Effer. They left out the vowels. Can we buy one? Surfer Blood. Surfer Blood, Demon Dance. The M's, Dr. Dog. And we'll pause right here with David Van der Velde. David Van der Velde. Should be one more handful after this next handful of cassettes. Of Montreal is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Got it. Okay. Here comes the next handful of cassettes. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Don't come around here no more. All right. Whoops. So that left David Van der Velde, The M, Surfer Blood, and Star Effer. Okay, these are all $6.99. I have Laura Branigan, Self Control, Rod Stewart, Body Wishes, Mike and the Mechanic, self-titled, Silent Running, Commodores, The Night Shift, Doobie Brothers, Cycles, John Mellencamp, Lonesome Jubilee, and Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. Just like the way you were. Sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The Most Serene Republic, Headlights. Japan Droids. 764 Hero, Garrison. Tort, Lonesome Sound. Last Trip, Belle and Sebastian. And Kishi Bashi, It All Began with a Burst. Was there a driving and crying back there? Yeah, driving and crying, whisper tames the line. I'll pull that out for you. Hopefully without causing Jenga or doing Jenga, whatever you're not supposed to do. Uh-oh, I don't have a good grip. Okay, that was okay. Now they're kind of missorted, but I got them. Just like the white-winged dove. Sure. Kishi Bashi, Bell and Sebastian, Tort, 764 Hero, Japan Droids, the most Serene Republic headlights. I've never been one for lyrics. First thing we have is another handful of cassettes. These are all $6.99. The Moody Blues, On the Threshold of a Dream. Steely Dan, Aja. Another Aja, that time it's a club copy. Debbie Gibson, Out of the Blue. Another Debbie Gibson, Out of the Blue. Another Debbie Gibson, Electric Youth. And Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order. A Holiday Road. A Holiday Road. All right. Now, that was the conclusion of the Indy 45 box, that last handful. That was the last handful of that. So let's finish this right here. Joe Cocker, with a little help from my friends. Chicago Greatest Hits. There's some cool ones here. Best of Bee Gees in these older, these kind of style packaging. I don't know if that actually has a patented name, but that's an earlier style cassette. And they're pink cartridges for the Bee Gees. Best of Bee Gees. Best of Bee Gees Volume 2. That's a cool one. Average White Band. Pick Up the Pieces. Willie Nelson, A Song for You. Daz Band Jukebox Sealed. And Rockin' USA compilation. Mark Visa, Chad, appreciate you and everyone over at Colecco. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate all of our great customers, 100%. Without a doubt. No questions asked. Where's my monster at? Alrighty. So, 12:30. Let me see what kind of other cassettes are over here. I mean, there's still quite a bit in this tub, but I'm going to see what's underneath that tub. We've been through those before. See if there's anything kind of different with genre. I think these are some better titles. I'll start right here with this handful. Might alternate. Crowded House, self-titled. Dylan and Dead. Blondie, Parallel Lines. Best of Blondie. Billy Idol, Charmed Life. Billy Joe 52nd, Billy Joe Piano Man. I found my autographed meet and greet pass at my old moving by Lincoln Park. I got a JSA. Awesome. Is it signed by, I guess 2003? It's definitely signed by Chester then. How many did everybody sign it, and is it, how big of a pass is it? And my next question is, do you want to sell it? And I'm assuming that took a full letter from JSA, because the photo we had took a full letter. Is it signed by Chester, and how good of a signature is it? I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. Billy Idol was sold to Michael Ruttman for $6.99. That left Crowded House, Dylan and the Dead, Blondie, Blondie, Billy Joe, Billy Joe. Anybody have any interest in 8 tracks? Any interest at all on 8 tracks? Let's see here. Bruce Dickinson, Tattooed Millionaire. Britney Spears, Baby One More Time. Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife. Bryan Adams, Reckless. The Best of Billy Squier, Sealed. Billy Squier, Enough's Enough. Billy Squier, Emotions and Oceans. Motions in Motion. Boz Scaggs, Hits. Lido. Whoa, Lido. That's sealed, by the way. And Boston, that's impossible to get on vinyl. Hundreds of dollars. Boston, Walk On, $6.99. Bale and Sebastian from the last batch, okay? So Bale and Sebastian from the last batch of 45s. This right here, sold to Ray Red 73, $6.99. Thank you on that one. MT Matt wants BD, and that's for Bruce Dickinson. He also got BS. Now, do you want any of the Billy Squires or Boz Scaggs sealed? And then you put B. Is that for Boz or Boston or Brian or Brittany? So MT Matt, I know you want Bruce Dickinson. Let me know on your other BS and Bs, and then we'll work our way down. Okay. All right, so he got Bruce Dickinson. He was first on sealed Boz Scaggs, and he's also first on Boston. That was BDBSB. Michael, you were next on Boston. All through Billy Squier is still available, including the best of sealed. Just FYI, everybody. All right, that's a pretty good box over here we got. Let's see. Anybody interested in a bundle deal on all those indie singles? I mean, we can get them down pretty dang cheap. All right, heads up, this is a bunch more B titles, so maybe please be as specific as possible. I know it's going to be fast claims, but there's a bunch of B's coming up, okay? We got Best of Don Williams, Boston Greatest Hits, Boston Third Stage, Boston Don't Look Back, Boston Debut Self-Titled, Best of Boots Randolph, Bonnie Tyler, Fastest Speed of Night with Total Eclipse of the Heart, Billy Squier's classic Don't Say No, Billy Joe River of Dreams, and Billy Joe Glass Houses. Backstage Pass. Well, I had a photograph signed by Lincoln Park, and we sold it recently. Lincoln Park signed items with Chester are pretty desirable. An album jacket, a Lincoln Park album jacket with Chester's autograph is expensive. Oh, I forgot to show this gold last night. I had a half-ounce gold Superman coin I forgot to show last night. Man, we could have had another air horn. I just literally found it over here. That's how unorganized I am. Okay, so nobody on these. It was Don Williams. So if whoever bought this one, MT Matt, I'm assuming, you can almost get the entire Boston discography. Okay, that is the Boston discography. It is. Self-titled, Don't Look Back, Third Stage, Walk On. That's it. That's pretty much the Boston discography, and you get Greatest Hits. Price on bundle. Bundle deal on the indie singles. If you bought all of them, plus there's a handful from the other night too, we would count them up, and I would do them for $2.25 a piece. Wow, I can't believe I just said that. $2.25 a piece. It's going to be a lot. We'd count them, but that's the number. $2.25. And there's a little container over here next to it. It's probably going to end up being a whole long box, but if you want, before you say yay or nay, I can count them if you want me to. Because sometimes I've done that, and some people's been like, holy crap, I didn't know you had 150 of them. Sometimes it's more than you realize. All right. But I can count them. I'm sure you might want to know a price. The Beatles Greatest Hits, 20 Greatest Hits. Beatles Rock and Roll Memories Volume 1, Volume 2. Bangles Different Light, Bangles All Over the Place. Bee Gees 1. Bee Gees Greatest Hits. Beach Boys Surfs Up. There are a lot there, I know. Let me put them back in the box and I'll count them right quick. Plus this other stack. There's a lot. I can count them easier if I put them in a box. Let me take them off the table. One more time, gonna get it. One. All right. Well, this first stack has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I may miscount by 1 or 2, but we'll get close. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 40, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 59, 60, 61, 62. 62 back there, we'll start with those. So 62, we'll use that number pretty close, 2 1/4. Whoops, 62 times 225. $139.50. $135. $135. That's not too bad. $135. That's manageable, right, William? Nobody on Beatles or Bangles or Bee Gees or Beach Boys. We're in the B's. I haven't seen any AC/DC. We're heavy in the B's over here, it looks like. I'm trying to get to a different part of the crate, actually. Whoa. Lido. We have the Monkees' Greatest Hits. Merle Haggard, The Epic Collection. I Love Rock and Roll, Joan Jett. Olivia Newton-John, Physical. John Mellencamp, Wherever We Wanted. Neil Diamond, 12 Greatest Hits, Volume 2. The Very Best of Neil Diamond, Sealed. And another Very Best of Neil Diamond. That's Tape 1, Tape 2. All right, William Drugovich says he'll do the bundle on the Indie Leftovers. Nice. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and take all the individuals sold. Vinyl over tonight. I crashed her with my phone in my hand and I just woke up. Sounds like, sir, you need a monster. A big old gigantic glass of Monster over ice. All right, let's sell that bundle lot to William Drugovich. One more for the road. Hey, Lido. Oh. One more time. Here they are. Sold to William. You might want the leftovers in this other one then too. One more time. Get it? One more time. One more for the road. Oh, Lido. Whoa. Sorry. I've been on a big Boz Skaggs run lately. Let's see. Yeah, here's the ones from the last time. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21. And these are auctions. These are auctions for tomorrow, starting right there with the Stones. That was a no-bid auction from the other day for $10. Kishi Bashi. So what was my count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. All right, so all those I'll do for $45. 45 divided by 21. 45 divided by 21 is $214 each. I got these for auction tomorrow. The Stones, Conor Oberst, Spanish Gold. That's something I'm keeping. And I don't know if they're worthy of auction, but it's something that I set aside the other night. I was like, I'll put those up for auction, especially that Rolling Stones. That's a cool one. But that's for William because he bought the last bundle. And if he passes, anybody else. Pretty good deal there on some indie stuff. Let's take this at least maybe a few more handfuls of cassettes. Trying to get some life out of somebody to go, yes, Chad, we're still here and we're ready to buy every cassette you have for $19.99 each. I'd be digging them up. But first, let me go over here and grab another handful out of this tub, which has produced some pretty good ones. ABBA, 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 ABBA. Okay, that was easy. $67 to $70. It was 99 cents at some point. I think that's the full album, and then that's part of a full album, I think. That's the White Album, complete, the White Album. Amy Grant, Amy Grant, Amy Grant, Amy Grant. So I know for sure that's the White Album. That's both cassettes. I think this is the full 67 to 70. No. Maybe this isn't together. No. I don't know. That's weird. They have different SKUs. So yeah. I think that's part of a double, and this is everything condensed into one. Yeah, that's everything on one cassette, and then that's part of another one. That's what looks like what's going on there. Let's see. Over here is Slayer, Megadeth, Metallica. Interesting. Iron Maiden. I don't think y'all are going to want any of those. So we'll skip over those. We'll grab these here. I doubt that anybody's interested in that kind of stuff. That's the devil music. The devil. The devils. Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth, The Safety Dance, Men at Work, Business as Usual, a 2-in-1, Accept and Quiet Ride, and it's sealed, Accept Metal Heart, Accept No Substitutes, and Olivia Newton-John. I can barely talk right now. I think my brain is so fried. I hate when stuff's on the spines like that. An old sticker. If you love me, let me know. So there's those. Men Without Hats, Men at Work, Accept. Surely somebody's going to want those. Michael Ruttman said, I do, Chad. One more for the road. Chi-Town. You say one? Michael, do you want 1 Accept, 2 Accept, or 3 Accept? Eagles' Greatest Hits. John Cougar Mellencamp. America's Greatest Hits. Another Accept. Devils to the Wall. Devils to the Wall. Boy, I got devils on my mind. Fiona, Heart Like a Gun. Sister Christian. And then Cher by Cher. He wants all 3 Accepts. So do Michael Ruttman. $6.99 each. Done. The Devils. Yep, David Putty. That's why I'm saying it like that. Thank you for whoever caught the Seinfeld reference. Josh Brown. The Devils. Don't mess with the Devils, buddy. El Diablo. That priest. I don't know what he's saying, but you can hear him say El Diablo for the devil. And then at the end of the episode, Elaine comes in. She looks like Mother Mary. He goes, the Madonna. Oh, Madonna. Yeah, Diablo. Cheap Trick, Busted. Donna Summer, Cats Without Claws. Nice. Paul Di'Anno's Battle Zone, Children of Madness. Don Williams, Greatest Hits Volume 1. The Beach Boys, Endless Summer. Rock the Night, Europe, Sealed. The Classic 4 Greatest Hits and D-Vinyls. Empty Mat on Paul Di'Anno, sold $6.99. Sister Christian, Motorin, El Diablo. Patty Wants Europe, Rock the Night Away, and that was actually sealed. So to Patty, what's these cassettes right here? The Lynch Mob, Gorillas in the Mist, that's some sort of rap, or at least looks like it. That's my guess. And then this is Eric's Sermon, No Pressure. Okay. We're going to have... gosh, look at all the Amy Grant. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 different Amy Grants, and I've already shown a few. Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Cheap Trick at Budokan. Nice. Cinderella, Once Upon a Cinderella. Neil Diamond Gold. Donny Osmond. Hooked on Classics 2. Lionel Richie Self-Titled. Joe Jackson, Look Sharp. And Don McLean, American Pie and Other Greatest Hits. Starry, Starry Night. Starry, Starry Night. Wow, there's a lot of cassettes on this table. We're going to have a heck of a post to make tomorrow for the group. I'm going to post these. I'm going to have to stack them all up and photograph them, though. Vincent. Starry, Starry Night. Amy Grant, House of Love. Belinda Carlisle, Heaven on Earth. Belinda by Belinda Carlisle. Arcade. Drive, Characters in Time. The Cars, Greatest Hits. And Eric Clapton, Journeyman. Lionel Richie, The Composer. Donna Summer, Bad Girls. Don Williams, Greatest Hits Volume 1. Fleetwood Mac, Behind the Mask. Bryan Adams, Waking Up the Neighbors. The Cars, Greatest Hits, sold to Josh Brown. Sold. See you later. Okay. I actually want to go get some of these off the front rack because I know there's some good titles up there. Recap. I might can show the last 4 or 5 stacks again. Maybe you can see the spines too, Patty. Let me move some of these so you can see the spines. A recap would take about an hour and a half. There's a lot. And I think I've took some off the table back here behind me too. There's like 280 cassettes on the table right now. There's a lot. I'm going to go get a few more handfuls. I'm going to take us to 1 a.m., which is not too far from now. So let me grab a few more. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some up here. And there's some pretty good titles that was out here in the store for sale. And I'm going to stack up all these, plus the other ones I don't get to. And that way we can try to get some of these sold. There's a lot of cassettes on the table. We got 80s gold. It's mostly 70s and 80s rock and pop, with a pretty big emphasis on pop. There's not much rock left, any kind of 80s metal. There's nothing like that really. There's a few, but most of this is 80s pop and rock. Now this could be a little bit different. I say that, and there's Heart Brigade. I guess that falls into 80s rock. There's Heart Bad Animals. There's Heart Self-Titled. Harry Nilsson, Everybody's Talking, and other hits. That's sealed. Crosby, Stills and Nash, After the Storm. I don't think that's available on vinyl. That's sealed. Genesis, Throwing It All Away. Foreigner, which is called Records, a.k.a. a Foreigner Greatest Hits. We Are the World, USA for Africa. Toto 4, Bless the Rains in Africa. Genesis, We Can't Dance. George Harrison, Cloud 9. Julian Lennon, Veloute. Hall & Oates is sealed, Oh Yeah. And then the Traveling Wilburys. Okay. Let's see here. There's some pretty good stuff here. Josh Brown wants Genesis, We Can't Dance for $6.99. Thank you. All right, we got 1985 compilation, Rock and Roll Era. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits. The Who, Who's Next. Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1, essentially their greatest hits. GTR, Genesis, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Prince, Graffiti Bridge, sealed. Reba McEntire's Greatest Hits. The Beach Boys, Fun, Fun, Fun. 10 Years After, A Space and Time. Genesis, Self-Titled. Vixen, Rev It Up. Vixen, Self-Titled. Village People, Live and Sleazy, and Rock Renaissance 3, Classic Rock Compilation, Tobacco Road, Hello, It's Me, A Salty Dog. That sounds pretty interesting. Prince is sold to Michael Ruttman, sealed for $6.99. Empty Mat on V, probably for Vixen. Let me know if you want Rev It Up or self-titled, or perhaps both. Or you might have wanted the Village People. I have a feeling Empty Mat was after Vixen, though. Okay. He wants Vixen Rev It Up. Thank you for $6.99. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to classify this maybe as the last handful. Okay. I got Time Life, the 50s, Disney Merry Christmas Carols, Beach Boy Christmas, Timothy B. Schmidt, Walt Disney Season of Song, Stray Cats Built for Speed, there's Gold and Platinum Volume 1, another Gold and Platinum Volume 1. Is that the right cassette? Yeah. Flashdance soundtrack, Disney's Christmas Collection, Belladonna Stevie Nicks, 16 Big Band Hits. What? Sank the Something Something West Coast Rap Volume 1 and Sparrow Tracks My Turn Now. All right. Anybody willing to say, Chad, that was amazing. Good night. Thanks for all you do. Anybody have any last request? I got one person, Robert Warner. Susie Breedlove as well. Yeah, I was hoping there'd be more rock and metal, but I think these tubs I'm picking from have already been picked through. It's where they've brought me a whole tub of cassettes, and I'm like, okay, let's see what I can pick out for auction. Okay, here's Metallica, here's Iron Maiden, you know, we've done all those, or here's Zeppelin, or maybe even Pink Floyd, or maybe even Rolling Stones, or Rush, or Van Halen. So, that was amazing. Thanks. More tomorrow night. Yeah. So you can expect this many, this much, and then this much more posted in the group tomorrow. And yeah, if I buy this collection from John before the show tomorrow, when we go live, I'm looking at them right now. Yeah, y'all gonna like these. Oh my gosh, yeah. Golly. Y'all gonna like these. I don't want to reveal too much more. But yeah, so be sure to catch that post and Whole Lot of Records if you're on Facebook. And then I'm going to work on that. I'm about to go eat some food. So probably do 2 more shows. CDs, we might can do those tomorrow. Possibly Levi. There's a crate over here I forgot about. I just don't have a bunch to go through. Like if we do it, it'll probably be, you know, a small, until we can get to this rack and get all that cleaned up. But right now, you can plan on a show tomorrow. You can plan on a show possibly. It's like an 80% chance now, Christmas Eve. And then we'll be off Christmas Day. Staff is off on Christmas Eve too. That's why I said if I do a show Christmas Eve, it won't be a typical record show because I don't think there'll be anybody here to do normal work. And then I've got to do a walkthrough sale is what I'm trying to say. I need to do a walkthrough sale Wednesday because we probably won't have a typical vinyl sale. There won't be anybody here pricing anything, essentially. So, all right, with that being said, I am signing off. I'm going to have to go eat my chicken salad back here or whatever I have, and I'm ready. So thank y'all, and I'll be back tomorrow about, well, if I meet John and buy this collection tomorrow, we'll be starting pretty early because I told him I'll be here early enough to deal with him. No one sold auctions. Everything sold. Just cassettes, and we didn't do really any 45s. If we don't do CDs tomorrow, please come back as early as possible. John got 2 full boxes of new 45s ready. So I've got a total of 3 non-indie boxes of 45s that's never been gone through. A total of 3. But